Chapters 33 and 34 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 33. Next day Miss Pontifex returned to town, with her thoughts full of her nephew, and how she could best be of use to him. It appeared to her that to do him any real service she must devote herself almost entirely to him. She must, in fact, give up living in London, at any rate for a long time, and live at Roughborough where she could see him continually. This was a serious undertaking. She had lived in London for the last 12 years, and naturally disliked the prospect of a small country town such as Roughborough. Was it a prudent thing to attempt so much? Must not people take their chances in this world? Can anyone do much for anyone else, unless by making a will in his favor and dying then and there? Should not each look after his own happiness, and will not the world be best carried on if every one minds his own business and leaves other people to mind theirs? Life is not a donkey race in which everyone is to ride his neighbor's donkey and the last is to win. And the psalmist long since formulated a common experience when he declared that no man may deliver his brother, nor make agreement unto God for him, for it cost more to redeem their souls, so that he must let that alone forever. All these excellent reasons for letting her nephew alone occurred to her, and many more, but against them there pleaded a woman's love for children, and her desire to find someone among the younger branches of her own family to whom she could become warmly attached, and whom she could attach warmly to herself. Over and above this she wanted someone to leave her money to. She was not going to leave it to people about whom she knew very little, merely because they happened to be sons and daughters of brothers and sisters whom she had never liked. She knew the power and value of money exceedingly well, and how many lovable people suffer and die yearly for the want of it. She was little likely to leave it without being satisfied that her legatees were square, lovable, and more or less hard up. She wanted those to have it who would be most likely to use it genially and sensibly, and whom it would thus be likely to make most happy. If she could find one such among her nephews and nieces, so much the better. It was worth taking a great deal of pains to see whether she could or could not, but if she failed she must find an heir who was not related to her by blood. "Of course," she said to me more than once, "I shall make a mess of it. I shall choose some nice-looking, well-dressed screw with gentlemanly manners, which will take me in, and he will go and paint Academy pictures, or write for the Times, or do something just as horrid the moment the breath is out of my body." As yet, however, she had made no will at all, and this was one of the few things that troubled her. I believe she would have left most of her money to me if I had not stopped her. My father left me abundantly well off, and my mode of life has always been simple, so that I have never known uneasiness about money. Moreover, I was especially anxious that there should be no occasion given for ill-natured talk. She knew well, therefore, that her leaving her money to me would be of all things the most likely to weaken the ties that existed between us, provided that I was aware of it, but I did not mind her talking about whom she should make her heir, so long as it was well understood that I was not to be the person. Ernest had satisfied her as having enough in him to tempt her strongly to take him up, but it was not till after many days' reflection that she gravitated toward actually doing so, with all the break in her daily ways that this would entail. At least, she said it took her some days, and certainly it appeared to do so, but from the moment she had begun to broach the subject, I had guessed how things were going to end. It was now arranged she should take a house at Roughborough, and go and live there for a couple of years. As a compromise, however, to meet some of my objections, it was also arranged that she should keep her rooms in Gower Street, and come to town for a week once in each month. Of course, also, she would leave Roughborough for the greater part of the holidays. After 2 years the thing was to come to an end, unless it proved a great success. She should by that time, at any rate, have made up her mind what the boy's character was, and would then act as circumstances might determine. The pretext she put forward ostensibly was that her doctor said she ought to be a year or 2 in the country after so many years of London life, and had recommended Roughborough on account of the purity of its air and its easy access to and from London, for by this time the railway had reached it. She was anxious not to give her brother and sister any right to complain if on seeing more of her nephew she found she could not get on with him, and she was also anxious not to raise false hopes of any kind in the boy's own mind. Having settled on how everything was to be, she wrote to Theobald and said she meant to take a house in Roughborough from the Michaelmas then approaching, and mentioned as though casually that one of the attractions of the place would be that her nephew was at school there, and she should hope to see more of him than she had done hitherto. Theobald and Christina knew how dearly Alethea loved London, and thought it very odd that she should want to go and live at Roughborough, but they did not suspect that she was going there solely on her nephew's account, much less that she had thought of making Ernest her heir. If they had guessed this, they would have been so jealous that I half believe that they would have asked her to go and live somewhere else. Alethea, however, was 2 or 3 years younger than Theobald. She was still some years short of 50, and might very well live to 85 or 90. Her money, therefore, was not worth taking much trouble about, and her brother and sister-in-law had dismissed it, so to speak, from their minds with costs, assuming, however, that if anything did happen to her while they were still alive, the money would, as a matter of course, come to them. The prospect of Alethea seeing much of Ernest was a serious matter. Christina smelt mischief from afar, as indeed she often did. Alethea was worldly, as worldly, that is to say, as a sister of Theobald's could be. In her letter to Theobald she had said she knew how much of his and Christina's thoughts were taken up with anxiety for the boy's welfare. Alethea had thought this handsome enough, but Christina had wanted something better and stronger. "How can she know how much we think of our darling?" she had exclaimed when Theobald showed her his sister's letter. "I think, my dear, Alethea would understand these things better if she had children of her own." The least that would have satisfied Christina was to have been told that there never yet had been any parents comparable to Theobald and herself. She did not feel easy that an alliance of some kind would not grow up between aunt and nephew, and neither she nor Theobald wanted Ernest to have any allies. Joey and Charlotte were quite as many allies as were good for him. After all, however, if Alethea chose to go and live at Roughborough, they could not well stop her, and must make the best of it. In a few weeks' time Alethea did choose to go and live at Roughborough. A house was found with a field and a nice little garden which suited her very well. "At any rate," she said to herself, "I will have fresh eggs and flowers." She even considered the question of keeping a cow, but in the end decided not to do so. She furnished her house throughout anew, taking nothing whatever from her establishment in Gower Street, and by Michaelmas, for the house was empty when she took it, she was settled comfortably, and had begun to make herself at home. One of Miss Pontifex's first moves was to ask a dozen of the smartest and most gentlemanly boys to breakfast with her. From her seat in church she could see the faces of the upper form boys, and soon made up her mind which of them it would be best to cultivate. Miss Pontifex, sitting opposite the boys in church, and reckoning them up with her keen eyes from under her veil by all a woman's criteria, came to a truer conclusion about the greater number of those she scrutinized than even Dr. Skinner had done. She fell in love with one boy from seeing him put on his gloves. Miss Pontifex, as I have said, got hold of some of these youngsters through Ernest, and fed them well. No boy can resist being fed well by a good-natured and still handsome woman. Boys are very like nice dogs in this respect. Give them a bone, and they will like you at once. Alethea employed every other little artifice which she thought likely to win their allegiance to herself, and through this their countenance for her nephew. She found the football club in a slight money difficulty, and at once gave half a sovereign toward its removal. The boys had no chance against her. She shot them down one after another as easily as though they had been roosting pheasants. Nor did she escape scathless herself, for, as she wrote to me, she quite lost her heart to half a dozen of them. "How much nicer they are," she said, "and how much more they know than those who profess to teach them." I believe it has been lately maintained that it is the young and fair who are the truly old and truly experienced, inasmuch as it is they who alone have a living memory to guide them. The whole charm, it has been said, of youth lies in its advantage over age in respect of experience, and when this has for some reason failed or been misapplied, the charm is broken. When we say that we are getting old, we should say rather that we are getting new or young, and are suffering from inexperience, trying to do things which we have never done before, and failing worse and worse, till in the end we are landed in the utter impotence of death. Miss Pontifex died many a long year before the above passage was written, but she had arrived independently at much the same conclusion. She first, therefore, squared the boys. Dr. Skinner was even more easily dealt with. He and Mrs. Skinner called as a matter of course as soon as Miss Pontifex was settled. She fooled him to the top of his bent, and obtained the promise of a manuscript of one of his minor poems, for Dr. Skinner had the reputation of being quite one of our most facile and elegant minor poets, on the occasion of his first visit. The other masters and masters' wives were not forgotten. Alethea laid herself out to please, as indeed she did wherever she went, and if any woman lays herself out to do this, she generally succeeds. Chapter 34. Miss Pontifex soon found out that Ernest did not like games, but she saw also that he could hardly be expected to like them. He was perfectly well shaped, but unusually devoid of physical strength. He got a fair share of this in after life, but it came much later with him than with other boys, and at the time of which I am writing he was a mere little skeleton. He wanted something to develop his arms and chest without knocking him about as much as the school games did. To supply this want by some means which should add also to his pleasure was Alethea's first anxiety. Rowing would have answered every purpose, but unfortunately there was no river at Roughborough. Whatever it was to be, it must be something which he should like as much as other boys liked cricket or football, and he must think the wish for it to have come originally from himself. It was not very easy to find anything that would do, but ere long it occurred to her that she might enlist his love of music on her side, and asked him one day when he was spending a half-holiday at her house whether he would like her to buy an organ for him to play on. Of course the boy said yes. Then she told him about her grandfather and the organs he had built. It had never entered into his head that he could make one, but when he gathered from what his aunt had said that this was not out of the question, he rose as eagerly to the bait as she could have desired, and wanted to begin learning to saw and plane so that he might make the wood pipes at once. Miss Pontifex did not see how she could have hit upon anything more suitable, and she liked the idea that he would incidentally get a knowledge of carpentering, for she was impressed, perhaps foolishly, with the wisdom of the German custom which gives every boy a handicraft of some sort. Writing to me on this matter, she said, "Professions are all very well for those who have connection and interest as well as capital, but otherwise they are white elephants. How many men do not you and I know who have talent, assiduity, excellent good taste, straightforwardness, every quality in fact which should command success, and yet who go on from year to year waiting and hoping against hope for the work which never comes? How indeed is it likely to come unless to those who either are born with interest or who marry in order to get it? Ernest's father and mother have no interest, and if they had, they would not use it. I suppose they will make him a clergyman, or try to do so. Perhaps it is the best thing to do with him, for he could buy a living with the money his grandfather left him, but there is no knowing what the boy will think of it when the time comes, and for aught we know he may insist on going to the backwoods of America, as so many other young men are doing now. But anyway, he would like making an organ, and this could do him no harm, so the sooner he began, the better. Alethea thought it would save trouble in the end if she told her brother and sister-in-law of this scheme. "I do not suppose," she wrote, "that Dr. Skinner will approve very cordially of my attempt to introduce organ-building into the curriculum of Roughborough, but I will see what I can do with him, for I have set my heart on owning an organ built by Ernest's own hands, which he may play on as much as he likes while it remains in my house, and which I will lend him permanently as soon as he gets one of his own, but which is to be my property for the present, inasmuch as I mean to pay for it." This was put in to make it plain to Theobald and Christina that they should not be out of pocket in the matter. If Alethea had been as poor as the Mrs. Allaby, the reader may guess what Ernest's papa and mamma would have said to this proposal. But then, if she had been as poor as they, she would never have made it. They did not like Ernest getting more and more into his aunt's good books. Still it was perhaps better that he should do so than that she should be driven back upon the John Pontifexes. The only thing, said Theobald, which made him hesitate, was that the boy might be thrown with low associates later on if he were to be encouraged in his taste for music, a taste which Theobald had always disliked. He had observed with regret that Ernest had ere now shown rather a hankering after low company, and he might make acquaintance with those who would corrupt his innocence. Christina shuddered at this, but when they had aired their scruples sufficiently, they felt, and when people begin to feel, they are invariably going to take what they believe to be the more worldly course, that to oppose Alethea's proposal would be injuring their son's prospects more than was right, so they consented, but not too graciously. After a time, however, Christina got used to the idea, and then considerations occurred to her which made her throw herself into it with characteristic ardor. If Miss Pontifex had been a railway stock, she might have been said to have been buoyant in the Battersby market for some days. Buoyant for long together she could never be, still for a time there really was an upward movement. Christina's mind wandered to the organ itself. She seemed to have made it with her own hands. There would be no other in England to compare with it for combined sweetness and power. She already heard the famous Dr. Walmesley of Cambridge mistaking it for a Father Smith. It would come, no doubt, in reality to Battersby Church, which wanted an organ, for it must be all nonsense about Alethea's wishing to keep it, and Ernest would not have a house of his own for ever so many years, and they could never have it at the rectory. Oh no, Battersby Church was the only proper place for it. Of course they would have a grand opening, and the bishop would come down, and perhaps young Figgins might be on a visit to them. She must ask Ernest if young Figgins had yet left Roughborough. He might even persuade his grandfather, Lord Lonsford, to be present. Lord Lonsford and the bishop and everyone else would then compliment her, and Dr. Wesley or Dr. Walmesley, who should preside, it did not much matter which, would say to her, "My dear Mrs. Pontifex, I never yet played upon so remarkable an instrument." Then she would give him one of her very sweetest smiles, and say she feared he was flattering her, on which he would rejoin with some pleasant little trifle about remarkable men, the remarkable man being for the moment Ernest, having invariably had remarkable women for their mothers, and so on, and so on. The advantage of doing one's praising for oneself is that one can lay it on so thick and exactly in the right places. Theobald wrote Ernest a short and surly letter apropos of his aunt's intentions in this matter. "I will not commit myself," he said, "to an opinion whether anything will come of it. This will depend entirely upon your own exertions. You have had singular advantages hitherto, and your kind aunt is showing every desire to befriend you, but you must give greater proof of stability and steadiness of character than you have given yet, if this organ matter is not to prove in the end to be only one disappointment the more. I must insist on two things. Firstly, that this new iron in the fire does not distract your attention from your Latin and Greek. They aren't mine, thought Ernest, and never have been. And secondly, that you bring no smell of glue or shavings into the house here, if you make any part of the organ during your holidays. Ernest was still too young to know how unpleasant a letter he was receiving. He believed the innuendos contained in it to be perfectly just. He knew he was sadly deficient in perseverance. He liked some things for a little while, and then found he did not like them any more, and this was as bad as anything well could be. His father's letter gave him one of his many fits of melancholy over his own worthlessness, but the thought of the organ consoled him, and he felt sure that here at any rate was something to which he could apply himself steadily without growing tired of it. It was settled that the organ was not to be begun before the Christmas holidays were over, and that till then Ernest should do a little plain carpentering, so as to get to know how to use his tools. Miss Pontifex had a carpenter's bench set up in the outhouse upon her own premises, and made terms with the most respectable carpenter in Roughborough, by which one of his men was to come for a couple of hours twice a week and set Ernest on the right way. Then she discovered she wanted this or that simple piece of work done, and gave the boy a commission to do it, paying him handsomely, as well as finding him in tools and materials. She never gave him a syllable of good advice, or talked to him about everything's depending on his own exertions, but she kissed him often, and would come into the workshop and act the part of one who took an interest in what was being done so cleverly as ere long to become really interested. What boy would not take kindly to almost anything with such assistance? All boys like making things. The exercise of sawing, planing, and hammering proved exactly what his aunt had wanted to find, something that should exercise, but not too much, and at the same time amuse him. When Ernest's sallow face was flushed with his work, and his eyes were sparkling with pleasure, he looked quite a different boy from the one his aunt had taken in hand only a few months earlier. His inner self never told him that this was humbug, as it did about Latin and Greek. Making stools and drawers was worth living for, and after Christmas there loomed the organ, which was scarcely ever absent from his mind. His aunt let him invite his friends, encouraging him to bring those whom her quick sense told her were the most desirable. She smartened him up also in his personal appearance, always without preaching to him. Indeed, she worked wonders during the short time that was allowed her, and if her life had been spared, I cannot think that my hero would have come under the shadow of that cloud which cast so heavy a gloom over his younger manhood. But unfortunately for him his gleam of sunshine was too hot and too brilliant to last, and he had many a storm yet to weather before he became fairly happy. For the present, however, he was supremely so, and his aunt was happy and grateful for his happiness, the improvement she saw in him, and his unrepressed affection for herself. She became fonder of him from day to day, in spite of his many faults and almost incredible foolishnesses. It was perhaps on account of these very things that she saw how much he had need of her, but at any rate, from whatever the cause, she became strengthened in her determination to be to him in the place of parents, and to find in him a son rather than a nephew. But still she made no will. End of chapter 34. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 35 and 36 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 35. All went well for the first part of the following half-year. Miss Pontifex spent the greater part of her holidays in London, and I also saw her at Roughborough, where I spent a few days, staying at the Swan. I heard all about my godson, in whom, however, I took less interest than I said I did. I took more interest in the stage at that time than in anything else, and as for Ernest, I found him a nuisance for engrossing so much of his aunt's attention, and taking her so much from London. The organ was begun, and made fair progress during the first 2 months of the half-year. Ernest was happier than he had ever been before, and was struggling upwards. The best boys took more notice of him for his aunt's sake, and he consorted less with those who led him into mischief. But much as Miss Pontifex had done, she could not all at once undo the effect of such surroundings as the boy had had at Battersby. Much as he had feared and disliked his father, though he still knew not how much this was, he had caught much from him. If Theobald had been kinder, Ernest would have modelled himself upon him entirely, and ere long would probably have become as thorough a little prig as could have easily been found. Fortunately his temper had come to him from his mother, who, when not frightened, and when there was nothing on the horizon which might cross the slightest whim of her husband, was an amiable, good-natured woman. If it was not such an awful thing to say of anyone, I should say that she meant well. Ernest had also inherited his mother's love of building castles in the air, and, so I suppose it must be called, her vanity. He was very fond of showing off, and provided he could attract attention, cared little from whom it came, nor for what it was for. He caught up, parrot-like, whatever jargon he heard from his elders, which he thought was the correct thing, and aired it in season and out of season, as though it were his own. Miss Pontifex was old enough and wise enough to know that this was the way in which even the greatest men, as a general rule, begin to develop, and was more pleased with his receptiveness and reproductiveness than alarmed at the things he caught and reproduced. She saw that he was much attached to herself, and trusted to this rather than to anything else. She saw also that his conceit was not very profound, and that his fits of self-abasement were as extreme as his exaltation had been. His impulsiveness and sanguine trustfulness in anyone who smiled pleasantly at him, or indeed was not absolutely unkind to him, made her more anxious about him than any other point in his character. She saw clearly that he would have to find himself rudely undeceived many a time and oft before he could learn to distinguish friend from foe within reasonable time. It was her perception of this which led her to take the action which she was so soon called upon to take. Her health was for the most part excellent, and she had never had a serious illness in her life. One morning, however, soon after Easter 1850, she awoke feeling seriously unwell. For some little time there had been talk of fever in the neighbourhood, but in those days the precautions that ought to be taken against the spread of infection were not so well understood as now, and nobody did anything. In a day or two it became plain that Miss Pontifex had got an attack of typhoid fever and was dangerously ill. On this she sent off a messenger to town, and desired him not to return without her lawyer and myself. We arrived on the afternoon of the day on which we had been summoned, and found her still free from delirium. Indeed, the cheery way in which she received us made it difficult to think she could be in danger. She at once explained her wishes, which had reference, as I expected, to her nephew, and repeated the substance of what I have already referred to as her main source of uneasiness concerning him. Then she begged me by our long and close intimacy, by the suddenness of the danger that had fallen on her and her powerlessness to avert it, to undertake what she said she well knew, if she died, would be an unpleasant and invidious trust. She wanted to leave the bulk of her money ostensibly to me, but in reality to her nephew, so that I should hold it in trust for him till he was 28 years old, but neither he nor anyone else except her lawyer and myself was to know anything about it. She would leave £5,000 in other legacies, and £15,000 to Ernest, which by the time he was 28 would have accumulated to, say, £30,000. Sell out the debentures, she said, where the money is now, and put it into Midland Ordinary. Let him make his mistakes, she said, upon the money his grandfather left him. I am no prophet, but even I can see that it will take that boy many years to see things as his neighbors see them. He will get no help from his father and mother, who would never forgive him for his good luck if I left him the money outright. I dare say I am wrong, but I think he will have to lose the greater part or all of what he has before he will know how to keep what he will get from me. Supposing he went bankrupt before he was 28 years old, the money was to be mine absolutely, but she could trust me, she said, to hand it over to Ernest in due time. If, she continued, I am mistaken, the worst that can happen is that he will come into a larger sum at 28 instead of a smaller sum at, say, 23, for I would never trust him with it earlier, and if he knows nothing about it he will not be unhappy for the want of it. She begged me to take £2,000 in return for the trouble I should have in taking charge of the boy's estate, and as a sign of the testatrix's hope that I would now and again look after him while he was still young. The remaining £3,000 I was to pay in legacies and annuities to friends and servants. In vain both her lawyer and myself remonstrated with her on the unusual and hazardous nature of this arrangement. We told her that sensible people will not take a more sanguine view concerning human nature than the courts of chancery do. We said, in fact, everything that anyone else would say. She admitted everything, but urged that her time was short, that nothing would induce her to leave her money to her nephew in the usual way. It is an unusually foolish will, she said, but he is an unusually foolish boy. And she smiled quite merrily at her little Sally. Like all the rest of her family, she was very stubborn when her mind was made up. So the thing was done as she wished it. No provision was made for either my death or Ernest's. Miss Pontifex had settled it that we were neither of us going to die, and was too ill to go into details. She was so anxious, moreover, to sign her will while still able to do so, that we had practically no alternative but to do as she told us. If she recovered, we could see things put on a more satisfactory footing, and further discussion would evidently impair her chances of recovery. It seemed then only too likely that it was a case of this will or no will at all. When the will was signed, I wrote a letter in duplicate, saying that I held all Miss Pontifex had left me in trust for Ernest except as regards £5,000, but that he was not to come into the bequest, and was to know nothing whatever about it directly or indirectly till he was 28 years old, and if he was bankrupt before he came into it, the money was to be mine absolutely. At the foot of each letter Miss Pontifex wrote, "The above was my understanding when I made my will," and then signed her name. The solicitor and his clerk witnessed. I kept one copy for myself, and handed the other to Miss Pontifex's solicitor. When all this had been done, she became more easy in her mind. She talked principally about her nephew. "Don't scold him," she said. "If he is volatile, and continually takes things up only to throw them down again, how can he find out his strength or weakness otherwise? A man's profession," she said, and here she gave one of her wicked little laughs, "is not like his wife, which he must take once and for all, for better for worse, without proof beforehand. Let him go here and there and learn his truest liking by finding out what, after all, he catches himself turning to most habitually. Then let him stick to this. But I dare say Ernest will be 40, or 45 before he settles down. Then all his previous infidelities will work together to him for good, if he is the boy I hope he is. Above all, she continued, do not let him work up to his full strength, except once or twice in his lifetime. Nothing is well done, nor worth doing, unless, take it all around, it has come pretty easily. Theobald and Christina would give him a pinch of salt and tell him to put it on the tails of the 7 deadly virtues. Here she laughed again in her old manner, at once so mocking and so sweet. I think if he likes pancakes he had perhaps better eat them on Shrove Tuesday, but this is enough. These were the last coherent words she spoke. From that time she grew continually worse, and was never free from delirium till her death, which took place less than a fortnight afterwards, to the inexpressible grief of those who knew and loved her. Chapter 36. Letters had been written to Miss Pontifex's brothers and sisters, and one and all came post-haste to Roughborough. Before they arrived, the poor lady was already delirious, and for the sake of her own peace at the last, I am half glad she never recovered consciousness. I had known these people all their lives, as none can know each other but those who have played together as children. I knew how they had all of them, perhaps Theobald least, but all of them more or less, made her life a burden to her until the death of her father had made her her own mistress, and I was displeased at their coming one after the other to Roughborough, and inquiring whether their sister had recovered consciousness sufficiently to be able to see them. It was known that she had sent for me on being taken ill, and that I remained at Roughborough, and I own I was angered by the mingled air of suspicion, defiance, and inquisitiveness with which they regarded me. They would all, except Theobald, I believe, have cut me downright if they had not believed me to know something they wanted to know themselves, and might have some chance of learning from me, for it was plain I had been in some way concerned with the making of their sister's will. None of them suspected what the ostensible nature of this would be, but I think they feared Miss Pontifex was about to leave money for public uses. John said to me in his blandest manner that he fancied he remembered to have heard his sister say that she thought of leaving money to found a college for the relief of dramatic authors in distress. To this I made no rejoinder, and I have no doubt his suspicions were deepened. When the end came, I got Miss Pontifex's solicitor to write and tell her brothers and sisters how she had left her money. They were not unnaturally furious, and went each to his or her separate home without attending the funeral, and without paying any attention to myself. This was perhaps the kindest thing they could have done by me, for their behaviour made me so angry that I became almost reconciled to Alethea's will out of pleasure at the anger it had aroused. But for this I should have felt the will keenly, as having been placed by it in the position which of all others I had been most anxious to avoid, and as having saddled me with a very heavy responsibility. Still it was impossible for me to escape, and I could only let things take their course. Miss Pontifex had expressed a wish to be buried at Paleham. In the course of the next few days I therefore took the body thither. I had not been to Paleham since the death of my father some 6 years earlier. I had often wished to go there, but had shrunk from doing so, though my sister had been 2 or 3 times. I could not bear to see the house which had been my home for so many years of my life in the hands of strangers, to ring ceremoniously at a bell which I had never yet pulled except as a boy in jest, to feel that I had nothing to do with a garden in which I had in childhood gathered so many a nosegay, and which had seemed my own for many years after I had reached man's estate, to see the rooms bereft of every familiar feature, and made so unfamiliar in spite of their familiarity. Had there been any sufficient reason, I should have taken these things as a matter of course, and should no doubt have found them much worse in anticipation than in reality. but as there had been no special reason why I should go to Paleham, I had hitherto avoided doing so. Now, however, my going was a necessity, and I confess I never felt more subdued than I did on arriving there with the dead playmate of my childhood. I found the village more changed than I had expected. The railway had come there, and a brand-new yellow brick station was on the site of old Mr. and Mrs. Pontifex's cottage. Nothing but the carpenter's shop was now standing. I saw many faces I knew, but even in 6 years they seemed to have grown wonderfully older. Some of the very old were dead, and the old were getting very old in their stead. I felt like the changeling in the fairy story who came back after a 7 years' sleep. Everyone seemed glad to see me, though I had never given them particular cause to be so, and everyone who remembered old Mr. and Mrs. Pontifex spoke warmly of them and were pleased at their granddaughters wishing to be laid near them. Entering the churchyard and standing in the twilight of a gusty, cloudy evening, on the spot close beside old Mrs. Pontifex's grave, which I had chosen for Alethea's, I thought of the many times that she, who would lie there henceforth, and I, who must surely lie one day in some such another place, though when and where I knew not, had romped over this very spot as childish lovers together. Next morning I followed her to the grave, and in due course set up a plain upright slab to her memory, as like as might be to those other graves of her grandmother and grandfather. I gave the dates and places of her birth and death, but added nothing except that this stone was set up by one who had known and loved her. Knowing how fond she had been of music, I had been half inclined at one time to inscribe a few bars of music, if I could find any which seemed suitable to her character, but I knew how much she would have disliked anything singular in connection with her tombstone, and did not do it. Before, however, I had come to this conclusion, I had thought that Ernest might be able to help me to the right thing, and had written to him upon the subject. The following is the answer I received. Dear Godpapa, I send you the best bit I can think of. It is the subject of the last of Handel's 6 grand fugues, and goes thus. Music score. It would do better for a man, especially for an old man who is very sorry for things, than for a woman, but I cannot think of anything better. If you do not like it for Aunt Alethea, I shall keep it for myself. Your affectionate godson, Ernest Pontifex. Was this the little lad who could get sweeties for 2 pence, but not for 2 pence halfpenny? Dear, dear me, I thought to myself, how these babes and sucklings do give us the go-by surely. Choosing his own epitaph at 15, as for a man who had been very sorry for things, in such a strain as that, why it might have done for Leonardo da Vinci himself. Then I set the boy down as a conceited young jackanapes, which no doubt he was, but so are a great many other young people of Ernest's age. End of chapter 36. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 37 and 38 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 37. If Theobald and Christina had not been too well pleased when Miss Pontifex first took Ernest in hand, they were still less so when the connection between the two was interrupted so prematurely. They said they had made sure from what their sister had said that she was going to make Ernest her heir. I do not think she had given them so much as a hint to this effect. Theobald indeed gave Ernest to understand that she had done so in a letter which will be given shortly, but if Theobald wanted to make himself disagreeable, a trifle light as air would forthwith assume in his imagination whatever form was most convenient to him. I do not think they had even made up their minds what Alethea was to do with her money before they knew of her being at the point of death, and as I have said already, if they thought it likely that Ernest would be made heir over their own heads without having at any rate a life interest in the bequest, they would have soon thrown obstacles in the way of further intimacy between aunt and nephew. This, however, did not bar their right to feeling aggrieved now that neither they nor Ernest had taken anything at all, and they could profess disappointment on their boy's behalf, which they would have been too proud to admit upon their own. In fact, it was only amiable of them to be disappointed under these circumstances. Christina said that the will was simply fraudulent, and was convinced that it could be upset if she and Theobald went the right way to work. Theobald, she said, should go before the Lord Chancellor, not in full court, but in chambers, where he could explain the whole matter. Or perhaps it would be even better if she were to go herself, and I dare not trust myself to describe the reverie to which this last idea gave rise. I believe in the end Theobald died, and the Lord Chancellor, who had become a widower a few weeks earlier, made her an offer which, however, she firmly but not ungratefully declined. She should ever, she said, continue to think of him as a friend. At this point the cook came in, saying the butcher had called, and what would she please to order. I think Theobald must have had an idea that there was something behind the bequest to me, but he said nothing about it to Christina. He was angry and felt wronged because he could not get at Alethea to give her a piece of his mind, any more than he had been able to get at his father. "It is so mean of people," he exclaimed to himself, "to inflict an injury of this sort and then shirk facing those whom they have injured. Let us hope that, at any rate, they and I may meet in heaven." But of this he was doubtful, for when people had done so great a wrong as this, it was hardly to be supposed that they would go to heaven at all, and as for meeting them in another place, the idea never so much as entered his mind. One so angry and, of late, so little used to contradiction might be trusted, however, to avenge himself upon someone, and Theobald had long since developed the organ, by means of which he might vent spleen with least risk and greatest satisfaction to himself. This organ, it may be guessed, was nothing else than Ernest. To Ernest, therefore, he proceeded to unburden himself, not personally, but by letter. "You ought to know," he wrote, "that your Aunt Alethea had given your mother and me to understand that it was her wish to make you her heir, in the event, of course, of your conducting yourself in such a manner as to give her confidence in you. As a matter of fact, however, she has left you nothing, and the whole of her property has gone to your godfather, Mr. Overton. Your mother and I are willing to hope that if she lived longer you would have yet succeeded in winning her good opinion, but it's too late to think of this now. The carpentering and organ building must at once be discontinued. I never believed in the project, and have seen no reason to alter my original opinion. I am not sorry for your own sake that it is to be at an end, nor I am sure will you regret it yourself in after years. A few words more as regards your own prospects. You have, as I believe you know, a small inheritance, which is yours legally under your grandfather's will. This bequest was made inadvertently, and I believe entirely through a misunderstanding on the lawyer's part. The bequest was probably intended not to take effect till after the death of your mother and myself. Nevertheless, as the will is actually worded, it will now be at your command if you live to be 21 years old. From this, however, large deductions must be made. There will be legacy duty, and I do not know whether I am entitled to deduct the expenses of your education and maintenance from birth to your coming of age. I shall not in all likelihood insist on this right to the full, if you conduct yourself properly, but a considerable sum should certainly be deducted. There will therefore remain very little, say £1,000 or £2,000 at the outside, as what will be actually yours, but the strictest account shall be rendered you in due time. This, let me warn you most seriously, is all that you must expect from me." Even Ernest saw that it was not from Theobald at all. "At any rate till after my death, which for aught any of us know may be yet many years distant. It is not a large sum, but it is sufficient if supplemented by steadiness and earnestness of purpose. Your mother and I gave you the name Ernest, hoping that it would remind you continually of— But I really cannot copy more of this effusion. It was all the same old will-shaking game, and came practically to this, that Ernest was no good, and that if he went on as he was going now, he would probably have to go about the streets begging without any shoes or stockings soon after he had left school, or at any rate college, and that he, Theobald, and Christina were almost too good for this world altogether. After he had written this, Theobald felt quite good-natured, and sent the Mrs. Thompson of the moment even more soup and wine than her usual not illiberal allowance. Ernest was deeply, passionately upset by his father's letter. To think that even his dear aunt, the one person of his relations whom he really loved, should have turned against him and thought badly of him after all. This was the unkindest cut of all. In the hurry of her illness, Miss Pontifex, while thinking only of his welfare, had omitted to make such small present mention of him as would have made his father's innuendos stingless, and her illness being infectious, she had not seen him after its nature was known. I myself did not know of Theobald's letter, nor think enough about my godson to guess what might easily be his state. It was not till many years afterwards that I found Theobald's letter in the pocket of an old portfolio which Ernest had used at school, and in which other old letters and school documents were collected which I have used in this book. He had forgotten that he had it, but told me when he saw it that he remembered it as the first thing that made him begin to rise against his father in a rebellion which he recognized as righteous, though he dared not openly avow it. Not the least serious thing was that it would, he feared, be his duty to give up the legacy his grandfather had left him, for if it was his only through a mistake, how could he keep it? During the rest of the half-year Ernest was listless and unhappy. He was very fond of some of his schoolfellows, but afraid of those whom he believed to be better than himself, and prone to idealize everyone into being his superior, except those who were obviously a good deal beneath him. He held himself much too cheap, and because he was without that physical strength and vigor which he so much coveted, and also because he knew he shirked his lessons, he believed that he was without anything which could deserve the name of a good quality. He was naturally bad, and one of those for whom there was no place for repentance, though he sought it even with tears. So he shrank out of sight of those whom in his boyish way he idolized, never for a moment suspecting that he might have capacities to the full as high as theirs, though of a different kind, and fell in more with those who were reputed of the baser sort, with whom he could at any rate be upon equal terms. Before the end of the half-year he had dropped from the estate to which he had been raised during his aunt's stay at Roughborough, and his old dejection, varied, however, with bursts of conceit rivaling those of his mother, resumed its sway over him. "Pontifex," said Dr. Skinner, who had fallen upon him in the hall one day like a moral landslip before he had time to escape, "do you never laugh? Do you always look so preternaturally grave?" The doctor had not meant to be unkind, but the boy turned crimson and escaped. There was one place where he was happy, and that was the old church of St. Michael, where his friend the organist was practising. About this time cheap editions of the great oratorios began to appear, and Ernest got them all as soon as they were published. He would sometimes sell a school-book to a second-hand dealer, and buy a number or two of the Messiah, or the Creation, or Elijah, with the proceeds. This was simply cheating his papa and mamma. But Ernest was falling low again, or thought he was, and he wanted the music much, and the Sallust, or whatever it was, little. Sometimes the organist would go home, leaving his keys with Ernest so that he could play by himself, and lock up the organ and the church in time to get back for calling over. At other times, while his friend was playing, he would wander round the church, looking at the monuments in the old stained-glass windows, enchanted as regards both ears and eyes at once. Once the old rector got hold of him as he was watching a new window being put in, which the rector had bought in Germany, the work, it was supposed, of Albert Dürer. He questioned Ernest, and finding that he was fond of music, he said in his old trembling voice, for he was over 80, "Then you should have known Dr. Burney, who wrote the History of Music. I knew him exceedingly well when I was a young man." That made Ernest's heart beat, for he knew that Dr. Burney, when a boy at school at Chester, used to break bounds that he might watch Handel smoking his pipe in the Exchange coffee house, and now he was in the presence of one who, if he had not seen Handel himself, had at least seen those who had seen him. These were oases in his desert, but as a general rule the boy looked thin and pale, and as though he had a secret which depressed him, which no doubt he had, but for which I cannot blame him. He rose in spite of himself higher in the school, but fell ever into deeper and deeper disgrace with the masters, and did not gain in the opinion of those boys about whom he was persuaded that they could assuredly never know what it was to have a secret weighing upon their minds. This was what Ernest felt so keenly. He did not much care about the boys who liked him, and idolized some who kept him as far as possible at a distance. But this is pretty much the case with all boys everywhere. At last things reached a crisis, below which they could not very well go, for at the end of the half-year, but one after his aunt's death, Ernest brought back a document in his portmanteau, which Theobald stigmatized as infamous and outrageous. I need hardly say that I am alluding to his school bill. This document was always a source of anxiety to Ernest, for it was gone into with scrupulous care, and he was a good deal cross-examined about it. He would sometimes write in for articles necessary for his education, such as a portfolio or a dictionary, and sell the same, as I have explained, in order to eke out his pocket money, probably to buy either music or tobacco. These frauds were sometimes, as Ernest thought, in imminent danger of being discovered, and it was a load off his breast when the cross-examination was safely over. This time Theobald had made a great fuss about the extras, but had grudgingly passed them. It was another matter, however, with the character and the moral statistics with which the bill concluded. The page on which these details were to be found was as follows: Report of the conduct and progress of Ernest Pontifex, Upper Fifth Form, half-year ending midsummer, 1851. Classics: idle, listless, and unimproving. Mathematics: idle, listless, and unimproving. Divinity: idle, listless, and unimproving. Conduct in house: orderly. General conduct: not satisfactory, on account of his great unpunctuality and inattention to duties. Monthly merit money: 1 shilling, 6 penny, 6 penny, 0 penny, 6 penny. Total 2 shillings, 6 penny. Number of merit marks: 2, 0, 1, 1, 0. Total 4. Number of penal marks: 26, 20, 25, 30, 25. Total, 126. Number of extra penals, 9, 6, 10, 12, 11. Total, 48. I recommend that his pocket money be made to depend upon his merit money. S. Skinner, Headmaster. Chapter 38. Ernest was thus in disgrace from the beginning of the holidays, but an incident soon occurred which led him into delinquencies compared with which all his previous sins were venial. Among the servants at the rectory was a remarkably pretty girl named Ellen. She came from Devonshire and was daughter of a fisherman who had been drowned when she was a child. Her mother set up a small shop in the village where her husband lived, and just managed to make a living. Ellen remained with her till she was 14, when she first went out to service. 4 years later, when she was about 18, but so well grown that she might have passed for 20, she had been strongly recommended to Christina, who was then in want of a housemaid, and had now been at Battersby about 12 months. As I have said, the girl was remarkably pretty. She looked the perfection of health and good temper. Indeed, there was a serene expression upon her face which captivated almost all who saw her. She looked as if matters had always gone well with her, and were always going to do so, and as if no conceivable combination of circumstances could put her for long together out of temper either with herself or with anyone else. Her complexion was clear but high. Her eyes were grey and beautifully shaped. Her lips were full and restful, with something of an Egyptian sphinx-like character about them. When I learned that she came from Devonshire, I fancied I saw a strain of far-away Egyptian blood in her, for I had heard, though I know not what foundation there was for this story, that the Egyptians made settlements on the coast of Devonshire and Cornwall long before the Romans conquered Britain. Her hair was a rich brown, and her figure, of about the middle height, perfect, but erring, if at all, on the side of robustness. Altogether she was one of those girls about whom one is inclined to wonder how they can remain unmarried a week or a day longer. Her face, as indeed faces generally are, though I grant they lie sometimes, was a fair index to her disposition. She was good nature herself, and everyone in the house, not excluding, I believe, even Theobald himself after a fashion, was fond of her. As for Christina, she took the very warmest interest in her, and used to have her into the dining-room twice a week, and prepare her for confirmation, for by some accident she had never been confirmed, by explaining to her the geography of Palestine, and the routes taken by St. Paul on his various journeys in Asia Minor. When Bishop Treadwell did actually come down to Battersby and hold a confirmation there, Christina had her wish. He slept at Battersby, and she had a grand dinner party for him and called him my lord several times. He was so much struck with her pretty face and modest demeanour when he laid his hands upon her that he asked Christina about her. When she replied that Ellen was one of her own servants, the bishop seemed, so she thought or chose to think, quite pleased that so pretty a girl should have found so exceptionally good a situation. Ernest used to get up early during the holidays so that he might play the piano before breakfast without disturbing his papa and mamma, or rather, perhaps, without being disturbed by them. Ellen would generally be there sweeping the drawing-room floor and dusting while he was playing, and the boy, who was ready to make friends with most people, soon became very fond of her. He was not as a general rule sensitive to the charms of the fair sex. Indeed, he had hardly been thrown in with any women except his aunts Allaby and his aunt Alethea, his mother, his sister Charlotte, and Mrs. J. Sometimes also he had had to take off his hat to the Miss Skinners, and he had felt as if he should sink into the earth on doing so. But his shyness had worn off with Ellen, and the pair had become fast friends. Perhaps it was well that Ernest was not at home for very long together, but as yet his affection, though hearty, was quite platonic. He was not only innocent, but deplorably, I might even say guiltily, innocent. His preference was based upon the fact that Ellen never scolded him, but was always smiling and good-tempered. Besides, she used to like to hear him play, and this gave him additional zest in playing. The morning access to the piano was indeed the one distinct advantage which the holidays had in Ernest's eyes, for at school he could not get at a piano except quasi-surreptitiously, at the shop of Mr. Pearsall, the music-seller. On returning this summer he was shocked to find his favourite looking pale and ill. All her good spirits had left her, the roses had fled from her cheek, and she seemed on the point of going into a decline. She said she was unhappy about her mother, whose health was failing, and was afraid she was herself not long for this world. Christina, of course, noticed the change. "I have often remarked," she said, "that those very fresh-coloured, healthy-looking girls are the first to break up. I have given her calomel and James powders repeatedly, and though she does not like it, I think I must show her to Dr. Martin when he next comes here." "Very well, my dear," said Theobald, and so next time Dr. Martin came Ellen was sent for. Dr. Martin soon discovered what would probably have been apparent to Christina herself, if she had been able to conceive of such an ailment in connection with a servant who lived under the same roof as Theobald and herself, the purity of whose married life should have preserved all unmarried people who came near them from any taint of mischief. When it was discovered that in 3 or 4 months more Ellen would become a mother, Christina's natural good nature would have prompted her to deal as leniently with the case as she could, if she had not been panic-stricken lest any mercy on her and Theobald's part should be construed into toleration, however partial, of so great a sin. Hereon she dashed off into the conviction that the only thing to do was to pay Ellen her wages and pack her off on the instant, bag and baggage out of the house which purity had more especially and particularly singled out for its abiding city. When she thought of the fearful contamination which Ellen's continued presence even for a week would occasion, she could not hesitate. Then came the question, horrid thought, as to who was the partner of Ellen's guilt. Could it be, her own son, her darling Ernest? Ernest was getting a big boy now. She could excuse any young woman for taking a fancy to him. As for himself, why, she was sure he was behind no young man of his age in appreciation of the charms of a nice-looking young woman. So long as he was innocent, she did not mind this. But oh, if he were guilty! She could not bear to think of it, and yet it would be mere cowardice not to look at such a matter in the face. Her hope was in the Lord, and she was ready to bear cheerfully and make the best of any suffering he might think fit to lay upon her. That the baby must either be a boy or girl, this much at any rate was clear. No less clear was it that the child, if a boy, would resemble Theobald, and if a girl, herself. Resemblance, whether of body or mind, generally leaped over a generation. The guilt of the parents must not be shared by the innocent offspring of shame. Oh no, and such a child as this would be! She was off in one of her reveries at once. The child was in the act of being consecrated Archbishop of Canterbury when Theobald came in from a visit in the parish, and was told of the shocking discovery. Christina said nothing about Ernest, and I believe was more than half angry when the blame was laid upon other shoulders. She was easily consoled, however, and fell back on the double reflection, firstly, that her son was pure, and secondly, that she was quite sure he would not have been so had it not been for his religious convictions which had held him back, as of course it was only to be expected they would. Theobald agreed that no time must be lost in paying Ellen her wages and packing her off. So this was done, and less than 2 hours after Dr. Martin had entered the house, Ellen was sitting beside John the coachman, with her face muffled up so that it could not be seen, weeping bitterly as she was being driven to the station. End of chapter 38. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 39 and 40 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 39. Ernest had been out all the morning, but came into the yard of the rectory from the spinney behind the house just as Ellen's things were being put into the carriage. He thought it was Ellen whom he then saw get into the carriage, but as her face had been hidden by her handkerchief, he had not been able to see plainly who it was, and dismissed the idea as improbable. He went to the back kitchen window, at which the cook was standing peeling potatoes for dinner, and found her crying bitterly. Ernest was much distressed, for he liked the cook, and of course wanted to know what all the matter was, who it was that had just gone off in the pony carriage, and why. The cook told him it was Ellen, but said that no earthly power should make it cross her lips why it was she was going away. When, however, Ernest took her au pied de la lettre and asked no further questions, she told him all about it after extorting the most solemn promises of secrecy. It took Ernest some minutes to arrive at the facts of the case, but when he understood them, he leaned against the pump, which stood near the back kitchen window, and mingled his tears with the cook's. Then his blood began to boil within him. He did not see that, after all, his father and mother could have done much otherwise than they actually did. They might perhaps have been less precipitate and tried to keep the matter a little more quiet, but this would not have been easy, nor would it have mended things very materially. The bitter fact remains that if a girl does certain things, she must do them at her peril, no matter how young and pretty she is, nor to what temptation she has succumbed. This is the way of the world, and as yet there has been no help found for it. Ernest could only see what he gathered from the cook, namely, that his favourite, Ellen, was being turned adrift with a matter of 3 pounds in her pocket, to go she knew not where, and to do she knew not what, and that she had said she should hang or drown herself, which the boy implicitly believed she would. With greater promptitude than he had shown yet, he reckoned up his money and found he had 2 shillings and 3 pence at his command. There was his knife, which might sell for 1 shilling, and there was the silver watch his Aunt Alethea had given him shortly before she died. The carriage had been gone now a full quarter of an hour, and it must have got some distance ahead, but he would do his best to catch it up, and there were short-cuts which would perhaps give him a chance. He was off at once, and from the top of the hill, just past the rectory paddock, he could see the carriage, looking very small on a bit of road which showed perhaps 1.5 miles in front of him. One of the most popular amusements at Roughborough was an institution called the Hounds, more commonly known elsewhere as Hare and Hounds. But in this case the hare was a couple of boys who were called foxes, and boys are so particular about correctness of nomenclature where their sports are concerned that I dare not say they played hare and hounds. These were the hounds, and that was all. Ernest's want of muscular strength did not tell against him here. There was no jostling up against boys who, though neither older nor taller than he, were yet more robustly built. If it came to mere endurance, he was as good as any one else, so when his carpentering was stopped, he had naturally taken to the hounds as his favourite amusement. His lungs, thus exercised, had become developed, and as a run of 6 or 7 miles across country was not more than he was used to, he did not despair by the help of the short-cuts of overtaking the carriage, or at the worst of catching Ellen at the station before the train left. So he ran, and ran, till his first wind was gone, and his second came, and he could breathe more easily. Never with the hounds had he run so fast and with so few breaks as now, but with all his efforts and the help of the short-cuts he did not catch up to the carriage, and would probably not have done so had not John happened to turn his head and see him running and making signs for the carriage to stop a quarter of a mile off. He was now about 5 miles from home, and was nearly done up. He was crimson with his exertion, covered with dust, and with his trousers and coat sleeves a trifle short for him, he cut a poor figure enough as he thrust on Ellen his watch, his knife, and the little money he had. The one thing he implored of her was not to do those dreadful things which she threatened, for his sake, if for no other reason. Ellen at first would not hear of taking anything from him, but the coachman, who was from the north country, sided with Ernest. "Take it, my lass," he said kindly. "Take what thou can get whilst thou canst get it. As for Master Ernest here, he has run well after thee, therefore let him give thee what he is minded." Ellen did what she was told, and the two parted with many tears, the girl's last words being that she should never forget him, and that they should meet again hereafter. She was sure they would, and then she would repay him. Then Ernest got into a field by the roadside, flung himself on the grass, and waited under the shadow of a hedge till the carriage should pass on its return from the station and pick him up, for he was dead beat. Thoughts which had already occurred to him with some force now came more strongly before him, and he saw that he had got himself into one mess, or rather into 6 messes, the more. In the first place he should be late for dinner, and this was one of the offences on which Theobald had no mercy. Also he should have to say where he had been, and there was a danger of being found out if he did not speak the truth. Not only this, but sooner or later it must come out that he was no longer in possession of the beautiful watch which his dear aunt had given him. And what, pray, had he done with it, or how had he lost it? The reader will know very well what he ought to have done. He should have gone straight home, and if questioned should have said, "I have been running after the carriage to catch our housemaid Ellen, whom I am very fond of. I have given her my watch, my knife, and all my pocket money, so that I have now no pocket money at all, and shall probably ask you for some more sooner than I otherwise might have done, and you will also have to buy me a new watch and a knife." But then fancy the consternation which such an announcement would have occasioned. Fancy the scowl and flashing eyes of the infuriated Theobald. "You unprincipled young scoundrel!" he would exclaim. "Do you mean to vilify your own parents by implying that they have dealt harshly by one whose profligacy has disgraced their house?" Or he might take it with one of those sallies of sarcastic calm of which he believed himself to be a master. "Very well, Ernest, very well. I shall say nothing. You can please yourself. You are not yet 21, but pray act as if you were your own master. Your poor aunt doubtless gave you the watch that you might fling it away upon the first improper character you came across. I think I can now understand, however, why she did not leave you her money. And after all, your godfather may just as well have it as the kind of people on whom you would lavish it if it were yours." Then his mother would burst into tears and implore him to repent and seek the things belonging to his peace while there was yet time, by falling on his knees to Theobald and assuring him of his unfailing love for him as the kindest and tenderest father in the universe. Ernest could do all this just as well as they could, and now as he lay on the grass, speeches, some one or other of which was as certain to come as the sun to set, kept running in his head till they confuted the idea of telling the truth by reducing it to an absurdity. Truth might be heroic, but it was not within the range of practical domestic politics. Having settled that he was to tell a lie, what lie should he tell? Should he say he had been robbed? He had enough imagination to know that he had not enough imagination to carry him out here. Young as he was, his instinct told him that the best liar is he who makes the smallest amount of lying go the longest way, who husbands it too carefully to waste it where it can be dispensed with. The simplest course would be to say that he had lost the watch, and was late for dinner because he had been looking for it. He had been out for a long walk. He chose the line across the fields that he had actually taken, and the weather being very hot, he had taken off his coat and waistcoat. In carrying them over his arm, his watch, his money, and his knife had dropped out of them. He had got nearly home when he found out his loss, and had run back as fast as he could, looking along the line he had followed, till at last he had given it up. Seeing the carriage coming back from the station, he had let it pick him up and bring him home. This covered everything, the running and all, for his face still showed that he must have been running hard. The only question was whether he had been seen about the rectory by any but the servants for a couple of hours or so before Ellen had gone, and this he was happy to believe was not the case, for he had been out except during his few minutes' interview with the cook. His father had been out at the parish, his mother had certainly not come across him, and his brother and sister had also been out with the governess. He knew he could depend upon the cook and the other servants. The coachman would see to this. On the whole, therefore, both he and the coachman thought the story as proposed by Ernest would about meet the requirements of the case. Chapter 40. When Ernest got home and sneaked in through the back door, he heard his father's voice in its angriest tones, inquiring whether Master Ernest had already returned. He felt as Jack must have felt in the story of Jack and the Beanstalk, when from the oven in which he was hidden he heard the ogre ask his wife what young children she had got for his supper. With much courage, and, as the event proved, with not less courage than discretion, he took the bull by the horns, and announced himself at once as having just come in after having met with a terrible misfortune. Little by little he told his story, and though Theobald stormed somewhat about his incredible folly and carelessness, he got off better than he expected. Theobald and Christina had indeed at first been inclined to connect his absence from dinner with Ellen's dismissal, but on finding it clear, as Theobald said, everything was always clear with Theobald, that Ernest had not been in the house all the morning, and could therefore have known nothing about what had happened, he was acquitted on this account for once in a way, without a stain upon his character. Perhaps Theobald was in a good temper. He may have seen from the paper that morning that his stocks had been rising. It may have been this or 20 other things, but whatever it was, he did not scold so much as Ernest had expected, and seeing the boy look exhausted and believing him to be much grieved at the loss of his watch, Theobald actually prescribed a glass of wine after his dinner, which, strange to say, did not choke him, but made him see things more cheerfully than was usual with him. That night when he said his prayers he inserted a few paragraphs to the effect that he might not be discovered, and that things might go well with Ellen, but he was anxious and ill at ease. His guilty conscience pointed out to him a score of weak places in his story, through any one of which detection might even yet easily enter. Next day and for many days afterwards he fled when no man was pursuing, and trembled each time he heard his father's voice calling for him. He already had so many causes of anxiety that he could stand little more, and in spite of all his endeavors to look cheerful, even his mother could see that something was preying on his mind. Then the idea returned to her that, after all, her son might not be innocent in the Ellen matter, and this was so interesting that she felt bound to get as near the truth as she could. "Come here, my poor pale-faced, heavy-eyed boy," she said to him one day in her kindest manner. "Come and sit down by me, and we will have a little quiet confidential talk together, will we not?" The boy went mechanically to the sofa. Whenever his mother wanted what she called a confidential talk with him, she always selected the sofa as the most suitable ground on which to open her campaign. All mothers do this. The sofa is to them what the dining-room is to fathers. In the present case the sofa was particularly well adapted for a strategic purpose, being an old-fashioned one with a high back, mattress, bolsters, and cushions. Once safely penned into one of its deep corners, It was like a dentist's chair, not too easy to get out of again. Here she could get at him better to pull him about, if this should seem desirable, or if she thought fit to cry, she could bury her head into the sofa cushion and abandon herself to an agony of grief, which seldom failed of its effect. None of her favourite manoeuvres were so easily adopted in her usual seat, the armchair on the right-hand side of the fireplace, and so well did her son know from his mother's tone that this was going to be a sofa conversation, that he took his place like a lamb as soon as she began to speak, and before she could reach the sofa herself. "My dearest boy," began his mother, taking hold of his hand and placing it within her own, "promise me never to be afraid of either your dear papa or of me. Promise me this, my dear, as you love me, promise it to me." And she kissed him again and again, and stroked his hair, but with her other hand she still kept hold of his. She had got him, and she meant to keep him. The lad hung down his head and promised. What else could he do? "You know there is no one, dear, dear Ernest, who loves you so much as your papa and I do, no one who watches so carefully over your interests, or who is so anxious to enter into all your little joys and troubles as we are. But, my dearest boy, it grieves me to think that sometimes you have not that perfect love for and confidence in us, which you ought to have. You know, my darling, that it would be as much our pleasure as our duty to watch over the development of your moral and spiritual nature. But alas, you will not let us see your moral and spiritual nature. At times we are almost inclined to doubt whether you have a moral and spiritual nature at all. Of your inner life, my dear, we know nothing beyond such scraps as we can glean in spite of you, from little things which escape you almost before you know that you have said them." The boy winced at this. It made him feel hot and uncomfortable all over. He knew well how careful he ought to be, and yet, do what he could, from time to time his forgetfulness of the part betrayed him into unreserve. His mother saw that he winced, and enjoyed the scratch she had given him. Had she felt less confident of victory, she had better have foregone the pleasure of touching as it were the eyes at the end of the snail's horns, in order to enjoy seeing the snail draw them in again. But she knew that when she had got him well down into the sofa, and held his hand, she had the enemy almost absolutely at her mercy, and could do pretty much what she liked. "Papa does not feel," she continued, "that you love him with the fullness and unreserve which would prompt you to have no concealment from him, and to tell him everything freely and fearlessly as your most loving earthly friend, next only to your heavenly Father. Perfect love, as we know, casteth out fear. Your Father loves you perfectly, my darling, but he does not feel as though you loved him perfectly in return. If you fear him, it is because you do not love him as he deserves, and I know it sometimes cuts him to the very heart to think that he has earned from you a deeper and more willing sympathy than you display towards him. Oh, Ernest, Ernest, do not grieve someone who is so good and noble-hearted by conduct which I can call by no other name than ingratitude." Ernest could never stand being spoken to in this way by his mother, for he still believed that she loved him, and that he was fond of her and had a friend in her, up to a certain point. But his mother was beginning to come to the end of her tether. She had played the domestic confidence trick upon him times without number already. Over and over again she had wheedled from him all she wanted to know, and afterwards got him to the most horrible scrape by telling the whole to Theobald. Ernest had remonstrated more than once upon these occasions, and had pointed out to his mother how disastrous to him his confidences had been. But Christina had always joined issue with him, and showed him in the clearest possible manner that in each case she had been right, and that he could not reasonably complain. Generally it was her conscience that forbade her to be silent, and against this there was no appeal, for we are all bound to follow the dictates of our conscience. Ernest used to have to recite a hymn about conscience. It was to the effect that if you did not pay attention to its voice, it would soon leave off speaking. "My mamma's conscience has not left off speaking," said Ernest to one of his chums at Roughborough. "It's always jabbering." When a boy has once spoken so disrespectfully as this about his mother's conscience, it is practically all over between him and her. Ernest, through sheer force of habit, of the sofa, and of the return of the associated ideas, was still so moved by the siren's voice as to yearn to sail towards her and fling himself into her arms. But it would not do. There were other associated ideas that returned also, and the mangled bones of too many murdered confessions were lying whitening round the skirts of his mother's dress, to allow him by any possibility to trust her further. So he hung his head and looked sheepish, but kept his own counsel. "I see, my dearest," continued his mother, "either that I am mistaken, and that there is nothing on your mind, or that you will not unburden yourself to me. But oh, Ernest, tell me at least this much. Is there nothing that you repent of, nothing which makes you unhappy in connection with that miserable girl Ellen?" Ernest's heart failed him. "I am a dead boy now," he said to himself. He had not the faintest conception what his mother was driving at, and thought she suspected about the watch, but he held his ground. I do not believe he was much more of a coward than his neighbours, only he did not know that all sensible people are cowards when they are off their beat, or when they think they are going to be roughly handled. I believe that if the truth were known, it would be found that even the valiant St. Michael himself tried hard to shirk his famous combat with the dragon. He pretended not to see all sorts of misconduct on the dragon's part, shut his eyes to the eating up of I do not know how many hundreds of men, women, and children whom he had promised to protect, allowed himself to be publicly insulted a dozen times over without resenting it, and in the end, when even an angel could stand it no longer, he shilly-shallied and temporized an unconscionable time before he would fix the day and hour for the encounter. As for the actual combat, it was much such another wurra-wurra as Mrs. Allaby had had with the young man who had in the end married her eldest daughter, till after a time, behold, there was the dragon lying dead, while he was himself alive, and not very seriously hurt after all. "I do not know what you mean, mamma," exclaimed Ernest anxiously, and more or less hurriedly. His mother construed his manner into indignation at being suspected, and being rather frightened herself, she turned tail and scuttled off as fast as her tongue could carry her. "Oh," she said, "I see by your tone that you are innocent. Oh, oh, how I thank my heavenly Father for this! May he, for his dear son's sake, keep you always pure. Your father, my dear," here she spoke hurriedly, but gave him a searching look, "was as pure as a spotless angel when he came to me. Like him, always be self-denying, truly truthful both in word and deed, never forgetful whose son and grandson you are, nor of the name we gave you, of the sacred stream in whose waters your sins were washed out of you through the blood and blessing of Christ," etc. But Ernest cut this, I will not say short, but a great deal shorter than it would have been if Christina had had her say out, by extricating himself from his mamma's embrace and showing a clean pair of heels. As he got near the purlieu of the kitchen, where he was more at ease, he heard his father calling for his mother, and again his guilty conscience rose against him. "He has found all out now," it cried, "and he is going to tell mamma, and this time I am done for." But there was nothing in it. His father only wanted the key to the cellaret. Then Ernest slunk off into a coppice or spinney behind the rectory paddock, and consoled himself with a pipe of tobacco. Here in the wood, with the summer sun streaming through the trees and a book and his pipe, the boy forgot his cares and had an interval of rest without which I verily believe his life would have been insupportable. Of course, Ernest was made to look for his lost property, and a reward was offered for it, but it seemed he had wandered a good deal off the path, thinking to find a lark's nest more than once, and looking for a watch and a purse on Battersby pie-wipes was very like looking for a needle in a bundle of hay. Besides, it might have been found and taken by some tramp, or by a magpie, of which there were many in the neighborhood, so that after a week or 10 days the search was discontinued, and the unpleasant fact had to be faced that Ernest must have another watch, another knife, and a small sum of pocket money. It was only right, however, that Ernest should pay half the cost of the watch. This should be made easy for him, for it should be deducted from his pocket money in half-yearly installments, extending over 2 or it might be 3 years. In Ernest's own interests, then, as well as those of his father and mother, it would be well that the watch should cost as little as possible, so it was resolved to buy a second-hand one. Nothing was to be said to Ernest, but it was to be bought and laid upon his plate as a surprise just before the holidays were over. Theobald would have to go to the county town in a few days, and could then find some second-hand watch which would answer sufficiently well. In the course of time, therefore, Theobald went, furnished with a long list of household commissions, among which was the purchase of a watch for Ernest. Those, as I have said, were always happy times, when Theobald was away for a whole day certain. The boy was beginning to feel easy in his mind, as though God had heard his prayers, and he was not going to be found out. Altogether the day had proved an unusually tranquil one, but, alas, it was not to close as it had begun. The fickle atmosphere in which he lived was never more likely to breed a storm than after such an interval of brilliant calm, and when Theobald returned, Ernest had only to look in his face to see that a hurricane was approaching. Christina saw that something had gone very wrong, and was quite frightened lest Theobald should have some serious money loss. He did not, however, at once unbosom himself, but rang the bell and said to the servant, "Tell Master Ernest I wish to speak to him in the dining-room." End of chapter 40. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 41 and 42 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 41. Long before Ernest reached the dining-room, his ill-divining soul had told him that his sin had found him out. What head of family ever sends for any of its members into the dining-room, if his intentions are honorable? When he reached it, he found it empty, his father having been called away for a few minutes unexpectedly upon some parish business, and he was left in the same kind of suspense as people are in after they have been ushered into their dentist's ante-room. Of all the rooms in the house, he hated the dining-room worst. It was here that he had had to do his Latin and Greek lessons with his father. It had a smell of some particular kind of polish or varnish which was used in polishing the furniture, and neither I nor Ernest can even now come within range of the smell of this kind of varnish without our hearts failing us. Over the chimney-piece there was a veritable old master, one of the few original pictures which Mr. George Pontifex had brought from Italy. It was supposed to be a Salvator Rosa, and had been bought as a great bargain. The subject was Elijah or Elisha, whichever it was, being fed by the ravens in the desert. There were the ravens in the upper right-hand corner with bread and meat in their beaks and claws, and there was the prophet in question in the lower left-hand corner, looking longingly up towards them. When Ernest was a very small boy, it had been a constant matter of regret to him that the food which the ravens carried never actually reached the prophet. He did not understand the limitation of the painter's art, and wanted the meat and the prophet to be brought into direct contact. One day, with the help of some steps which had been left in the room, he had clambered up to the picture, and with a piece of bread and butter traced a greasy line right across it from the ravens to Elisha's mouth, after which he had felt more comfortable. Ernest's mind was drifting back to this youthful escapade when he heard his father's hand on the door, and in another second Theobald entered. "Oh, Ernest," he said, in an offhand, rather cheery manner, "there's a little matter which I should like you to explain to me, as I have no doubt you very easily can." Thump, 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 went Ernest's heart against his ribs, but his father's manner was so much nicer than usual that he began to think it might be, after all, only another false alarm. "It had occurred to your mother and myself that we should like to set you up with a watch again before you went back to school." "Oh, that's all," said Ernest to himself, quite relieved. "And I have been to-day to look out for a second-hand one, which should answer every purpose so long as you're at school." Theobald spoke as if watches had half a dozen purposes besides timekeeping, but he could hardly open his mouth without using one or the other of his tags, and answering every purpose was one of them. Ernest was breaking out into the usual expression of gratitude, when Theobald continued, "You are interrupting me," and Ernest's heart thumped again. "You are interrupting me, Ernest. I have not yet done." Ernest was instantly dumb. "I passed several shops with second-hand watches for sale, but I saw none of a description and price which pleased me, till at last I was shown one which had, so the shopman said, been left with him recently for sale, and which at once I recognized as the one which had been given you by your Aunt Alethea. Even if I had failed to recognize it, as perhaps I might have done, I should have identified it directly it reached my hands, inasmuch as it had E.P., a present from A.P., engraved upon the inside. I need say no more to show you that this was the very watch which you told your mother and me that had dropped out of your pocket." Up to this time Theobald's manner had been studiously calm, and his words had been uttered slowly. But here he suddenly quickened and flung off the mask as he added the words, "or some such cock-and-bull story, which your mother and I were too truthful to disbelieve. You can guess what must be our feelings now." Ernest felt that this last home thrust was just. In his less anxious moments he had thought his papa and mamma green for the readiness with which they believed him, but he could not deny that their credulity was a proof of their habitual truthfulness of mind. In common justice he must own that it was very dreadful for two such truthful people to have a son as untruthful as he knew himself to be. "Believing that a son of your mother and myself would be incapable of falsehood, I had at once assumed that some tramp had picked up the watch and was now trying to dispose of it." This, to the best of my belief, was not accurate. Theobald's first assumption had been that it was Ernest who was trying to sell the watch, and it was an inspiration of the moment to say that his magnanimous mind had at once conceived the idea of a tramp. You may imagine how shocked I was when I discovered that the watch had been brought for sale by that miserable woman Ellen. Here Ernest's heart hardened a little, and he felt as near an approach to an instinct to turn as one so defenceless could be expected to feel. His father quickly perceived this and continued, "Who was turned out of this house in circumstances which I will not pollute your ears by more particularly describing." I put aside the horrid conviction which was beginning to dawn upon me, and assumed that in the interval between her dismissal and her leaving this house she had added theft to her other sin, and having found your watch in your bedroom, had purloined it. It even occurred to me that you might have missed your watch after the woman was gone, and suspecting who had taken it, had run after the carriage in order to recover it. But when I told the shopman of my suspicions, he assured me that the person who left it with him had declared most solemnly that it had been given her by her master's son, whose property it was, and who had a perfect right to dispose of it. He told me further that, Thinking the circumstances in which the watch was offered for sale somewhat suspicious, he had insisted upon the woman's telling him the whole story of how she came by it, before he would consent to buy it of her. He said that at first, as women of that stamp invariably do, she tried prevarication, but on being threatened that she should at once be given into custody if she did not tell the whole truth, she described the way in which you had run after the carriage till, as she said, you were black in the face, and insisted on giving her all your pocket-money, your knife, and your watch. She added that my coachman John, whom I shall instantly discharge, was witness to the whole transaction. Now, Ernest, be pleased to tell me whether this appalling story is true or false." It never occurred to Ernest to ask his father why he did not hit a man his own size, or to stop him midway in the story with a remonstrance against being kicked when he was down. The boy was too much shocked and shaken to be inventive. He could only drift and stammer out that the tale was true. "So I feared," said Theobald. "And now, Ernest, be good enough to ring the bell." When the bell had been answered, Theobald desired that John should be sent for, and when John came, Theobald calculated the wages due to him and desired him at once to leave the house. John's manner was quiet and respectful. He took his dismissal as a matter of course, for Theobald had hinted enough to make him understand why he was being discharged. But when he saw Ernest sitting pale and awestruck on the edge of his chair against the dining-room wall, a sudden thought seemed to strike him, and turning to Theobald he said in a broad northern accent, which I will not attempt to reproduce, "Look here, master, I can guess what all this is about. Now, before I goes, I want to have a word with you." "Ernest," said Theobald, "leave the room." "No, Master Ernest, you shan't," said John, planting himself against the door. "Now, master," he continued, "you may do as you please about me. I've been a good servant to you, and I don't mean to say as you've been a bad master to me, but I do say that if you bear hardly on Master Ernest here, I have those in the village as'll hear on't and let me know, and if I do hear on't, I'll come back and break every bone in your skin, so there." John's breath came and went quickly, as though he would have been well enough pleased to begin the bone-breaking business at once. Theobald turned an ashen color, not, as he explained afterwards, at the idle threats of a detected and angry ruffian, but at such atrocious insolence from one of his own servants. "I shall leave Master Ernest, John," he rejoined proudly, "to the reproaches of his own conscience." "Thank God and thank John," thought Ernest. "As for yourself, I admit that you have been an excellent servant until this unfortunate business came on, and I shall have much pleasure in giving you a character if you want one. Have you anything more to say?" "No more nor what I have said," said John sullenly. "But what I've said I means, and I'll stick to, character or no character." "Oh, you need not be afraid about your character, John," said Theobald kindly, "and as it is getting late there can be no occasion for you to leave the house before tomorrow morning." To this there was no reply from John, who retired, packed up his things, and left the house at once. When Christina heard what had happened, she said she could condone all except that Theobald should have been subjected to such insolence from one of his own servants through the misconduct of his son. Theobald was the bravest man in the whole world, and could easily have collared the wretch and turned him out of the room. But how far more dignified, how far nobler had been his reply! How it would tell in a novel or upon the stage, for though the stage was as a whole immoral, yet there were doubtless some plays which were improving spectacles. She could fancy the whole house hushed with excitement at hearing John's menace, and hardly breathing by reason of their interest and expectation of the coming answer. Then the actor, probably the great and good Mr. Macready, would say, "I shall leave Master Ernest, John, to the reproaches of his own conscience." Oh, it was sublime! What a roar of applause must follow! Then she should enter herself, and fling her arms about her husband's neck, and call him her lion-hearted husband. When the curtain dropped, it would be buzzed about the house that the scene just witnessed had been drawn from real life, and had actually occurred in the household of the Reverend Theobald Pontifex, who had married a Miss Allaby, etc., etc. As regards Ernest, the suspicions which had already crossed her mind were deepened, but she thought it better to leave the matter where it was. At present she was in a very strong position. Ernest's official purity was firmly established, but at the same time he had shown himself so susceptible that she was able to fuse two contradictory impressions concerning him into a single idea, and consider him as a kind of Joseph and Don Juan in one. This was what she had wanted all along, but her vanity being gratified by the possession of such a son, there was an end to it. The son himself was not. No doubt if John had not interfered, Ernest would have had to expiate his offence with ache, penury, and imprisonment. As it was, the boy was to consider himself as undergoing these punishments, and as suffering pangs of unavailing remorse, inflicted on him by his conscience into the bargain. But beyond the fact that Theobald kept him more closely to his holiday task, and the continued coldness of his parents, no ostensible punishment was meted out against him. Ernest, however, tells me that he looks back upon this as the time when he began to know that he had a cordial and active dislike for both his parents, which I suppose means that he was now beginning to be aware that he was reaching man's estate. Chapter 42. About a week before he went back to school, his father again sent for him into the dining-room, and told him that he should restore him his watch, but that he should deduct the sum he had paid for it, for he had thought it better to pay a few shillings rather than dispute the ownership of the watch, seeing that Ernest had undoubtedly given it to Ellen, from his pocket-money in payments which should extend over 2 half-years. He would therefore have to go back to Roughborough this half-year with only 5 shillings in his pocket. If he wanted more, he must earn more merit money. Ernest was not so careful about money as a pattern boy should be. He did not say to himself, "Now I have got a sovereign, which must last me 15 weeks, therefore I may spend exactly 1 shilling and 4 pence in each week," and spend exactly 1 and 4 pence in each week accordingly. He ran through his money at about the same rate as other boys did, being pretty well cleaned out a few days after he had got back to school. When he had no more money, he got a little into debt, and when as far in debt as he could see his way to repaying, he went without luxuries. Immediately he got any money, he would pay his debts. If there was any over, he would spend it. If there was not, and there seldom was, he would begin to go on tick again. His finance was always based upon the supposition that he could go back to school with £1 in his pocket, of which he owed, say, a matter of 15 shillings. There would be 5 shillings for sundry school subscriptions, but when these were paid, the weekly allowance of 6 pence given to each boy in hall, his merit money, which this half he was resolved should come to a good sum, and renewed credit would carry him through the half. The sudden failure of 15 shillings was disastrous to my hero's scheme of finance. His face betrayed his emotions so clearly that Theobald said he was determined to learn the truth at once, and this time without days and days of falsehood, before he reached it. The melancholy fact was not long in coming out, namely, that the wretched Ernest added debt to the vices of idleness, falsehood, and possibly, for it was not impossible, immorality. How had he come to get into debt? Did the other boys do so? Ernest reluctantly admitted that they did. With what shops did they get into debt? This was asking too much. Ernest said he didn't know. "Oh, Ernest, Ernest!" exclaimed his mother, who was in the room. "Do not so soon a second time presume upon the forbearance of the tenderest-hearted father in the world. Give time for one stab to heal before you wound him with another." This was all very fine, but what was Ernest to do? How could he get the school shopkeepers into trouble by owning that they let some of the boys go on tick with them? There was Mrs. Cross, a good old soul, who used to sell hot rolls and butter for breakfast, or eggs and toast, or it might be the quarter of a fowl with bread sauce and mashed potatoes, for which she would charge 6 penny. If she made a farthing out of the 6 pence, it was as much as she did. When the boys would come trooping into her shop after the hounds, how often had not Ernest heard her say to her servant girls, "Now then, you wanches, get some cheers." All the boys were fond of her, and was he, Ernest, to tell tales about her? It was horrible. "Now look here, Ernest," said his father with the blackest scowl. "I am going to put a stop to this nonsense once and for all. Either take me fully into your confidence as a son should take a father, and trust me to deal with this matter as a clergyman and a man of the world, or understand distinctly that I shall take the whole story to Dr. Skinner, who, I imagine, will take much sterner measures than I should." "Oh, Ernest, Ernest," sobbed Christina, "be wise in time, and trust those who have already shown you that they know but too well how to be forbearing." No genuine hero of romance should have hesitated for a moment. Nothing should have cajoled or frightened him into telling tales out of school. Ernest thought of his ideal boys. They, he well knew, would have let their tongues be cut out of them before information could have been wrung from any word of theirs. But Ernest was not an ideal boy, and he was not strong enough for his surroundings. I doubt how far any boy could withstand the moral pressure which was brought to bear upon him. At any rate, he could not do so, and after a little more writhing he yielded himself as passive prey to the enemy. He consoled himself with the reflection that his papa had not played the confidence trick on him quite as often as his mamma had, and that probably it was better he should tell his father than that his father should insist on Dr. Skinner making an inquiry. His papa's conscience jabbered a good deal, but not as much as his mamma's. The little fool forgot that he had not given his father as many chances of betraying him as he had given to Christina. Then it all came out. He owed this at Mrs. Cross's, and this to Mrs. Jones, and this at the Swan and Bottle public-house, to say nothing of another shilling or 6 pence or two in other quarters. Nevertheless, Theobald and Christina were not satiated, but rather the more they discovered, the greater grew their appetite for discovery. It was their obvious duty to find out everything, for though they might rescue their own darling from this hotbed of iniquity without getting to know more than they knew at present, were there not other papas and mammas with darlings whom they were also bound to rescue, if it were yet possible? What boys, then, owed money to these harpies as well as Ernest? Here again was a feeble show of resistance, but the thumbscrews were instantly applied, and Ernest, demoralized as he already was, recanted and submitted himself to the powers that were. He told only a little less than he knew or thought he knew. He was examined, re-examined, cross-examined, sent to the retirement of his own bedroom and cross-examined again. The The smoking in Mrs. Jones's kitchen all came out, which boys smoked and which did not, which boys owed money, and roughly how much and where, which boys swore and used bad language. Theobald was resolved that this time Ernest should, as he called it, take him into his confidence without reserve. So the school list which went with Dr. Skinner's half-yearly bills was brought out, and the most secret character of each boy was gone through seriatim by Mr. and Mrs. Pontifex, so far as it was in Ernest's power to give information concerning it. And yet Theobald had on the preceding Sunday preached a less feeble sermon than he commonly preached, upon the horrors of the Inquisition. No matter how awful was the depravity revealed to them, the pair never flinched, but probed and probed, till they were on the point of reaching subjects more delicate than they had yet touched upon. Here Ernest's unconscious self took the matter up, and made a resistance to which his conscious self was unequal, by tumbling him off his chair in a fit of fainting. Dr. Martin was sent for and pronounced the boy to be seriously unwell. At the same time he prescribed absolute rest and absence from nervous excitement. So the anxious parents were unwillingly compelled to be content with what they had got already, being frightened into leading him a quiet life for the short remainder of the holidays. They were not idle, but Satan can find as much mischief for busy hands as for idle ones. So he sent a little job in the direction of Battersby, which Theobald and Christina undertook immediately. It would be a pity, they reasoned, that Ernest should leave Roughborough, now that he had been there 3 years. It would be difficult to find another school for him, and to explain why he left Roughborough. Besides, Dr. Skinner and Theobald were supposed to be old friends, and it would be unpleasant to offend him. These were all valid reasons for not removing the boy. The proper thing to do, then, would be to warn Dr. Skinner confidentially of the state of his school, and to furnish him with a school list annotated with the remarks extracted from Ernest, which should be appended to the name of each boy. Theobald was the perfection of neatness. While his son was ill upstairs, he copied out the school list so that he could throw his comments into a tabular form, which assumed the following shape, only that, of course, I have changed the names. 1 cross in each square was to indicate occasional offence, 2 stood for frequent, and 3 for habitual delinquency. Smith, smoking, no cross. Drinking beer at the Swan and Bottle, no cross. Swearing and obscene language, 2 crosses. Notes, will smoke next half. Brown, smoking, 3 crosses. Drinking beer at the Swan and Bottle, no cross. Swearing and obscene language, 1 cross. Jones, smoking, 1 cross. Drinking beer at the Swan and Bottle, 2 crosses. Swearing and obscene language, 3 crosses. Robinson, smoking, 2 crosses. Drinking beer at the Swan and Bottle, 2 crosses. Swearing and obscene language, 1 cross. And thus through the whole school. Of course, in justice to Ernest, Dr. Skinner would be bound over to secrecy before a word was said to him, but Ernest being thus protected, he could not be furnished with the facts too completely. End of chapter 42. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 43 and 44 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 43. So important did Theobald consider this matter that he made a special journey to Roughborough before the half-year began. It was a relief to have him out of the house, but though his destination was not mentioned, Ernest guessed where he had gone. To this day he considers his conduct at this crisis to have been one of the most serious laches of his life, one which he could never think of without shame and indignation. He says he ought to have run away from home, but what good could he have done if he had? He would have been caught, brought back, and examined 2 days later instead of 2 days earlier. A boy of barely 16 cannot stand against the moral pressure of a father and mother who have always oppressed him, any more than he could cope physically with a powerful, full-grown man. True, he may allow himself to be killed rather than yield, but this is being so morbidly heroic as to come close round again to cowardice, for it is little else than suicide, which is universally condemned as cowardly. On the reassembling of the school it became apparent that something had gone wrong. Dr. Skinner called the boys together and with much pomp excommunicated Mrs. Cross and Mrs. Jones by declaring their shops to be out of bounds. The street in which the Swan and Bottle stood was also forbidden. The vices of drinking and smoking therefore were clearly aimed at, and before prayers Dr. Skinner spoke a few impressive words about the abominable sin of using bad language. Ernest's feelings can be imagined. Next day, at the hour when the daily punishments were read out, though there had not yet been time for him to have offended, Ernest Pontifex was declared to have incurred every punishment which the school provided for evildoers. He was placed on the idle list for the whole half-year, and on perpetual detentions. His bounds were curtailed, he was to attend junior callings over. In fact, he was so hemmed in with punishments upon every side that it was hardly possible for him to go outside the school gates. This unparalleled list of punishments inflicted on the first day of the half-year, and intended to last till the ensuing Christmas holidays, was not connected with any specified offence. It required no great penetration, therefore, on the part of the boys, to connect Ernest with the putting Mrs. Cross's and Mrs. Jones's shops out of bounds. Great indeed was the indignation about Mrs. Cross, who, it was known, remembered Dr. Skinner himself as a small boy, only just got into jackets, and had doubtless let him have many a sausage and mashed potatoes upon deferred payment. The head boys assembled in conclave to consider what steps should be taken, but hardly had they done so before Ernest knocked timidly at the head room door, and took the bull by the horns by explaining the facts as far as he could bring himself to do so. He made a clean breast of everything, except about the school list and the remarks he had made about each boy's character. This infamy was more than he could own to, and he kept his counsel concerning it. Fortunately, he was safe in doing so, for Dr. Skinner, pedant and more pedant though he was, had still just sense enough to turn on Theobald in the matter of the school list. Whether he resented being told that he did not know the characters of his own boys, or whether he dreaded a scandal about the school, I know not, but when Theobald had handed him the list over which he had expended so much pains, Dr. Skinner had cut him uncommonly short, and had then and there, with more suavity than was usual with him, committed it to the flames before Theobald's own eyes. Ernest got off with the head boys easier than he expected. It was admitted that the offence, heinous though it was, had been committed under extenuating circumstances. The frankness with which the culprit had confessed all, his evidently unfeigned remorse, and the fury with which Dr. Skinner was pursuing him, tended to bring about a reaction in his favour, as though he had been more sinned against than sinning. As the half-year wore on, his spirits gradually revived, and when attacked by one of his fits of self-abasement, he was in some degree consoled by having found out that even his father and mother, whom he had supposed so immaculate, were no better than they should be. About the 5th of November it was a school custom to meet on a certain common not far from Roughborough and burn somebody in effigy, this being the compromise arrived at in the matter of fireworks and Guy Fawkes festivities. This year it was decided that Pontifex's governor should be the victim, and Ernest, though a good deal exercised in mind as to what he ought to do, in the end saw no sufficient reason for holding aloof from proceedings which, as he justly remarked, could not do his father any harm. It so happened that the bishop had held a confirmation at the school on the 5th of November. Dr. Skinner had not quite liked the selection of this day, but the bishop was pressed by many engagements, and had been compelled to make the arrangement as it then stood. Ernest was among those who had to be confirmed, and was deeply impressed with the solemn importance of the ceremony. When he felt the huge old bishop drawing down upon him as he knelt in chapel, he could hardly breathe, and when the apparition paused before him and laid its hands upon his head, he was frightened almost out of his wits. He felt that he had arrived at one of the great turning points of his life, and that the Ernest of the future could resemble only very faintly the Ernest of the past. This happened at about noon, but by the 1 o'clock dinner hour the effect of the confirmation had worn off, and he saw no reason why he should forego his annual amusement with the bonfire. So he went with the others, and was very valiant till the image was actually produced and was about to be burnt. Then he felt a little frightened. It was a poor thing enough, made of paper, calico, and straw, but they had christened it the Reverend Theobald Pontifex, and he had a revulsion of feeling as he saw it being carried toward the bonfire. Still he held his ground, and in a few minutes, when all was over, felt none the worse for having assisted at a ceremony which, after all, was prompted by a boyish love of mischief rather than by rancour. I should say that Ernest had written to his father, and told him of the unprecedented way in which he was being treated. He even ventured to suggest that Theobald should interfere for his protection, and reminded him how the story had been got out of him, but Theobald had had enough of Dr. Skinner for the present. The burning of the school list had been a rebuff which did not encourage him to meddle a second time in the internal economics of Roughborough. He therefore replied that he must either remove Ernest from Roughborough altogether, which would for many reasons be undesirable, or trust to the discretion of the headmaster as regards the treatment he might think best for any of his pupils. Ernest said no more. He still felt that it was so discreditable to him to have allowed any confession to be wrung from him, that he could not press the promised amnesty for himself. It was during the Mother Cross row, as it was long styled among the boys, that a remarkable phenomenon was witnessed at Roughborough. I mean that of the head boys under certain conditions doing errands for their juniors. The head boys had no bounds, and could go to Mrs. Cross's whenever they liked. They actually, therefore, made themselves go-betweens, and would get anything from either Mrs. Cross's or Mrs. Jones for any boy, no matter how low in the school, between the hours of 8:45 and 9 in the morning, and 5:45 and 6 in the afternoon. By degrees, however, the boys grew bolder, and the shops, though not openly declared inbounds again, were tacitly allowed to be so. Chapter 44. I may spare the reader more details about my hero's school days. He rose, always in spite of himself, into the doctor's form, and for the last 2 years or so of his time was among the preposters, though he never rose into the upper half of them. He did little, and I think the doctor rather gave him up as a boy whom he had better leave to himself, for he rarely made him construe, and he used to send in his exercises, or not, pretty much as he liked. His tacit, unconscious obstinacy had in time effected more even than a few bold sallies in the first instance would have done. To the end of his career his position inter pares was what it had been at the beginning. namely among the upper part of the less reputable class, whether of seniors or juniors, rather than among the lower part of the more respectable. Only once in the whole course of his school life did he get praise from Dr. Skinner for any exercise, and this he has treasured as the best example of guarded approval which he has ever seen. He had had to write a copy of Alcaics on the dogs of the monks of St. Bernard, and when the exercise was returned to him he found the doctor had written on it, "In this copy of Alcaics, which is still excessively bad, I fancy that I can discern some faint symptoms of improvement." Ernest says that if the exercise was any better than usual it must have been by a fluke, for he is sure that he always liked dogs, especially St. Bernard dogs, far too much to take any pleasure in writing Alcaics about them. "As I look back upon it," he said to me but the other day, with a hearty laugh, "I respect myself more for having never once got the best mark for an exercise than I should do if I had got it every time it could be got. I am glad nothing could make me do Latin and Greek verses. I am glad Skinner could never get any moral influence over me. I am glad I was idle at school, and I am glad my father overtasked me as a boy. Otherwise, likely enough, I should have acquiesced in the swindle, and might have written as good a copy of Alcaics about the dogs of the monks of St. Bernard as my neighbours, and yet I don't know, for I remember there was another boy who sent in a Latin copy of some sort, but for his own pleasure he wrote the following: "The dogs of the monks of St. Bernard go to pick little children out of the snow, and around their necks is the cordial gin, tied with a little bit of bobbin." I should like to have written like that, and I did try, but I couldn't. I didn't quite like the last line, and tried to mend it, but I couldn't. I fancied I could see traces of bitterness against the instructors of his youth in Ernest's manner, and said something to this effect. "Oh no," he replied, still laughing, "no more than St. Anthony felt toward the devils who had tempted him, when he met some of them casually 100 or a couple of 100 years afterwards. Of course he knew they were devils, but that was all right enough. There must be devils. St. Anthony probably liked these devils better than most others, and for old acquaintance' sake showed them as much indulgence as was compatible with decorum. Besides, you know," he added, "St. Anthony tempted the devils quite as much as they tempted him, for his peculiar sanctity was a greater temptation to tempt him than they could stand. Strictly speaking, it was the devils who were to be more pitied, for they were led up by St. Anthony to be tempted and fell, whereas St. Anthony did not fall. I believe I was a disagreeable and unintelligible boy, and if ever I meet Skinner there is no one whom I would shake hands with, or do a good turn to, more readily." At home things went on rather better. The Ellen and Mother Cross rose sank slowly down upon the horizon, and even at home he had quieter times now that he had become a praepostor. Nevertheless, the watchful eye and protecting hand were still ever over him to guard his comings in and his goings out, and to spy out all his ways. Is it wonderful that the boy, though always trying to keep up appearances as though he were cheerful and contented, and at times actually being so, wore an often anxious, jaded look when he thought none were looking, which told of an almost incessant conflict within? Doubtless Theobald saw these looks and knew how to interpret them, but it was his profession to know how to shut his eyes to things that were inconvenient. No clergyman could keep his benefice for a month if he could not do this. Besides, he had allowed himself for so many years to say things he ought not to have said, and not to say the things he ought to have said, that he was little likely to see anything that he thought it more convenient not to see, unless he was made to do so. It was not much that was wanted: to make no mysteries where nature has made none, to bring his conscience under something like reasonable control, to give Ernest his head a little more. to ask fewer questions, and to give him pocket money with a desire that it should be spent upon menus plaisirs. "Call that not much indeed?" laughed Ernest, as I read him what I have just written. "Why, it is the whole duty of a father, but it is the mystery-making which is the worst evil. If people would dare to speak to one another unreservedly, there would be a good deal less sorrow in the world 100 years hence." To return, however, to Roughborough. On the day of his leaving, when he was sent for into the library to be shaken hands with, he was surprised to feel that, though assuredly glad to leave, he did not do so with any especial grudge against the doctor rankling in his breast. He had come to the end of it all, and was still alive, nor, take it all around, more seriously amiss than other people. Dr. Skinner had received him graciously, and was even frolicsome after his own heavy fashion. Young people are almost always placable, and Ernest felt as he went away that another such interview would not only have wiped off all old scores, but have brought him round into the ranks of the doctor's admirers and supporters, among whom it is only fair to say that the greater number of the more promising boys were found. Just before saying good-bye, the doctor actually took down a volume from those shelves which had seemed so awful 6 years previously, and gave it to him after having written his name in it, and the words meaning "with all kind wishes from the donor." This book was one written in Latin by a German, Schoeman, De Comitis Atheniensibus. Not exactly light and cheerful reading, but Ernest felt it was high time he got to understand the Athenian constitution and manner of voting. He had got them up a great many times already, but had forgotten them as fast as he had learned them. Now, however, that the doctor had given him this book, he would master the subject once and for all. How strange it was! He wanted to remember these things very badly. He knew he did, but he could never retain them. In spite of himself, they no sooner fell upon his mind than they fell off it again. He had such a dreadful memory. Whereas if anyone played him a piece of music and told him where it came from, he never forgot that, though he made no effort to retain it, and was not even conscious of trying to remember it at all. His mind must be badly formed, and he was no good. Having still a short time to spare, he got the keys of St. Michael's Church, and went to have a farewell practice upon the organ, which he could now play fairly well. He walked up and down the aisle for a while in a meditative mood, and then settling down to the organ, played "They loathe to drink of the river" about 6 times over, after which he felt more composed and happier. Then, tearing himself away from the instrument he loved so well, he hurried to the station. As the train drew out, he looked down from a high embankment on to the little house his aunt had taken, and where it might be said she had died through her desire to do him a kindness. There were the 2 well-known bow windows, out of which he had often stepped to run across the lawn into the workshop. He reproached himself with the little gratitude he had shown towards this kind lady, the only one of his relations whom he had ever felt as though he could have taken into his confidence. Dearly as he loved her memory, he was glad she had not known the scrapes he had gotten into since she died. Perhaps she might not have forgiven them, and how awful that would have been! But then, if she had lived, perhaps many of his ills would have been spared him. As he mused thus, he grew sad again. Where, he asked himself, was it all to end? Was it to be always sin, shame, and sorrow in the future, as it had been in the past, and the ever-watchful eye and protecting hand of his father laying burdens on him greater than he could bear? Or was he, too, some day or another to come to feel that he was fairly well and happy? There was a grey mist across the sun, so that the eye could bear its light, and Ernest, while musing as above, was looking right into the middle of the sun himself, as into the face of one whom he knew and was fond of. At first his face was grave, but kindly, as of a tired man who feels that a long task is over, but in a few seconds the more humorous side of his misfortunes presented itself to him, and he smiled half reproachfully, half merrily, as thinking how little all that had happened to him really mattered, and how small were his hardships as compared with those of most people. Still looking into the eye of the sun and smiling dreamily, he thought how he had helped to burn his father in effigy, and his look grew merrier, till at last he broke out into a laugh. Exactly at this moment the light veil of cloud parted from the sun, and he was brought to terra firma by the breaking forth of the sunshine. On this he became aware that he was being watched attentively by a fellow traveller opposite to him, an elderly gentleman with a large head and iron-grey hair. "My young friend," said he, good-naturedly, "you really must not carry on conversations with people in the sun, while you are in a public railway carriage." The old gentleman said not another word, but unfolded his Times and began to read it. As for Ernest, he blushed crimson. The pair did not speak during the rest of the time they were in the carriage, but they eyed each other from time to time, so that the face of each was impressed on the recollection of the other. End of chapter 44. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 45 and 46 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 45. Some people say that their school days were the happiest of their lives. They may be right, but I always look with suspicion upon those whom I hear saying this. It is hard enough to know whether one is happy or unhappy now, and still harder to compare the relative happiness or unhappiness of different times of one's life. The utmost that can be said is that we are fairly happy so long as we are not distinctly aware of being miserable. As I was talking with Ernest one day not so long since about this, he said he was so happy now that he was sure he had never been happier, and did not wish to be so, but that Cambridge was the first place where he had ever been consciously and continuously happy. How could any boy fail to feel an ecstasy of pleasure on first finding himself in rooms which he knows for the next few years are to be his castle? Here he will not be compelled to turn out of the most comfortable place as soon as he has ensconced himself in it, because papa or mamma happens to come into the room, and he should give it up to them. The most cosy chair here is for himself. There is no one even to share the room with him, or to interfere with his doing as he likes in it, smoking included. Why, if such a room looked out both back and front onto a blank dead wall, it would still be a paradise. How much more, then, when the view is of some quiet grassy court or cloister or garden, as from the windows of the greater number of rooms at Oxford and Cambridge. Theobald, as an old fellow and tutor of Emmanuel, at which college he had entered Ernest, was able to obtain from the present tutor a certain preference in the choice of rooms. Ernest's, therefore, were very pleasant ones, looking out upon the grassy court that is bounded by the Fellows' Gardens. Theobald accompanied him to Cambridge, and was at his best while doing so. He liked the jaunt, and even he was not without a certain feeling of pride in having a full-blown son at the university. Some of the reflected rays of this splendor were allowed to fall upon Ernest himself. Theobald said he was willing to hope. This was one of his tags, that his son would turn over a new leaf now that he had left school, and for his own part he was only too ready (this was another tag) to let bygones be bygones. Ernest, not yet having his name on the books, was able to dine with his father at the fellows' table of one of the other colleges on the invitation of an old friend of Theobald's. He there made acquaintance with sundry of the good things of this life, the very names of which were new to him, and felt as he ate them that he was now indeed receiving a liberal education. When at length the time came for him to go to Emmanuel, where he was to sleep in his new rooms, his father came with him to the gates and saw him safe into college. A few minutes more and he found himself alone in a room for which he had a latch key. From this time he dated many days which, if not quite unclouded, were upon the whole very happy ones. I need not, however, describe them, as the life of a quiet, steady-going undergraduate has been told in a score of novels better than I can tell it. Some of Ernest's schoolfellows came up to Cambridge at the same time as himself, and with these he continued on friendly terms during the whole of his college career. Other schoolfellows were only a year or two his seniors. These called on him, and he thus made a sufficiently favourable entree into college life. A straightforwardness of character that was stamped upon his face, a love of humour, and a temper which was more easily appeased than ruffled, made up for some awkwardness and want of savoir-faire. He soon became a not unpopular member of the best set of his year, and though neither capable of becoming nor aspiring to become a leader, was admitted by the leaders as among their nearer hangers-on. Of ambition he had at that time not one particle. Greatness, or indeed superiority of any kind, seemed so far off and incomprehensible to him, that the idea of connecting it with himself never crossed his mind. If he could escape the notice of all those with whom he did not feel himself en rapport, he conceived that he had triumphed sufficiently. He did not care about taking a good degree, except that it must be good enough to keep his father and mother quiet. He did not dream of being able to get a fellowship. If he had, he would have tried hard to do so, for he became so fond of Cambridge that he could not bear the thought of having to leave it. The briefness indeed of the season during which his present happiness was to last was almost the only thing that now seriously troubled him. Having less to attend to in the matter of growing, and having got his head more free, he took to reading fairly well, not because he liked it, but because he was told he ought to do so, and his natural instinct, like that of all very young men who are good for anything, was to do as those in authority told him. The intention at Battersby was, for Dr. Skinner had said that Ernest could never get a fellowship, that he should take a sufficiently good degree to be able to get a tutorship or mastership in some school preparatory to taking orders. When he was 21 years old his money was to come into his own hands, and the best thing he could do with it would be to buy the next presentation to a living, the rector of which was now old, and live on his mastership or tutorship till the living fell in. He could buy a very good living for the sum which his grandfather's legacy now amounted to, for Theobald had never had any serious intention of making deductions for his son's maintenance and education, and the money had accumulated till it was now about £5,000. He had only talked about making deductions in order to stimulate the boy to exertion as far as possible, by making him think that this was his only chance of escaping starvation, or perhaps from pure love of teasing. When Ernest had a living of £600 or £700 a year, with a house and not too many parishioners, why, he might add to his income by taking pupils, or even keeping a school, and then, say at 30, he might marry. It was not easy for Theobald to hit on any much more sensible plan. He could not get Ernest into business, for he had no business connections. Besides, He did not know what business meant. He had no interest, again, at the bar. Medicine was a profession which subjected its students to ordeals and temptations which these fond parents shrank from on behalf of their boy. He would be thrown among companions and familiarized with details which might sully him, and though he might stand, it was only too possible that he would fall. Besides, ordination was the road which Theobald knew and understood, and indeed the only road about which he knew anything at all, so not unnaturally it was the one he chose for Ernest. The foregoing had been instilled into my hero from earliest boyhood, much as it had been instilled into Theobald himself, and with the same result. The conviction, namely, that he was certainly to be a clergyman, but that it was a long way off yet, and he supposed it was all right. As for the duty of reading hard, and taking as good a degree as he could, this was plain enough. So he set himself to work, as I have said, steadily, and to the surprise of everyone as well as himself, got a college scholarship, of no great value, but still a scholarship, in his freshman's term. It is hardly necessary to say that Theobald stuck to the whole of this money, believing the pocket money he allowed Ernest to be sufficient for him, and knowing how dangerous it was for young men to have money at command. I do not suppose it even occurred to him to try and remember what he had felt when his father took a like course in regard to himself. Ernest's position in this respect was much what it had been at school, except that things were on a larger scale. His tutors' and cook's bills were paid for him. His father sent him his wine. Over and above this he had £50 a year with which to keep himself in clothes and all other expenses. This was about the usual thing at Emmanuel in Ernest's day, though many had much less than this. Ernest did as he had done at school. He spent what he could soon after he received his money. He then incurred a few modest liabilities, and then lived penuriously till next term, when he would immediately pay his debts and start new ones to much the same extent as those which he had just got rid of. When he came into his £5,000 and became independent of his father, £15 or £20 served to cover the whole of his unauthorized expenditure. He joined the boat club, and was constant in his attendance at the boats. He still smoked, but never took more wine or beer than was good for him, except perhaps on the occasion of a boating supper, but even then he found the consequences unpleasant, and soon learned how to keep within safe limits. He attended chapel as often as he was compelled to do so. He communicated 2 or 3 times a year, because his tutor told him he ought to. In fact, he set himself to live soberly and cleanly, as I imagine all his instincts prompted him to do, and when he fell, as who that is born of woman can help sometimes doing, it was not till after a sharp tussle with a temptation that was more than his flesh and blood could stand. Then he was very penitent, and would go a fairly long while without sinning again, and this was how it had always been with him since he had arrived at years of indiscretion. Even to the end of his career at Cambridge he was not aware that he had it in him to do anything, but others had begun to see that he was not wanting in ability, and sometimes told him so. He did not believe it. Indeed, he knew very well that if they thought him clever they were being taken in, but it pleased him to have been able to take them in, and he tried to do so still further. He was therefore a good deal on the lookout for cants that he could catch and apply in season, and might have done himself some mischief thus, if he had not been ready to throw over any cant as soon as he had come across another more nearly to his fancy. His friends used to say that when he rose he flew like a snipe, darting several times in various directions before he settled down to a steady straight flight, but when he had once got into this, he would keep to it. Chapter 46. When he was in his 3rd year a magazine was founded at Cambridge, the contributions to which were exclusively by undergraduates. Ernest sent in an essay upon the Greek drama, which he had declined to let me reproduce here without his being allowed to re-edit it. I have therefore been unable to give it in its original form, but when pruned of its redundancies, and this is all that has been done to it, it runs as follows. I shall not attempt, within the limits at my disposal, to make a resume of the rise and progress of the Greek drama, but will confine myself to considering whether the reputation enjoyed by the three chief Greek tragedians, Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, is one that will be permanent, or whether they will one day be held to have been overrated. Why, I ask myself, do I see much that I could easily admire in Homer, Thucydides, Herodotus, Demosthenes, Aristophanes, Theocritus, parts of Lucretius, Horace's satires and epistles, to say nothing of other ancient writers, and yet find myself at once repelled by even those works of Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, which are most generally admired? With the first-named writers I am in the hands of men who feel, if not as I do, still as I can understand their feeling, and as I am interested to see that they should have felt. With the second I have so little sympathy that I cannot understand how anyone can ever have taken any interest in them whatever. Their highest flights to me are dull, pompous, and artificial productions, which, if they were to appear now for the first time, would, I should think, either fall dead or be severely handled by the critics. I wish to know whether it is I who am at fault in this matter, or whether part of the blame may not rest with the tragedians themselves. How far, I wonder, did the Athenians genuinely like these poets, and how far was the applause which was lavished upon them due to fashion or affectation? How far, in fact, did admiration for the orthodox tragedians take that place among the Athenians which going to church does among ourselves? This is a venturesome question, considering the verdict now generally given for over 2,000 years, nor should I have permitted myself to ask it if it had not been suggested to me by one whose reputation stands as high, and has been sanctioned for as long time as those of the tragedians themselves. I mean by Aristophanes. Numbers, weight of authority, and time have conspired to place Aristophanes on as high a literary pinnacle as any ancient writer, with the exception perhaps of Homer, but he makes no secret of heartily hating Euripides and Sophocles, and I strongly suspect only praises Aeschylus, that he may run down the other two with greater impunity. For after all there is no such difference between Aeschylus and his successors as will render the former very good and the latter very bad, and the thrusts of Aeschylus which Aristophanes puts into the mouth of Euripides go home too well to have been written by an admirer. It may be observed that while Euripides accuses Aeschylus of being pump-bundle-worded, which I suppose means bombastic and given to rhodomontade, Aeschylus retorts on Euripides that he is a gossip-gleaner, a describer of beggars, and a rag-stitcher, from which it may be inferred that he was truer to the life of his own times than Aeschylus was. It happens, however, that a faithful rendering of contemporary life is the very quality which gives it most permanent interest to any work of fiction, whether in literature or painting, and it is a not unnatural consequence that while only 7 plays by Aeschylus, and the same number by Sophocles, have come down to us, we have no fewer than 19 by Euripides. This, however, is a digression. The question before us is whether Aristophanes really liked Aeschylus or only pretended to do so. It must be remembered that the claims of Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides to the foremost place among tragedians were held to be as incontrovertible as those of Dante, Petrarch, Tasso, and Ariosto to be the greatest of Italian poets are held among the Italians of today. If we can fancy some witty, genial writer, we will say in Florence, finding himself bored by all the poets I have named, we can yet believe he would be unwilling to admit that he disliked them without exception. He would prefer to think he could see something at any rate in Dante, whom he could idealize more easily, inasmuch as he was more remote. In order to carry his countrymen the farther with him, he would endeavor to meet them more than was consistent with his own instincts. Without some such palliation as admiration for one, at any rate, of the tragedians, it would be almost as dangerous for Aristophanes to attack them as it would be for an Englishman now to say that he did not think very much of the Elizabethan dramatists. Yet which of us in his heart likes any of the Elizabethan dramatists except Shakespeare? Are they in reality anything else than literary struldbrugs? I conclude upon the whole that Aristophanes did not like any of the tragedians. Yet no one will deny that this keen, witty, outspoken writer was as good a judge of literary value, and as able to see any beauties that the tragic dramas contained as 9/10 at any rate of ourselves. He had moreover the advantage of thoroughly understanding the standpoint from which the tragedians expected their work to be judged. And what was his conclusion? Briefly, it was little else than this: that they were a fraud, or something very like it. For my own part, I cordially agree with him. I am free to confess that with the exception of perhaps some of the Psalms of David, I know no writings which seem so little to deserve their reputation. I do not know that I should particularly mind my sisters reading them, but I will take good care never to read them myself. This last bit about the Psalms was awful, and there was a great fight with the editor as to whether or no it should be allowed to stand. Ernest himself was frightened at it, but he had once heard someone say that the Psalms were many of them very poor, and on looking at them more closely, after he had been told this, he found that there could hardly be two opinions on the subject. So he caught up the remark and reproduced it as his own, concluding that these Psalms had probably never been written by David at all, but had got in among the others by mistake. The essay, perhaps on account of the passage about the Psalms, created quite a sensation, and on the whole was well received. Ernest's friends praised it more highly than it deserved, and he was himself very proud of it, but he dared not show it at Battersby. He knew also that he was now at the end of his tether. This was his one idea. I felt sure he had caught more than half of it from other people. And now he had not another thing left to write about. He found himself cursed with a small reputation which seemed to him much bigger than it was, and a consciousness that he could never keep it up. Before many days were over he felt his unfortunate essay to be a white elephant to him, which he must feed by hurrying into all sorts of frantic attempts to cap his triumph, and, as may be imagined, these attempts were failures. He did not understand that if he waited and listened and observed, another idea of some kind would probably occur to him some day, and that the development of this would in its turn suggest still further ones. He did not yet know that the very worst way of getting hold of ideas is to go hunting expressly after them. The way to get them is to study something of which one is fond, and to note down whatever crosses one's mind in reference to it, either during study or relaxation, in a little note-book kept always in the waistcoat pocket. Ernest had come to know all about this now, but it took him a long time to find it out, for this is not the kind of thing that is taught at schools and universities. Nor yet did he know that ideas, no less than the living beings in whose minds they arise, must be begotten by parents not very unlike themselves, the most original still differing but slightly from the parents that have given rise to them. Life is like a fugue. Everything must grow out of the subject, and there must be nothing new. Nor again did he see how hard it is to say where one idea ends and another begins, nor yet how closely this is paralleled in the difficulty of saying where a life begins or ends, or an action, or indeed anything, there being a unity in spite of infinite multitude, and an infinite multitude in spite of unity. He thought that ideas came into clever people's heads by a kind of spontaneous germination, without parentage in the thoughts of others or the course of observation, for as yet he believed in genius, of which he well knew that he had none, if it was the fine frenzied thing he thought it was. Not very long before this he had come of age, and Theobald had handed him over his money, which amounted now to £5,000. It was invested to bring in £5 per cent, and gave him therefore an income of £250 per year. He did not, however, realize the fact (he could realize nothing so foreign to his experience) that he was independent of his father till a long time afterwards. Nor did Theobald make any difference in his manner towards him. So strong was the hold which habit and association held over both father and son, that the one considered he had as good a right as ever to dictate, and the other that he had as little right as ever to gainsay. During his last year at Cambridge he overworked himself through this very blind deference to his father's wishes, for there was no reason why he should take more than a poll degree except that his father laid such stress upon his taking honours. He became so ill, indeed, that it was doubtful how far he would be able to go in for his degree at all, but he managed to do so, and when the list came out was found to be placed higher than either he or anyone else expected, being among the first 3 or 4 senior optines, and a few weeks later in the lower half of the second class of the classical tripos. Ill as he was when he got home, Theobald made him go over all the examination papers with him, and in fact reproduced as nearly as possible the replies that he had sent in. So little kick had he in him, and so deep was the groove into which he had got, that while at home he spent several hours a day in continuing his classical and mathematical studies, as though he had not yet taken his degree. End of chapter 46. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 47 and 48 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 47. Ernest returned to Cambridge for the May term of 1858, on the plea of reading for ordination, with which now he was face to face, and much nearer than he liked. Up to this time, though not religiously inclined, he had never doubted the truth of anything that had been told him about Christianity. He had never seen any one who doubted, nor read anything that raised a suspicion in his mind as to the historical character of the miracles recorded in the Old and New Testaments. It must be remembered that the year 1858 was the last of a term during which the peace of the Church of England was singularly unbroken. Between 1844, when Vestiges of Creation appeared, and 1859, when Essays and Reviews marked the commencement of that storm which raged until many years afterwards, there was not a single book published in England that caused serious commotion within the bosom of the Church. Perhaps Buckle's History of Civilization and Mill's Liberty were the most alarming, but they, neither of them, reached the substratum of the reading public, and Ernest and his friends were ignorant of their very existence. The evangelical movement, with the exception to which I shall revert presently, had become almost a matter of ancient history. Tractarianism had subsided into a 10th day's wonder. It was at work, but it was not noisy. The Vestiges were forgotten before Ernest went up to Cambridge. The Catholic aggression scare had lost its terrors. Ritualism was still unknown by the general provincial public, and the Gorham and Hampden controversies were defunct some years since. Dissent was not spreading. The Crimean War was the one engrossing subject, to be followed by the Indian Mutiny and the Franco-Austrian War. These great events turned men's minds from speculative subjects, and there was no enemy to the faith which could arouse even a languid interest. At no time probably since the beginning of the century could an ordinary observer have detected less sign of coming disturbance than at that of which I am writing. I need hardly say that the calm was only on the surface. Older men who knew more than undergraduates were likely to do must have seen that the wave of skepticism which had already broken over Germany was setting towards our own shores, nor was it long indeed before it reached them. Ernest had hardly been ordained before 3 works in quick succession arrested the attention even of those who paid least heed to theological controversy. I mean Essays and Reviews, Charles Darwin's Origin of Species, and Bishop Colenso's Criticisms on the Pentateuch. This, however, is a digression. I must revert to the one phase of spiritual activity which had any life in it during the time Ernest was at Cambridge, that is to say, to the remains of the evangelical awakening of more than a generation earlier, which was connected with the name of Simeon. There were still a good many Simeonites, or, as they were more briefly called, Sims, in Ernest's time. Every college contained some of them, but their headquarters were at Caius, whither they were attracted by Mr. Clayton, who was at that time senior tutor, and among the sizars of St. John's. Behind the then chapel of this last-named college there was a labyrinth, this was the name it bore, of dingy, tumble-down rooms, tenanted exclusively by the poorest undergraduates, who were dependent upon sizarships and scholarships for the means of taking their degrees. To many, even at St. John's, the existence and whereabouts of the labyrinth in which these sizars chiefly lived was unknown. Some men in Ernest's time, who had rooms in the first court, had never found their way through the sinuous passage which led to it. In the labyrinth there dwelt men of all ages, from mere lads to grey-haired old men who had entered late in life. They were rarely seen except in hall or chapel or at lecture, where their manners of feeding, praying, and studying were considered alike objectionable. No one knew whence they came, whither they went, nor what they did, for they never showed at cricket or the boats. They were a gloomy, seedy-looking confrérie, who had as little to glory in clothes and manners as in the flesh itself. Ernest and his friends used to consider themselves marvels of economy for getting on with so little money, but the greater number of dwellers in the labyrinth would have considered 1/2 of their expenditure to be an exceeding measure of affluence, and so doubtless any domestic tyranny which had been experienced by Ernest was a small thing to what the average Johnian sizar had had to put up with. A few would at once emerge on its being found after their first examination that they were likely to be ornaments to the college. These would win valuable scholarships that would enable them to live in some degree of comfort, and would amalgamate with the more studious of those who were in a better social position. But even these, with few exceptions, were long in shaking off the uncouthness they brought with them to the university, nor would their origin cease to be easily recognizable till they had become dons and tutors. I have seen some of these men attain high position in the world of politics or science, and yet still retain a look of labyrinth and Johnian sizarship. Unprepossessing, then, in feature, gait, and manners, unkempt and ill-dressed beyond what can be easily described, these poor fellows formed a class apart, whose thoughts and ways were not as the thoughts and ways of Ernest and his friends, and it was among them that Simeonism chiefly flourished. Destined most of them for the church, for in those days holy orders were seldom heard of, the Simeonites held themselves to have received a very loud call to the ministry, and were ready to pinch themselves for years so as to prepare for it by the necessary theological courses. To most of them the fact of becoming clergymen would be the entree into a social position from which they were at present kept out by barriers they well knew to be impassable. Ordination therefore opened fields for ambition which made it the central point in their thoughts, rather than, as with Ernest, something which he would suppose would have to be done some day, but about which, as about dying, he hoped there would be no need to trouble himself as yet. By way of preparing themselves more completely, they would have meetings in one another's rooms for tea and prayer and other spiritual exercises. Placing themselves under the guidance of a few well-known tutors, they would teach in Sunday schools, and be instant in season and out of season in imparting spiritual instruction to all whom they could persuade to listen to them. But the soil of the more prosperous undergraduates was not suitable for the seed they tried to sow. The small pieties with which they larded their discourse, if chance threw them into the company of one whom they considered worldly, caused nothing but aversion in the minds of those for whom they were intended. When they distributed tracts, dropping them by night into good men's letter boxes while they were asleep, their tracts got burnt, or met with even worse contumely. They were themselves also treated with the ridicule which they reflected proudly had been the lot of true followers of Christ in all ages. Often at their prayer meetings was the passage of St. Paul referred to, in which he bids his Corinthian converts note concerning themselves that they were for the most part neither well-bred nor intellectual people. They reflected with pride that they too had nothing to be proud of in these respects, and like St. Paul, glorified in the fact that in the flesh they had not much to glory. Ernest had several Johnnian friends, and came thus to hear about the Simeonites and to see some of them, who were pointed out to him as they passed through the courts. They had a repellent attraction for him. He disliked them, but he could not bring himself to leave them alone. On one occasion he had gone so far as to parody one of the tracts they had sent round in the night, and to get a copy dropped into each of the leading Simeonites' boxes. The subject he had taken was personal cleanliness. Cleanliness, he said, was next to godliness. He wished to know on which side it was to stand, and concluded by exhorting Simeonites to a freer use of the tub. I cannot commend my hero's humor in this matter. His tract was not brilliant, but I mention the fact as showing that at this time he was something of a Saul, and took pleasure in persecuting the elect, not, as I have said, that he had any hankering after skepticism, but because, like the farmers in his father's village, though he would not stand seeing the Christian religion made light of, he was not going to see it taken seriously. Ernest's friends thought his dislike for the Simeonites was due to his being the son of a clergyman who, it was known, bullied him. It is more likely, however, that it rose from an unconscious sympathy with them, which, as in St. Paul's case, in the end drew him into the ranks of those whom he had most despised and hated. Chapter 48. Once recently, when he was down at home after taking his degree, his mother had had a short conversation with him about his becoming a clergyman, set on thereto by Theobald, who shrank from the subject himself. This time it was during a turn taken in the garden, and not on the sofa, which was reserved for supreme occasions. "You know, my dearest boy," she said to him, "that Papa," she always called Theobald Papa when talking to Ernest, "is so anxious that you should not go into the church blindly, and without fully realizing the difficulties of a clergyman's position. He has considered all of them himself, and has been shown how small they are when they are faced boldly, but he wishes you two to feel them as strongly and completely as possible before committing yourself to irrevocable vows, so that you may never, never have to regret the step you will have taken." This was the first time Ernest had heard that there were any difficulties, and he had not unnaturally inquired in a vague way after their nature. "That, my dear boy," rejoined Christina, "is a question which I am not fitted to enter upon either by nature or education. I might easily unsettle your mind without being able to settle it again. Oh no, such questions are far better avoided by women, and I should have thought by men, but papa wished me to speak to you upon the subject, so that there might be no mistake hereafter, and I have done so. Now, therefore, you know all." The conversation ended here, so far as this subject was concerned, and Ernest thought he did know all. His mother would not have told him he knew all, not about a matter of that sort, unless he actually did know it. Well, it did not come to very much. He supposed there were some difficulties, but his father, who at any rate was an excellent scholar and a learned man, was probably quite right here, and he need not trouble himself more about them. So little impression did the conversation make on him that it was not till long afterwards that, happening to remember it, he saw what a piece of sleight of hand had been practised upon him. Theobald and Christina, however, were satisfied that they had done their duty by opening their son's eyes to the difficulties of assenting to all a clergyman must assent to. This was enough. It was a matter of rejoicing that though they had been put so fully and candidly before him, he did not find them serious. It was not in vain that they had prayed for so many years to be made truly honest and conscientious. "And now, my dear," resumed Christina, after having disposed of all the difficulties that might stand in the way of Ernest's becoming a clergyman, "there is another matter on which I should like to have a talk with you. It is about your sister, Charlotte. You know how clever she is, and what a dear, kind sister she has been and always will be to yourself and Joey. I wish, my dearest Ernest, that I saw more chance of her finding a suitable husband than I do at Battersby, and I sometimes think you might do more than you do to help her." Ernest began to chafe at this, for he had heard it so often, but he said nothing. "You know, my dear, a brother can do so much for his sister if he lays himself out to do it. A mother can do very little. Indeed, it is hardly a mother's place to seek out young men. It is a brother's place to find a suitable partner for his sister. All that I can do is try to make Battersby as attractive as possible to any of your friends whom you may invite. And in that," she added, with a little toss of her head, "I do not think I have been deficient hitherto." Ernest said he had already at different times asked several of his friends. "Yes, my dear, but you must admit that they were none of them exactly the kind of young man whom Charlotte could be expected to take a fancy to. Indeed, I must own to having been a little disappointed that you should have yourself chosen any of these as your intimate friends." Ernest winced again. "You never brought down Figgins when you were at Roughborough. Now I should have thought Figgins would have been just the kind of boy whom you might have asked to come and see us." Figgins had been gone through times out of number already. Ernest had hardly known him, and Figgins, being nearly 3 years older than Ernest, had left long before he did. Besides, he had not been a nice boy, and had made himself unpleasant to Ernest in many ways. "Now," continued his mother, "there's Towneley. I have heard you speak of Towneley as having rode with you in a boat at Cambridge. I wish, my dear, you would cultivate your acquaintance with Towneley and ask him to pay us a visit. The name has an aristocratic sound, and I think I have heard you say he is an eldest son." Ernest flushed at the sound of Towneley's name. What had really happened in respect of Ernest's friends was briefly this. His mother liked to get hold of the names of the boys, and especially of any who were at all intimate with her son. The more she heard, the more she wanted to know. There was no gorging her to satiety. She was like a ravenous young cuckoo being fed upon a grass plot by a water wagtail. She would swallow all that Ernest could bring her, and yet be as hungry as before. and she always went to Ernest for her meals rather than to Joey, for Joey was either more stupid or more impenetrable. At any rate, she could pump Ernest much the better of the two. From time to time an actual live boy had been thrown to her, either by being caught and brought to Battersby, or by being asked to meet her if at any time she came to Roughborough. She had generally made herself agreeable, or fairly agreeable, as long as the boy was present, but as soon as she got Ernest to herself again she changed her note. Into whatever form she might throw her criticisms, it came always in the end to this, that his friend was no good, that Ernest was not much better, and that he should have brought her someone else, for this one would not do at all. The more intimate the boy had been or was supposed to be with Ernest, the more he was declared to be naught, till in the end he had hit upon the plan of saying, concerning any boy whom he particularly liked, that he was not one of his especial chums, and that indeed he hardly knew why he had asked him, but he found he only fell on Scylla in trying to avoid Charybdis. For though the boy was declared to be more successful, it was Ernest who was not, for not thinking more highly of him. When she had once got hold of a name, she never forgot it. And "How is so-and-so?" she would exclaim, mentioning some former friend of Ernest's with whom he had either now quarrelled, or who had long since proved to be a mere comet and no fixed star at all. How Ernest wished he had never mentioned so-and-so's name, and vowed to himself that he would never talk about his friends in future. But in a few hours he would forget, and would prattle away as imprudently as ever. Then his mother would pounce noiselessly on his remarks as a barn owl pounces upon a mouse, and would bring them up in a pellet 6 months afterwards, when they were no longer in harmony with their surroundings. Then there was Theobald. If a boy or college friend had been invited to Battersby, Theobald would lay himself out at first to be agreeable. He would do this well enough when he liked, and as regards the outside world he generally did like. His clerical neighbours, and indeed all his neighbours, respected him yearly more and more, and would have given Ernest sufficient cause to regret his imprudence if he had dared to hint that he had anything, however little, to complain of. Theobald's mind worked in this way. Now, I know Ernest has told this boy what a disagreeable person I am, and I will just show him that I am not disagreeable at all, but a good old fellow, a jolly old boy, in fact a regular old brick, and that it is Ernest who is in fault all through. So he would behave very nicely to the boy at first, and the boy would be delighted with him, and side with him against Ernest. Of course, if Ernest had got the boy to come to Battersby, he wanted him to enjoy his visit, and was therefore pleased that Theobald should behave so well. But at the same time he stood so much in need of moral support that it was painful to him to see one of his own familiar friends go over to the enemy's camp. For no matter how well we may know a thing, how clearly we may see a certain patch of colour, for example, as red, it shakes us and knocks us about to find another see it, or be more than half inclined to see it, as green. Theobald had generally begun to get a little impatient before the end of the visit, but the impression formed during the earlier part was the one which the visitor had carried away with him. Theobald never discussed any of the boys with Ernest. It was Christina who did this. Theobald let them come, because Christina in a quiet, persistent way insisted on it. When they did come he behaved, as I have said, civilly, but he did not like it, whereas Christina did like it very much. She would have had half Roughborough and half Cambridge to come and stay at Battersby if she could have managed it, and if it would not have cost so much money. She liked their coming, so that she might make a new acquaintance, and she liked tearing them to pieces and flinging the bits over Ernest as soon as she had had enough of them. The worst of it was that she had so often proved to be right. Boys and young men are violent in their affections, but they are seldom very constant. It is not till they get older that they really know the kind of friend they want. In their earlier essays young men are simply learning to judge character. Ernest had been no exception to the general rule. His swans had one after the other proved to be more or less geese, even in his own estimation, and he was beginning almost to think that his mother was a better judge of character than he was. But I think it may be assumed with some certainty that if Ernest had brought her a real young swan, she would have declared it to be the ugliest and worst goose of all that she had yet seen. At first he had not suspected that his friends were wanted, with a view to Charlotte. It was understood that Charlotte and they might perhaps take a fancy for one another, and that would be so very nice, would it not? But he did not see that there was any deliberate malice in the arrangement. Now, however, that he had awoke to what it all meant, he was less inclined to bring any friend of his to Battersby. It seemed to his silly young mind almost dishonest to ask your friend to come and see you, when all you really meant was, "Please marry my sister." It was like trying to obtain money under false pretenses. If he had been fond of Charlotte it might have been another matter, but he thought her one of the most disagreeable young women in the whole circle of his acquaintance. She was supposed to be very clever. All young ladies are either very pretty, or very clever, or very sweet. They may take their choice as to which category they will go for, but go for one of the three they must. It was hopeless to try and pass Charlotte off as either pretty or sweet, so she became clever as the only remaining alternative. Ernest never knew what particular branch of study it was in which she showed her talent, for she could neither play nor sing nor draw, but so astute are women that his mother and Charlotte really did persuade him into thinking that she, Charlotte, had something more akin to true genius than any other member of the family. Not one, however, of all the friends whom Ernest had been inveigled into trying to inveigle had shown the least sign of being so far struck with Charlotte's commanding powers as to wish to make them his own, and this may have had something to do with the rapidity and completeness with which Christina had dismissed them one after another and had wanted a new one. And now she wanted Towneley. Ernest had seen this coming and had tried to avoid it, for he knew how impossible it was for him to ask Towneley, even if he had wished to do so. Towneley belonged to one of the most exclusive sets in Cambridge, and was perhaps the most popular man among the whole number of undergraduates. He was big and very handsome, and it seemed to Ernest the handsomest man who he ever had seen or ever could see, for it was impossible to imagine a more lively and agreeable countenance. He was good at cricket and boating, very good-natured, singularly free from conceit, not clever, but very sensible, and lastly, his father and mother had been drowned by the overturning of a boat when he was only 2 years old, and had left him as their only child and heir to one of the finest estates in the south of England. Fortune every now and then does things handsomely by a man all around. Towneley was one of those to whom she had taken a fancy, and the universal verdict in this case was that she had chosen wisely. Ernest had seen Towneley as everyone else in the university, except of course Dons, had seen him, for he was a man of mark, and being very susceptible he had liked Towneley even more than most people did, but at the same time it never so much as entered his head that he should come to know him. He liked looking at him if he got a chance, and was very much ashamed of himself for doing so, but there the matter ended. By a strange accident, however, during Ernest's last year, when the names of the crews for the Scratch Fours were drawn, he had found himself coxswain of a crew, among whom was none other than his especial hero, Towneley. The 3 others were ordinary mortals, but they could row fairly well, and the crew on the whole was a rather good one. Ernest was frightened out of his wits. When, however, the two met, he found Towneley no less remarkable for his entire want of anything like side, and for his power of setting those whom he came across at their ease, than he was for his outward accomplishments. The only difference he found between Towneley and other people was that he was so very much easier to get on with. Of course Ernest worshipped him more and more. The scratch-fours being ended, the connection between the two came to an end, but Towneley never passed Ernest thenceforth without a nod and a few good-natured words. In an evil moment he had mentioned Towneley's name at Battersby, and now what was the result? Here was his mother plaguing him to ask Towneley to come down to Battersby and marry Charlotte. Why, if he had thought there was the remotest chance of Towneley's marrying Charlotte, he would have gone down on his knees to him and told him what an odious young woman she was, and implored him to save himself while there was yet time. But Ernest had not prayed to be made truly honest and conscientious for as many years as Christina had. He had tried to conceal what he felt and thought as well as he could, and led the conversation back to the difficulties which a clergyman might feel to stand in the way of his being ordained, not because he had any misgivings, but as a diversion. His mother, however, thought she had settled all that, and he got no more out of her. Soon afterwards he found the means of escaping, and was not slow to avail himself of them. End of chapter 48. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 49 and 50 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 49. On his return to Cambridge in the May term of 1858, Ernest and a few other friends who were also intended for orders came to the conclusion that they must now take a more serious view of their position. They therefore attended chapel more regularly than hitherto, and held evening meetings of a somewhat furtive character, at which they would study the New Testament. They even began to commit the epistles of St. Paul to memory in the original Greek. They got up Beveridge on the 39 Articles and Pearson on the Creed. In their hours of recreation they read Moore's Mystery of Godliness, which Ernest thought was charming, and Taylor's Holy Living and Dying, which also impressed him deeply, through what he thought was the splendor of its language. They handed themselves over to the guidance of Dean Alford's notes on the Greek Testament, which made Ernest better understand what was meant by difficulties, but also made him feel how shallow and impotent were the conclusions arrived at by German neologians, with whose works, being innocent of German, he was not otherwise acquainted. Some of the friends who joined him in these pursuits were Johnians, and the meetings were often held within the walls of St. John's. I do not know how tidings of these furtive gatherings had reached the Simeonites, but they must have come round to them in some way, for they had not been continued for many weeks before a circular was sent to each of the young men who attended them, informing them that the Reverend Gideon Hawke, a well-known London evangelical preacher, whose sermons were then much talked of, was about to visit his young friend Badcock of St. John's, and would be glad to say a few words to any who might wish to hear them, in Badcock's rooms on a certain evening in May. Badcock was one of the most notorious of all the Simeonites. Not only was he ugly, dirty, ill-dressed, bumptious, and in every way objectionable, but he was deformed and waddled when he walked, so that he had won a nickname which I can only reproduce by calling it "Here's my back and there's my back," because the lower parts of his back emphasized themselves demonstratively as though about to fly off in different directions like the two extreme notes in the chord of the augmented sixth, with every step he took. It may be guessed, therefore, that the receipt of the circular had for a moment an almost paralyzing effect on those whom it was addressed, owing to the astonishment which it occasioned them. It certainly was a daring surprise, but like so many deformed people, Badcock was forward and hard to check. He was a pushing fellow to whom the present was just the opportunity he wanted for carrying war into the enemy's quarters. Ernest and his friends consulted. Moved by the feeling that they were now preparing to be clergymen, they ought not to stand so stiffly on social dignity as heretofore, and also perhaps by the desire to have a good private view of a preacher who was then much upon the lips of men, they decided to accept the invitation. When the appointed time came, they went with some confusion and self-abasement to the rooms of this man, on whom they had looked down hitherto as from an immeasurable height, and with whom nothing would have made them believe a few weeks earlier that they could ever come to be on speaking terms. Mr. Hawke was a very different-looking person from Badcock. He was remarkably handsome, or rather would have been but for the thinness of his lips, and a look of too great firmness and inflexibility. His features were a good deal like those of Leonardo da Vinci. Moreover, he was kempt, looked in vigorous health, and was of a ruddy countenance. He was extremely courteous in his manner, and paid a good deal of attention to Badcock, of whom he seemed to think highly. Altogether our young friends were taken aback, and inclined to think smaller beer of themselves and larger of Badcock than was agreeable to the old Adam who was still alive within them. A few well-known Sims from St. John's and other colleges were present, but not enough to swamp the earnest set, as for the sake of brevity I will call them. After a preliminary conversation in which there was nothing to offend, the business of the evening began by Mr. Hawke standing up at one end of the table and saying, "Let us pray." The earnest set did not like this, but they could not help themselves, so they knelt down and repeated the Lord's Prayer, and a few others after Mr. Hawke, who delivered them remarkably well. Then, when all had sat down, Mr. Hawke addressed them, speaking without notes and taking for his text the words, "Saul, Saul, why persecutest thou me?" Whether owing to Mr. Hawke's manner, which was impressive, or to his well-known reputation for ability, or whether from the fact that each one of the earnest set knew that he had been more or less a persecutor of the Sims, and yet felt instinctively that the Sims were after all much more like the early Christians than he was himself. At any rate, the text, familiar though it was, went home to the consciences of Ernest and his friends as it had never yet done. If Mr. Hawke had stopped here, he would have almost said enough. As he scanned the faces turned towards him, and saw the impression he had made, he was perhaps minded to bring his sermon to an end before beginning it, but if so, he reconsidered himself and proceeded as follows. I give the sermon in full, for it is a typical one, and will explain a state of mind which in another generation or two will seem to stand sadly in need of explanation. "My young friends," said Mr. Hawke, "I am persuaded that there is not one of you here who doubts the existence of a personal God. If there were, it is to him assuredly that I should first address myself. Should I be mistaken in my belief that all here assembled accept the existence of a God who is present amongst us, though we see him not, and whose eye is upon our most secret thoughts, let me implore the doubter to confer with me in private before we part. I will then put before him considerations through which God has been mercifully pleased to reveal himself to me, so far as any man can understand him, and which I have found bring peace to the minds of others who have doubted. I assume also that there is none who doubts but that this God, after whose likeness we have been made, did in the course of time have pity upon man's blindness and assume our nature, taking flesh and coming down and dwelling among us as a man, indistinguishable physically from ourselves. He who made the sun, moon, and stars, the world and all that therein is, came down from heaven in the person of his Son, with the express purpose of leading a scorned life, and dying the most cruel, shameful death which fiendish ingenuity has invented. While on earth, he worked many miracles. He gave sight to the blind, raised the dead to life, fed thousands with a few loaves and fishes, and was seen to walk upon the waves. But at the end of his appointed time he died, as was foredetermined, upon the cross, and was buried by a few faithful friends. Those, however, who had put him to death set a jealous watch over his tomb. There is no one, I feel sure, in this room who doubts any part of the foregoing. But if there is, let me again pray him to confer with me in private, and I doubt not that by the blessing of God his doubts will cease. The next day but one after our Lord was buried, the tomb being still jealously guarded by enemies, an angel was seen descending from heaven with glittering raiment and countenance that shone like fire. This glorious being rolled away the stone from the grave, and our Lord himself came forth risen from the dead. My young friends, this is no fanciful story like those of the ancient deities, but a matter of plain history as certain as that you and I are now here together. If there is one fact better vouched for than another in the whole range of certainties, it is the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Nor is it less well assured that a few weeks after he had risen from the dead, our Lord was seen by many hundreds of men and women to rise amid the host of angels into the air upon a heavenward journey, till the clouds covered him and concealed him from the sight of men. It may be said that the truth of these statements has been denied. But what, let me ask you, has become of the questioners? Where are they now? Do we see them here or hear of them? Have they been able to hold what little ground they made during the supineness of the last century? Is there one of your fathers or mothers or friends who does not see through them? Is there a single teacher or preacher in this great university who has not examined what these men had to say and found it naught? Did you ever meet one of them, or do you find any of their books securing the respectful attention of those competent to judge concerning them? I think not. And I think also you know as well as I do why it is that they have sunk back into the abyss from which they for a time emerged. It is because, after the most careful and patient examination by the ablest and most judicial minds of many countries, their arguments were found so untenable that they themselves renounced them. They fled from the field, routed, dismayed, and suing for peace. Nor have they again come to the front in any civilized country. You know these things. Why, then, do I insist upon them? My dear young friends, your own consciousness will have made the answer to each one of you already. It is because, though you know so well that these things did verily and indeed happen, you know also that you have not realized them to yourselves, as it was your duty to do, nor heeded their momentous, awful import. And now let me go further. You all know that you will one day come to die, or if not to die, for there are not wanting signs which make me hope that the Lord may come again, while some of us now present are alive, yet to be changed. For the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible. For this corruption must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality. And the saying shall be brought to pass that is written, Death is swallowed up in victory. Do you or do you not believe that you will one day stand before the judgment seat of Christ? Do you or do you not believe that you will have to give an account for every idle word that you have ever spoken? Do you or do you not believe that you are called to live, not according to the will of man, but according to the will of that Christ who came down from heaven out of love for you, who suffered and died for you, who calls you to him, and yearns toward you that you may take heed even in this your day, but who, if you heed not, will also one day judge you, and with whom there is no variableness, nor shadow of turning. My dear young friends, strait is the gate, and narrow is the way which leadeth to eternal life, and few there be that find it. Few, 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 for he who will not give up all for Christ's sake has given up nothing. If you would live in the friendship of this world, if indeed you are not prepared to give up everything you most fondly cherish, should the Lord require it of you, then, I say, put the idea of Christ deliberately on one side at once. Spit upon him, buffet him, crucify him anew, do anything you like, so long as you secure the friendship of this world while it is still in your power to do so. The pleasures of this brief life may not be worth paying for by the torments of eternity, but they are something while they last. If, on the other hand, you would live in the friendship of God, and be among the number of those for whom Christ has not died in vain, if, in a word, you value your eternal welfare, then give up the friendship of this world. Of a surety you must make your choice between God and mammon, for you cannot serve both. I put these considerations before you, if so homely a term may be pardoned, as a plain matter of business. There is nothing low or unworthy in this, as some lately have pretended, for all nature shows us that there is nothing more acceptable to God than an enlightened view of our own self-interest. Never let anyone delude you here. It is a simple question of fact. Did certain things happen, or did they not? If they did happen, is it reasonable to suppose that you will make yourselves and others more happy by one course of conduct or by another? And now let me ask you what answer you have made to this question hitherto. Whose friendship have you chosen? If, knowing what you know, you have not yet begun to act according to the immensity of the knowledge that is in you, then he who builds his house and lays up his treasure on the edge of a crater of molten lava is a sane, sensible person in comparison with yourselves. I say this as no figure of speech or bugbear with which to frighten you, but as an unvarnished, unexaggerated statement which will be no more disputed by yourselves than by me. And now Mr. Hawke, who up to this time had spoken with singular quietness, changed his manner to one of greater warmth, and continued, "Oh, my young friends, turn, turn, turn now while it is called today. Now from this hour, from this instant, stay not even to gird up your loins. Look not behind you for a second, but fly into the bosom of that Christ who is to be found of all who seek him, and from that fearful wrath of God which lieth in wait for those who know not the things belonging to their peace. For the Son of Man cometh as a thief in the night, and there is not one of us can tell but what this day his soul may be required of him. If there is even one here who has heeded me," and he let his eye fall for an instant upon almost all his hearers, but especially on the earnest set, "I shall know that it was not for nothing that I felt the call of the Lord, and heard as I thought a voice by night that bade me come hither quickly, for there was a chosen vessel who had need of me." Here Mr. Hawke ended rather abruptly. His earnest manner, striking countenance, and excellent delivery had produced an effect greater than the actual words I have given can convey to the reader. The virtue lay in the man more than what he said. As for the last few mysterious words about his having heard a voice by night, their effect was magical. There was not one who did not look down to the ground, nor who in his heart did not half believe that he was the chosen vessel on whose especial behalf God had sent Mr. Hawke to Cambridge. Even if this were not so, each one of them felt that he was now, for the first time, in the actual presence of one who had a direct communication from the Almighty, and they were thus suddenly brought 100-fold nearer to the New Testament miracles. They were amazed, not to say scared, and as though by tacit consent they gathered together, thanked Mr. Hawke for his sermon, said good night in a humble, deferential manner to Badcock and the other Simeonites, and left the room together. They had heard nothing but what they had been hearing all their lives. How was it, then, that they were so dumbfounded by it? I suppose partly because they had lately begun to think more seriously, and were in a fit state to be impressed, partly from the greater directness with which each felt himself addressed, through the sermon being delivered in a room, and partly to the logical consistency, freedom from exaggeration, and profound air of conviction with which Mr. Hawke had spoken. His simplicity and obvious earnestness had impressed them even before he had alluded to his special mission, but this clenched everything, and the words, "Lord, is it I?" were upon the hearts of each as they walked pensively home through moonlit courts and cloisters. I do not know what passed among the Simeonites after the earnest set had left them, but they would have been more than mortal if they had not been a good deal elated with the results of the evening. Why, one of Ernest's friends was in the University 11, and he had actually been in Badcock's rooms, and had slunk off on saying good night as meekly as any of them. It was no small thing to have scored a success like this. Chapter 50. Ernest felt now that the turning point of his life had come. He would give up all for Christ, even his tobacco. So he gathered together his pipes and pouches, and locked them up in his portmanteau under his bed, where they should be out of sight, and as much out of mind as possible. He did not burn them, because someone might come in who wanted to smoke, and though he might abridge his own liberty, yet as smoking was not a sin, there was no reason why he should be hard on other people. After breakfast he left his rooms to call on a man named Dawson, who had been one of Mr. Hawke's hearers on the preceding evening, and who was reading for ordination at the forthcoming Ember Weeks, now only 4 months distant. This man had been always of a rather serious turn of mind, a little too much so for Ernest's tastes, but times had changed, and Dawson's undoubted sincerity seemed to render him a fitting counselor for Ernest at the present time. As he was going through the first court of John's on his way to Dawson's rooms, he met Badcock, and greeted him with some deference. His advance was received with one of those ecstatic gleams which shone occasionally upon the face of Badcock, and which, if Ernest had known more, would have reminded him of Robespierre. As it was, he saw it and unconsciously recognized the unrest and self-seekingness of the man, but could not yet formulate them. He disliked Badcock more than ever, but as he was going to profit by the spiritual benefits which he had put in his way, he was bound to be civil to him, and civil he therefore was. Badcock told him that Mr. Hawke had returned to town immediately his discourse was over, but that before doing so he had inquired particularly who Ernest and 2 or 3 others were. I believe each one of Ernest's friends was given to understand that he had been more or less particularly inquired after. Ernest's vanity, for he was his mother's son, was tickled at this. The idea again presented itself to him that he might be the one for whose benefit Mr. Hawke had been sent. There was something, too, in Badcock's manner which conveyed the idea that he could say more if he chose, but had been enjoined to silence. On reaching Dawson's rooms he found his friend in raptures over the discourse of the preceding evening. Hardly less delighted was he with the effect it had produced on Ernest. He had always known, he said, that Ernest would come round. He had been sure of it, but he had hardly expected the conversion to be so sudden. Ernest said no more had he, but now that he saw his duty so clearly he would get ordained as soon as possible, and take a curacy, even though the doing so would make him have to go down from Cambridge earlier, which would be a great grief to him. Dawson applauded this determination, and it was arranged that as Ernest was still more or less of a weak brother, Dawson should take him, so to speak, in spiritual tow for a while, and strengthen and confirm his faith. An offensive and defensive alliance therefore was struck up between this pair, who were in reality singularly ill-assorted, and Ernest set to work to master the books on which the bishop would examine him. Others gradually joined them till they formed a small set or church, for these are the same things, and the effect of Mr. Hawke's sermon, instead of wearing off in a few days, as might have been expected, became more and more marked, so much that it was necessary for Ernest's friends to hold him back rather than urge him on, for he seemed likely to develop, as indeed he did for a time, into a religious enthusiast. In one matter only did he openly backslide. He had, as I said above, locked up his pipes and tobacco so that he might not be tempted to use them. All day long on the day after Mr. Hawke's sermon he let them lie in his portmanteau bravely, but this was not very difficult, as he had for some time given up smoking till after hall. After hall this day he did not smoke till chapel time, and then went to chapel in self-defence. When he returned he determined to look at the matter from a common-sense point of view. On this he saw that, provided tobacco did not injure his health, and he really could not see that it did, it stood much on the same footing as tea or coffee. Tobacco had nowhere been forbidden in the Bible, but then it had not been discovered, and had probably only escaped prescription for this reason. We can conceive of St. Paul or even our Lord himself as drinking a cup of tea, but we cannot imagine either of them smoking a cigarette or a churchwarden. Ernest could not deny this, and admitted that Paul would almost certainly have condemned tobacco in good terms if he had known of its existence. Was it not then taking a rather mean advantage of the apostle to stand on his not having actually forbidden it? On the other hand, it was possible that God knew Paul would have forbidden smoking, and had purposely arranged the discovery of tobacco for a period at which Paul should be no longer living. This might seem rather hard on Paul, considering all he had done for Christianity, but it would be made up to him in other ways. These reflections satisfied Ernest that on the whole he had better smoke, so he sneaked to his portmanteau and brought out his pipes and tobacco again. There should be moderation, he felt, in all things, even in virtue, so for that night he smoked immoderately. It was a pity, however, that he had bragged to Dawson about giving up smoking. The pipes had better be kept in a cupboard for a week or two, till in other and easier respects Ernest could have proved his steadfastness. Then they might steal out again little by little, and so they did. Ernest now wrote home a letter couched in a vein different from his ordinary ones. His letters were usually all common form and padding, for, as I have already explained, if he wrote about anything that really interested him, his mother always wanted to know more and more about it, every fresh answer being as the lopping off of a hydra's head and giving birth to a half-dozen or more new questions. But in the end it came invariably to the same result, namely that he ought to have done something else, or ought not to go on doing as he proposed. Now, however, there was a new departure, and for the 1000th time he concluded that he was about to take a course of which his father and mother would approve, and in which they would be interested, so that at last he and they might get on more sympathetically than heretofore. He therefore wrote a gushing, impulsive letter, which afforded much amusement to myself as I read it, but which is too long for reproduction. One passage ran, "I am now going towards Christ. The greater number of my college friends are, I fear, going away from him. We must pray for them, that they may find peace that is in Christ even as I have myself found it." Ernest covered his face with his hands for shame as he read this extract from the bundle of letters he had put into my hands. They had been returned to him by his father on his mother's death, his mother having carefully preserved them. "Shall I cut it out?" said I. "I will, if you like." "Certainly not," he answered, "and if good-natured friends have kept more records of my follies, pick out any plums that may amuse the reader, and let him have his laugh over them." But fancy what effect a letter like this, so unled up to, must have produced at Battersby. Even Christina refrained from ecstasy over her son's having discovered the power of Christ's word, while Theobald was frightened out of his wits. It was well his son was not going to have any doubts or difficulties, and that he would be ordained without making a fuss over it. But he smelt mischief in this sudden conversion of one who had never yet shown any inclination towards religion. He hated people who did not know where to stop. Ernest was always so outré and strange. There was never any knowing what he would do next, except that it would be something unusual and silly. If he was to get the bit between his teeth after he got ordained and bought his living, he would play more pranks than ever he, Theobald, had done. The fact, doubtless, of his being ordained and having bought a living would go a long way to steady him, and if he married, his wife must see to the rest. This was his only chance, and to do justice to his sagacity, Theobald in his heart did not think very highly of it. When Ernest came down to Battersby in June, he imprudently tried to open up a more unreserved communication with his father than was his wont. The first of Ernest's snipe-like flights on being flushed by Mr. Hawke's sermon was in the direction of ultra-evangelicalism. Theobald himself had been much more low than high church. This was the normal development of the country clergyman during the first years of his clerical life, between, we will say, the years 1825 to 1850. But he was not prepared for the almost contempt with which Ernest now regarded the doctrines of baptismal regeneration and priestly absolution. Hoity-toity indeed, what business had he with such questions? Nor for his desire to find some means of reconciling Methodism and the Church. Theobald hated the Church of Rome, but he hated dissenters too, for he found them as a general rule troublesome people to deal with. He always found people who did not agree with him troublesome to deal with. Besides, they set up for knowing as much as he did. Nevertheless, if he had been let alone, he would have leaned towards them rather than towards the High Church party. The neighboring clergy, however, would not let him alone. One by one they had come under the influence, directly or indirectly, of the Oxford movement which had begun 20 years earlier. It was surprising how many practices he now tolerated which in his youth he would have considered popish. He knew very well, therefore, which way things were going in church matters, and saw that, as usual, Ernest was setting himself the other way. The opportunity for telling his son that he was a fool was too favourable not to be embraced, and Theobald was not slow to embrace it. Ernest was annoyed and surprised, for had not his father and mother been wanting him to be more religious all his life? Now that he had become so, they were still not satisfied. He said to himself that a prophet was not without honour save in his own country, but he had been lately, or rather until lately, getting into an odious habit of turning proverbs upside down, and it occurred to him that a country is sometimes not without honour save for its own prophet. Then he laughed, and for the rest of the day felt more as he used to feel before he had heard Mr. Hawke's sermon. He returned to Cambridge for the long vacation in 1858, none too soon, for he had to go in for the voluntary theological examination, which bishops were now beginning to insist upon. He imagined all the time he was reading that he was storing himself with the knowledge that would best fit him for the work he had taken in hand. In truth, he was cramming for a pass. In due time he did pass, creditably, and was ordained deacon with half a dozen others of his friends in the autumn of 1858. He was then just 23 years old. End of chapter 50. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 51 and 52 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 51. Ernest had been ordained to a curacy in one of the central parts of London. He hardly knew anything of London yet, but his instincts drew him thither. The day after he was ordained he entered upon his duties, feeling much as his father had done when he found himself boxed up in the carriage with Christina on the morning of his marriage. Before the first 3 days were over, he became aware that the light of the happiness which he had known during his 4 years at Cambridge had been extinguished, and he was appalled by the irrevocable nature of the step which he now felt he had taken much too hurriedly. The most charitable excuse that I could make for the vagaries which it will now be my duty to chronicle is that the shock of change consequent upon his becoming suddenly religious, being ordained, and leaving Cambridge, had been too much for my hero, and had for the time thrown him off an equilibrium which was yet little supported by experience, and therefore, as a matter of course, unstable. Everyone has a mass of bad work in him, which he will have to work off and get rid of before he can do better. And indeed, the more lasting a man's ultimate good work is, the more sure he is to pass through a time, and perhaps a very long one, in which there seems very little hope for him at all. We must all sow our spiritual wild oats. The fault I feel personally disposed to find with my godson is not that he had wild oats to sow, but that they were such an exceedingly tame and uninteresting crop. The sense of humour and tendency to think for himself, of which till a few months previously he had been showing fair promise, were nipped as though by a late frost, while his earlier habit of taking on trust everything that was told him by those in authority, and following everything out to the bitter end, no matter how preposterous, returned with redoubled strength. I suppose this was what might have been expected from anyone placed as Ernest was now, especially when his antecedents are remembered, but it surprised and disappointed some of his cooler-headed Cambridge friends who had begun to think well of his ability. To himself it seemed that religion was incompatible with half measures, or even with compromise. Circumstances had led to his being ordained. For the moment he was sorry they had, but he had done it and must go through with it. He therefore set himself to find out what was expected of him, and to act accordingly. His rector was a moderate high churchman, of no very pronounced views, an elderly man who had had too many curates not to have long since found out that the connection between rector and curate, like that between employer and employed in every other walk of life, was a mere matter of business. He had now 2 curates, of whom Ernest was the junior. The senior curate was named Prior, and when this gentleman made advances, as he presently did, Ernest in his forlorn state was delighted to meet them. Prior was about 28 years old. He had been at Eton and at Oxford. He was tall and passed generally for good-looking. I only saw him once for about 5 minutes, and then thought him odious both in manners and appearance. Perhaps it was because he caught me up in a way I did not like. I had quoted Shakespeare for lack of something better to fill up a sentence, and had said that one touch of nature made the whole world kin. "Ah," said Prior, in a bold, brazen way which displeased me, "but one touch of the unnatural makes it more kindred still." And he gave me a look as though he thought me an old bore, and did not care 2 straws whether I was shocked or not. Naturally enough, after this I did not like him. This, however, is anticipating, for it was not till Ernest had been there 3 or 4 months in London that I happened to meet his fellow curate, and I must deal here rather with the effect he produced upon my godson than upon myself. Besides being what was generally considered good-looking, he was faultless in his get-up, and altogether the kind of man whom Ernest was sure to be afraid of, and yet be taken in by. The style of his dress was very high church, and his acquaintances were exclusively of the extreme high church party, but he kept his views a good deal in the background in his rector's presence, and that gentleman, though he looked askance on some of Prior's friends, had no such ground of complaint against him as to make him sever the connection. Prior, too, was popular in the pulpit, and take him all around, it was probable that many worse curates would be found for one better. When Prior called on my hero, as soon as the 2 were alone together, he eyed him all over with a quick penetrating glance, and seemed not dissatisfied with the result. For I must say here that Ernest had improved in personal appearance under the more genial treatment he had received at Cambridge. Prior, in fact, approved of him sufficiently to treat him civilly, and Ernest was immediately won by anyone who did this. It was not long before he discovered that the high church party, and even Rome itself, had more to say for themselves than he had thought. This was his first snipe-like change of flight. Prior introduced him to several of his friends. They were all of them young clergymen, belonging, as I have said, to the highest of the high church school, but Ernest was surprised to find how much they resembled other people when among themselves. This was a shock to him. It was ere long a still greater one to find that certain thoughts which he had warred against as fatal to his soul, and which he had imagined he should lose once for all on ordination, were still as troublesome to him as they had been. He also saw plainly enough that the young gentlemen who formed the circle of Prior's friends were in much the same unhappy predicament, as himself. This was deplorable. The only way out of it that Ernest could see was that he should get married at once. But then he did not know any one whom he wanted to marry. He did not know any woman, in fact, whom he would not rather die than marry. It had been one of Theobald's and Christina's main objects to keep him out of the way of women, and they had so far succeeded that women had become to him mysterious, inscrutable objects to be tolerated when it was impossible to avoid them, but never to be sought out or encouraged. As for any man loving, or even being at all fond of any woman, he supposed it was so, but he believed the greater number of those who professed such sentiments were liars. Now, however, it was clear that he had hoped against hope too long, and that the only thing to do was to go and ask the first woman who would listen to him to come and be married to him as soon as possible. He broached this to Pryer, and was surprised to find that this gentleman, though attentive to such members of his flock as were young and good-looking, was strongly in favour of the celibacy of the clergy, as indeed were the other demure young clerics to whom Pryer had introduced Ernest. Chapter 52. "You know, my dear Pontifex," said Pryer to him some few weeks after Ernest had become acquainted with him, when the two were taking a constitutional one day in Kensington Gardens, "you know, my dear Pontifex, it is all very well to quarrel with Rome, but Rome has reduced the treatment of the human soul to a science, while our own Church, though so much purer in many respects, has no organized system either of diagnosis or pathology. I mean, of course, spiritual diagnosis and spiritual pathology. Our Church does not prescribe remedies upon any settled system, and what is still worse, even when her physicians have according to their lights ascertained the disease and pointed out the remedy, she has no discipline which will ensure its being actually applied. If our patients do not choose to do as we tell them, we cannot make them. Perhaps really under all the circumstances this is as well, for we are spiritually mere horse doctors as compared with the Roman priesthood, nor can we hope to make much headway against the sin and misery that surround us, till we return in some respects to the practice of our forefathers and of the greater part of Christendom." Ernest asked in what respects it was that his friend desired a return to the practice of our forefathers. "Why, my dear fellow, can you really be ignorant? It is just this. Either the priest is indeed a spiritual guide, as being able to show people how they ought to live better than they can find out for themselves, or he is nothing at all. He has no raison d'être. If the priest is not as much a healer and director of men's souls as a physician is of their bodies, what is he? The history of all ages has shown, and surely you must know this as well as I do, that as men cannot cure the bodies of their patients if they have not been properly trained in hospitals under skilled teachers, so neither can souls be cured of their more hidden ailments without the help of men who are skilled in soul craft, or in other words, of priests. What do one half of our formularies and rubrics mean, if not this? How in the name of all that is reasonable can we find out the exact nature of a spiritual malady unless we have had experience of other similar cases? How can we get this without express training? At present we have to begin all experiments for ourselves, without profiting by the organized experience of our predecessors, inasmuch as that experience is never organized or coordinated at all. At the outset, therefore, each one of us must ruin many souls which could be saved by knowledge of a few elementary principles." Ernest was very much impressed. As for men curing themselves, continued Prior, they can no more cure their own souls than they can cure their own bodies, or manage their own law affairs. In these two last cases they see the folly of meddling with their own cases clearly enough, and go to a professional adviser as a matter of course. Surely a man's soul is at once a more difficult and intricate matter to treat, and at the same time it is more important to him that it should be treated rightly than that either his body or his money should be so. What are we to think of the practice of a church which encourages people to rely on unprofessional advice in matters affecting their eternal welfare, when they would not think of jeopardizing their worldly affairs by such insane conduct? Ernest could see no weak place in this. These ideas had crossed his own mind vaguely before now, but he had never laid hold of them or set them in an orderly manner before himself. Nor was he quick at detecting false analogies and the misuse of metaphors. In fact, he was a mere child in the hands of his fellow curate. "And what," resumed Prior, "does all this point to?" "Firstly, to the duty of confession, the outcry against which is absurd as an outcry would be against dissection as part of the training of medical students. Granted, these young men must see and do a great deal we do not ourselves like even to think of, but they should adopt some other profession unless they are prepared for this. They may even get inoculated with poison from a dead body and lose their lives, but they must stand their chance. So if we aspire to be priests in deed as well as name, we must familiarize ourselves with the minutest and most repulsive details of all kinds of sin, so that we may recognize it in all its stages. Some of us must doubtlessly perish spiritually in such investigations. We cannot help it. All science must have its martyrs, and none of these will deserve better of humanity than those who have fallen in the pursuit of spiritual pathology." Ernest grew more and more interested, but in the meekness of his soul said nothing. "I do not desire this martyrdom for myself," continued the other. "On the contrary, I will avoid it to the very utmost of my power. But if it be God's will that I should fall while studying what I believe most calculated to advance his glory, then I say, not my will, O Lord, but thine be done." This was too much even for Ernest. "I heard of an Irishwoman once," he said, with a smile, "who said she was a martyr to the drink." "And so she was," rejoined Prior with warmth, and he went on to show that this good woman was an experimentalist whose experiment, though disastrous in its effects upon herself, was pregnant with instruction to other people. She was thus a true martyr, or witness to the frightful consequences of intemperance, to the saving, doubtless, of many who but for her martyrdom would have taken to drinking. She was one of a forlorn hope whose failure to take a certain position went to the proving it to be impregnable, and therefore to the abandonment of all attempt to take it. This was almost as great a gain to mankind as the actual taking of the position would have been. Besides, he added more hurriedly, the limits of vice and virtue are wretchedly ill-defined. Half the vices which the world condemns most loudly have seeds of good in them, and require moderate use rather than total abstinence. Ernest asked timidly for an instance. "No, no," said Prior, "I will give you no instance, but I will give you a formula that shall embrace all instances. It is this, that no practice is entirely vicious which has not been extinguished among the comeliest, most vigorous, and most cultivated races of mankind, in spite of centuries of endeavor to extirpate it. If a vice, in spite of such efforts, can still hold its own among the most polished nations, It must be founded on some immutable truth or fact in human nature, and must have some compensatory advantage which we cannot afford altogether to dispense with. "But," said Ernest timidly, "is not this virtually doing away with all distinctions between right and wrong, and leaving people without any moral guide whatever?" "Not the people," was the answer. "It must be our care to be guides to these, for they are and always will be incapable of guiding themselves sufficiently. We should tell them what they must do, and in an ideal state of things should be able to enforce their doing it. Perhaps when we are better instructed the ideal state may come about. Nothing will so advance it as greater knowledge of spiritual pathology on our part. For this 3 things are necessary. Firstly, absolute freedom in experiment for us, the clergy. Secondly, absolute knowledge of what the laity think and do, and of what thoughts and actions result in what spiritual conditions. And thirdly, a compacter organization among ourselves. If we are to do any good, we must be a closely united body, and must be sharply divided from the laity. Also, we must be free from those ties which a wife and children involve. I can hardly express the horror with which I am filled by seeing English priests living in what I can only designate as open matrimony. It is deplorable. The priests must be absolutely sexless. If not in practice, yet at any rate in theory, absolutely, and that too by a theory so universally accepted that none shall venture to dispute it." "But," said Ernest, "has not the Bible already told people what they ought and ought not to do? And is it not enough for us to insist on what can be found here, and let the rest alone?" "If you begin with the Bible," was the rejoinder, "you are 3 parts gone on the road to infidelity, and will go to the other part before you know where you are. The Bible is not without its value to us in the clergy, but for the laity it is a stumbling block which cannot be taken out of their way too soon or too completely. Of course I mean on the supposition that they read it, which happily they seldom do. If people read the Bible as the ordinary British churchman or churchwoman reads it, it is harmless enough. But if they read it with any care, which we should assume they will if we give it them at all, it is fatal to them." "What do you mean?" said Ernest, more and more astonished, but more and more feeling that he was at least in the hands of a man who had definite ideas. "Your question shows me that you have never read your Bible. A more unreliable book was never put upon paper. Take my advice and don't read it, not till you are a few years older, and may do so safely." "But surely you believe the Bible when it tells you of such things as that Christ died and rose from the dead. Surely you believe this?" said Ernest, quite prepared to be told that Pryer believed nothing of the kind. "I do not believe it. I know it." "But how, if the testimony of the Bible fails?" "On that of the living voice of the Church, which I know to be infallible, and to be informed of Christ himself." End of chapter 52. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 53 and 54 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 53. The foregoing conversation and others like it made a deep impression upon my hero. If next day he had taken a walk with Mr. Hawke, and heard what he had to say on the other side, he would have been just as much struck, and as ready to fling off what Prior had told him, as he was now to throw aside all he had ever heard from any one except Prior. But there was no Mr. Hawke at hand, so Prior had everything his own way. Embryo minds, like embryo bodies, pass through a number of strange metamorphoses before they adopt their final shape. It is no more to be wondered at that one who was going to turn out a Roman Catholic should have passed through stages of being first a Methodist and then a free thinker, than that a man should at some former time have been a mere cell, and later on an invertebrate animal. Ernest, however, could not be expected to know this. Embryos never do. Embryos think with each stage of their development that they have now reached the only condition which really suits them. This, they say, must certainly be their last, inasmuch as its close will be so great a shock that nothing could survive it. Every change is a shock. Every shock is a pro tanto death. What we call death is only a shock great enough to destroy our power to recognize a past and a present as resembling one another. It is the making us consider the points of difference between our present and our past greater than the points of resemblance, so that we can no longer call the former of these two in any proper sense a continuation of the second, but find it less trouble to think of it as something that we choose to call new. But to let this pass, it was clear that spiritual pathology—I confess that I do not know myself what spiritual pathology means, but Prior and Ernest doubtless did—was the great desideratum of the age. It seemed to Ernest that he had made this discovery himself, and had been familiar with it all his life, that he had never known, in fact, of anything else. He wrote long letters to his college friends expounding his views as though he had been one of the apostolic fathers. As for the Old Testament writers, he had no patience with them. "Do oblige me," I find him writing to one friend, "by reading the prophet Zechariah, and giving me your candid opinion upon him. He is poor stuff, full of Yankee bounce. It is sickening to live in an age when such balderdash can be gravely admired, whether as poetry or prophecy." This was because Prior had set him against Zechariah. I do not know what Zechariah had done. I should think myself that Zechariah was a very good prophet. Perhaps it was because he was a Bible writer, and not a very prominent one, that Prior selected him as one through whom to disparage the Bible in comparison with the Church. To his friend Dawson I find him saying, a little later on, "Prior and I continue our walks, working out each other's thoughts. At first he used to do all the thinking, but I think I am pretty well abreast of him now, and rather chuckle at seeing that he is already beginning to modify some of the views he held most strongly when I first knew him. Then I think he was on the high road to Rome. Now, however, he seems to be a good deal struck with a suggestion of mine in which you, too, perhaps may be interested. You see, we must infuse new life into the Church somehow. We are not holding our own against either Rome or infidelity." I may say in passing that I do not believe Ernest had as yet ever seen an infidel, not to speak to. I proposed therefore a few days back to Prior, and he fell in eagerly with the proposal as soon as he saw that I had the means of carrying it out, that we should set on a foot a spiritual movement somewhat analogous to the Young England movement of 20 years ago, the aim of which shall be at once to outbid Rome on the one hand and skepticism on the other. For this purpose I see nothing better than the formation of an institution or college for placing the nature and treatment of sin on a more scientific basis than it rests at present. We want, to borrow a useful term of Prior's, a college of spiritual pathology, where young men (I suppose Ernest thought he was no longer young by this time) may study the nature and treatment of the sins of the soul as medical students study those of the bodies of their patients. Such a college, as you will probably admit, will approach both Rome on the one hand and science on the other. Rome, as giving the priesthood more skill, and therefore as paving the way for their obtaining greater power, and science, by recognizing that even free thought has a certain kind of value in spiritual enquiries. To this purpose Prior and I have resolved to devote ourselves henceforth heart and soul. Of course, my ideas are still unshaped, and all will depend upon the men by whom the college is first worked. I am not yet a priest, but Prior is, and if I were to start the college, Prior might take charge of it for a time, and I work under him nominally as his subordinate. Prior himself suggested this. Is it not generous of him? The worst of it is that we have not enough money. I have, it is true, £5,000, but we want at least £10,000, so Prior says, before we can start. When we are fairly under way I might live at the college and draw a salary from the foundation, so that is all one, or nearly so, whether I invest my money in this way or in buying a living. Besides, I want very little. It is certain that I shall never marry. No clergyman should think of this, and an unmarried man can live on next to nothing. Still, I do not see my way to as much money as I want, and Prior suggests that as we can hardly earn more now, we must get it by a judicious series of investments. Prior knows several people who make quite a handsome income out of very little, or indeed I may say nothing at all, by buying things at a place they call the Stock Exchange. I don't know much about it yet, but Prior says I should soon learn. He thinks, indeed, that I have shown rather a talent in this direction, and under proper auspices should make a very good man of business. Others, of course, and not I, must decide this, but a man can do anything if he gives his mind to it, and though I should not care about having more money for my own sake, I care about it very much when I think of the good I could do with it by saving souls from such horrible torture hereafter. Why, if the thing succeeds, and I really cannot see what is to hinder it, it is hardly possible to exaggerate its importance, nor the proportions which it may ultimately assume, etc., etc. Again I asked Ernest whether he minded my printing this. He winced, but said, "No, not if it helps you to tell your story. But don't you think it's too long?" I said it would let the reader see for himself how things were going in half the time that it would take me to explain them to him. Very well, then, keep it by all means. I continue turning over my file of Ernest's letters, and find as follows: "Thanks for your last, in answer to which I send you a rough copy of a letter I sent to the Times a day or two back. They did not insert it, but it embodies pretty fully my ideas on the parochial visitation question, and Prior fully approves of the letter. Think it carefully over and send it back to me when read, for it is so exactly my present creed that I cannot afford to lose it. I should very much like to have a viva voce discussion on these matters. I can only see for certain that we have suffered a dreadful loss in being no longer able to excommunicate. We should excommunicate rich and poor alike, and pretty freely too. If this power were restored to us, we could, I think, soon put a stop to by far the greater part of the sin and misery with which we are surrounded." These letters were written only a few weeks after Ernest had been ordained, but they are nothing to others that he wrote a little later on. In his eagerness to regenerate the Church of England, and through this the universe, by the means which Prior had suggested to him, It occurred to him to try to familiarize himself with the habits and thoughts of the poor by going and living among them. I think he got this notion from Kingsley's Alton Locke, which, high churchman though he for this nonce was, he had devoured as he had devoured Stanley's Life of Arnold, Dickens' novels, and whatever other literary garbage of the day was most likely to do him harm. At any rate, he actually put his scheme into practice, and took lodgings in Ashpit Place, a small street in the neighbourhood of Drury Lane Theatre, in a house of which the landlady was the widow of a cabman. This lady occupied the whole ground floor. In the front kitchen there was a tinker. The back kitchen was let to a bellows mender. On the first floor came Ernest with his 2 rooms, which he furnished comfortably, for one must draw the line somewhere. The 2 upper floors were parcelled out among 4 different sets of lodgers. There was a tailor named Holt, a drunken fellow who used to beat his wife at night till her screams woke the house. Above him there was another tailor with a wife but no children. These people were Wesleyans, given to drink but not noisy. The 2 back rooms were held by single ladies, who it seemed to Ernest must be respectably connected, for well-dressed gentlemanly-looking young men used to go up and down the stairs past Ernest's rooms, to call at any rate on Miss Snow. Ernest had heard her door slam after they had passed. He thought, too, that some of them went to see Miss Maitland's. Mrs. Jupp, the landlady, told Ernest that these were brothers and cousins of Miss Snow's, and that she was herself looking out for a situation as a governess, but at present had an engagement as an actress at the Drury Lane Theatre. Ernest asked whether Miss Maitland in the top back was also looking out for a situation, and was told she was wanting an engagement as a milliner. He believed whatever Mrs. Jupp told him. Chapter 54. This move on Ernest's part was variously commented upon by his friends, the general opinion being that it was just like Pontifex, who was sure to do something unusual wherever he went, but that on the whole the idea was commendable. Christina could not restrain herself when on sounding her clerical neighbours she found them inclined to applaud her son for conduct which they idealized into something much more self-denying than it really was. She did not quite like his living in such an unaristocratic neighbourhood, but what he was doing would probably get into the newspapers, and then great people would take notice of him. Besides, it would be very cheap. Down among these poor people he could live for next to nothing, and might put by a great deal of his income. As for temptations, there could be few or none in such a place as that. This argument about cheapness was the one which she most successfully met Theobald, who grumbled more suo that he had no sympathy with his son's extravagance and conceit. When Christina pointed out to him that it would be cheap, he replied that there was something in that. On Ernest himself the effect was to confirm the good opinion of himself which had been growing upon him ever since he had begun to read for orders, and to make him flatter himself that he was among the few who were ready to give up all for Christ. Ere long he began to conceive of himself as a man with a mission and a great future. His lightest and most hastily formed opinions began to be of momentous importance to him, and he inflicted them, as I have already shown, on his old friends, week by week becoming more and more en tête with himself and his own crotchets. I should like well enough to draw a veil over this part of my hero's career, but cannot do so without marring my story. In the spring of 1859 I find him writing: I cannot call the visible church Christian till its fruits are Christian, that is, until the fruits of the members of the Church of England are in conformity, or something like conformity, with her teaching. I cordially agree with the teaching of the Church of England in most respects, but she says one thing and does another, and until excommunication yes, and wholesale excommunication, be resorted to, I cannot call her a Christian institution. I should begin with our rector, and if I found it necessary to follow him up by excommunicating the bishop, I should not flinch even from this. The present London rectors are hopeless people to deal with. My own is one of the best of them, but the moment Prior and I show signs of wanting to attack an evil in a way not recognized by routine, or of remedying anything about which no outcry has been made, we are met with, "I cannot think what you mean by all of this disturbance. Nobody else among the clergy sees these things, and I have no wish to be the first to begin turning things topsy-turvy." And then people call him a sensible man. I have no patience with them. However, we know what we want, and as I wrote to Dawson the other day, I have a scheme on foot which will, I think, fairly meet the requirements of the case. But we want more money, and my first move towards getting this has not turned out quite so satisfactorily as Prior and I had hoped. We shall, however, I doubt not, retrieve it shortly. When Ernest came to London he intended to do a good deal of house-to-house visiting, but Prior had talked him out of this even before he settled down in his new and strangely chosen apartments. The line he now took was that if people wanted Christ, they must prove their want by taking some little trouble, and the trouble required of them was that they should come and seek him, Ernest, out. There he was in the midst of them, ready to teach. If people did not choose to come to him, it was no fault of his. "My great business here," he writes again to Dawson, "is to observe. I am not doing much in parish work beyond my share of the daily services. I have a man's Bible class and a boys' Bible class, and a good many young men and boys to whom I give instruction one way or another. Then there are Sunday school children with whom I fill my room on a Sunday evening as full as it will hold, and let them sing hymns and chants. They like this. I do a great deal of reading, chiefly of books which Prior and I think most likely to help. We find nothing comparable to the Jesuits. Prior is a thorough gentleman, and an admirable man of business, no less observant of the things of this world, in fact, than of the things above. By a brilliant coup he has retrieved, or nearly so, a rather serious loss which threatened to delay indefinitely the execution of our great scheme. He and I daily gather fresh principles. I believe great things are before me, and I am strong in the hope of being able by and by to effect much. As for you, I bid you Godspeed. Be bold but logical, speculative but cautious, daringly courageous but properly circumspect withal, etc., etc. I think this may do for the present. End of chapter 54. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 55 and 56 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 55. I had called on Ernest as a matter of course when he first came to London, but had not seen him. I had been out when he returned my call, so that he had been in town for some weeks before I actually saw him, which I did, not very long after he had taken possession of his new rooms. I liked his face, but except for the common bond of music, in respect of which our tastes were singularly alike, I should hardly have known how to get on with him. To do him justice, he did not air any of his schemes to me until I had drawn him out concerning them. I, to borrow the words of Ernest's landlady, Mrs. Jupp, am not a very regular church-goer. I discovered upon cross-examination that Mrs. Jupp had been to church once when she was churched for her son Tom some 25 years since, but never either before or afterwards. Not even, I fear, to be married, for though she called herself Mrs., she wore no wedding ring, and spoke of the person who should have been Mr. Jupp as my poor dear boy's father, not as my husband. But to return. I was vexed at Ernest's having been ordained. I was not ordained myself, and I did not like my friends to be ordained, nor did I like having to be on my best behavior, and to look as if butter would not melt in my mouth, and all for a boy whom I remembered when he knew yesterday and tomorrow and Tuesday, but not a day of the week more, not even Sunday itself, and when he said he did not like the kitten because it had pins in its toes. I looked at him and thought of his Aunt Alethea, and how fast the money she had left him was accumulating, and it was all to go to this young man, who would use it probably in the very last ways in which Miss Pontifex would have sympathized. I was annoyed. She always said, I thought to myself, that she should make a mess of it, but I did not think she would have made as great a mess of it as this. Then I thought that perhaps if his aunt had lived, he would not have been like this. Ernest behaved quite nicely to me, and I own that the fault was mine if the conversation drew towards dangerous subjects. I was the aggressor, presuming, I suppose, upon my age and long acquaintance with him, as giving me a right to make myself unpleasant in a quiet way. Then he came out, and the exasperating part of it was that up to a certain point he was so very right. Grant him his premises and his conclusions were sound enough, nor could I, seeing that he was already ordained, join issue with him about his premises as I should certainly have done if I had had a chance of doing so before he had taken orders. The result was that I had to beat a retreat and went away not in the best of humours. I believe the truth was that I liked Ernest, and was vexed at his being a clergyman, and at a clergyman having so much money coming to him. I talked a little with Mrs. Jupp on my way out. She and I had reckoned one another up at first sight as being neither of us very regular church-goers, and the strings of her tongue had been loosened. She said Ernest would die. He was much too good for the world, and he looked so sad, just like young Watkins of the Crown over the way who died a month ago, and his poor dear skin was white as alabaster, leastways they say he shot hisself. They took him from the Mortimer. I met them just as they were going with my Rose to get a pint of 4 ale, and she had her arm in splints. She told her sister she wanted to go to Perry's to get some wool, instead of which it was only a stall to get me a pint o' ale. Bless her heart! There's nobody else who would do that much for poor old Jupp, and it's a horrid lie to say she is gay. Not but what I like a gay woman, I do. I'd rather give a gay woman half-a-crown than stand a modest woman a pot of beer, but I don't want to go associating with bad girls for all that. So they took him from the Mortimer. They wouldn't let him go home no more, and he done it that artful, you know. His wife was in the country living with her mother, and she always spoke respectful o' my Ruth. Poor dear, I hope his soul is in heaven. Well, sir, would you believe it? There's that in Mr. Pontifex's face which is just like young Watkins. He looks that worried and scrunched up at times, but it's never for the same reason, for he don't know nothing at all. No more than an unborn babe. No, he don't. Why, there's not a monkey going about London with an Italian organ-grinder but knows more than Mr. Pontifex do. He don't know, well, I suppose— Here a child came in on an errand from some neighbour and interrupted her, or I can form no idea where or when she would have ended her discourse. I seized the opportunity to run away, but not before I had given her 5 shillings and made her write down my address, for I was a little frightened by what she said. I told her if she thought her lodger grew worse, she was to come and let me know. Weeks went by, and I did not see her again. Having done as much as I had, I felt absolved of doing more, and let Ernest alone as thinking that he and I should only bore one another. He had now been ordained a little over 4 months, but these months had not brought happiness or satisfaction with them. He had lived in a clergyman's house all his life, and might have been expected perhaps to have known pretty much what being a clergyman was like. And so he did. A country clergyman. He had formed an ideal, however, as regards what a town clergyman could do, and was trying in a feeble, tentative way to realize it, but somehow or other it always managed to escape him. He lived among the poor, but he did not find that he got to know them. The idea that they would come to him proved to be a mistaken one. He did indeed visit a few tame pets whom his rector desired him to look after. There was an old man and his wife who lived next door but one to Ernest himself. Then there was a plumber of the name of Chesterfield, an aged lady of the name of Gover, blind and bedridden, who munched and munched her feeble old toothless jaws as Ernest spoke or read to her, but who could do little more. A Mr. Brooks, a rag-and-bottle merchant in Birdseye's Rents, in the last stage of dropsy, and perhaps half a dozen or so others. What did it all come to when he did go to see them? The plumber wanted to be flattered, and liked fooling a gentleman into wasting his time by scratching his ears for him. Mrs. Gover, poor old woman, wanted money. She was very good and meek, and when Ernest got her a shilling from Lady Anne Jones's bequest, she said it was small but seasonable, and munched in gratitude. Ernest sometimes gave her a little money himself, but not, as he says now, half what he ought to have given. What could he do else that would have been of the smallest use to her? Nothing indeed. But giving occasional half-crowns to Mrs. Gover was not regenerating the universe, and Ernest wanted nothing short of this. The world was all out of joint, and instead of feeling it to be a cursed spite that he was born to set it right, he thought he was just the kind of person that was wanted for the job, and was eager to set to work. Only he did not exactly know how to begin, for the beginning he had made with Mr. Chesterfield and Mrs. Gover did not promise great developments. Then poor Mr. Brooks. He suffered very much, terribly indeed. He was not in want of money. He wanted to die and couldn't, just as we sometimes want to go to sleep and cannot. He had been a serious-minded man, and death frightened him as it must frighten anyone who believes that all his most secret thoughts will be shortly exposed in public. When I read Ernest the description of how his father used to visit Mrs. Thompson at Battersby, he colored and said, "That's just what I used to say to Mr. Brooks." Ernest felt that his visits, so far from comforting Mr. Brooks, made him fear death more and more. But how could he help it? Even Pryor, who had been a curate a couple of years, did not know personally more than a couple of hundred people in the parish at the outside, and it was only at the houses of very few of these that he ever visited. But then Pryor had such a strong objection on the principle to house visitations. What a drop in the sea were those with whom he and Pryor were brought into direct communication in comparison with those whom he must reach and move if he were to produce much effect of any kind, one way or the other. Why, there were between 15,000 and 20,000 poor in the parish, of whom but the merest fraction ever attended a place of worship. Some few went to dissenting chapels, a few were Roman Catholics. By far the greater number, however, were practically infidels, if not actively hostile, at any rate indifferent to religion, while many were avowed atheists, admirers of Tom Paine, of whom he now heard for the first time. But he never met and conversed with any of these. Was he really doing everything that could be expected of him? It was all very well to say that he was doing as much as any other young clergyman did. That was not the kind of answer which Jesus Christ was likely to accept. Why, the Pharisees themselves in all probability did as much as the other Pharisees did. What he should do was to go into the highways and byways and compel people to come in. Was he doing this? Or were not they rather compelling him to keep outside their doors at any rate? He began to have an uneasy feeling as though ere long, unless he kept a sharp lookout, he should drift into being a sham. True, all would be changed as soon as he could endow the College for Spiritual Pathology. Matters, however, had not gone too well with the things that people bought in the place that was called the Stock Exchange. In order to get on faster, it had been arranged that Ernest should buy more of these things than he could pay for, with the idea that in a few weeks, or even days, they would be much higher in value, and he could sell them at a tremendous profit. But unfortunately, instead of getting higher, they had fallen immediately after Ernest had bought, and obstinately refused to get up again. So, after a few settlements, he had got frightened, for he read an article in some newspaper which said they would go ever so much lower, and, contrary to Prior's advice, he insisted on selling, at a loss of something like £500. He had hardly sold when up went the shares again, and he saw how foolish he had been, and how wise Prior was, for if Prior's advice had been followed, he would have made £500 instead of losing it. However, he told himself he must live and learn. Then Prior made a mistake. They had bought some shares, and the shares went up delightfully for about a fortnight. This was a happy time indeed, for by the end of a fortnight the lost £500 had been recovered, and £300 or £400 had been cleared into the bargain. All the feverish anxiety of that miserable 6 weeks, when the £500 was being lost, was now being repaid with interest. Ernest wanted to sell and make sure of the profit, but Prior would not hear of it. They would go ever so much higher yet, and he showed Ernest an article in some newspaper which proved that what he said was reasonable, and they did go up a little, but only a very little, for then they went down, and Ernest saw first his clear profit of £300 or £400 go, and then the £500 loss, which he thought he had recovered, slipped away by falls of a half and one at a time, and then he lost £200 more. Then a newspaper said that these shares were the greatest rubbish that had ever been imposed upon the English public, and Ernest could stand it no longer, so he sold out, again this time against Prior's advice, so that when they went up, as they shortly did, Prior scored off Ernest a second time. Ernest was not used to vicissitudes of this kind, and they made him so anxious that his health was affected. It was arranged, therefore, that he had better know nothing of what was being done. Prior was a much better man of business than he was, and would see to it all. This relieved Ernest of a good deal of trouble, and was better after all for the investments themselves. For, as Prior justly said, a man must not have a faint heart if he hopes to succeed in buying and selling upon the Stock Exchange, and seeing Ernest nervous made Prior nervous too. At least he said it did. So the money drifted more and more into Prior's hands. As for Prior himself, he had nothing but his curacy and a small allowance from his father. Some of Ernest's old friends got an inkling from his letters of what he was doing, and did their utmost to dissuade him, but he was as infatuated as a young lover of 22. Finding that these friends disapproved, he dropped away from them, and they, being bored with his egotism and high-flown ideas, were not sorry to let him do so. Of course, he said nothing about his speculations. Indeed, he hardly knew that anything done in so good a cause could be called speculation. At Battersby, when his father urged him to look out for a next presentation, and even bought one or two promising ones under his notice, he made objections and excuses, though always promising to do as his father desired very shortly. Chapter 56. By and by a subtle, indefinable malaise began to take possession of him. I once saw a very young foal trying to eat some most objectionable refuse, and unable to make up its mind whether it was good or no. Clearly it wanted to be told. If its mother had seen what it was doing, she would have set it right in a moment, and as soon as ever it had been told that what it was eating was filth, the foal would have recognized it and never have wanted to be told again. But the foal could not settle on the matter for itself, or make up its mind whether it liked what it was trying to eat or no, without assistance from without. I suppose it would have come to do so by and by, but it was just wasting time and trouble which a single look from its mother would have saved, just as wort will in time ferment of itself, but will ferment much more quickly if a little yeast will be added to it. In the matter of knowing what gives us pleasure, we are all like wort, and if unaided from without, can only ferment slowly and toilsomely. My unhappy hero about this time was very much like the foal, or rather he felt much like what the foal would have felt if its mother and all the other grown-up horses in the field had vowed that what it was eating was the most excellent and nutritious food to be found anywhere. He was so anxious to do what was right, and so ready to believe that everyone knew better than himself, that he never ventured to admit to himself that he might be all the while on a hopelessly wrong tack. It did not occur to him that there might be a blunder anywhere, much less did it occur to him to try and find out where the blunder was. Nevertheless, he became daily more full of malaise, and daily, only he knew it not, more ripe for an explosion should a spark fall upon him. One thing, however, did begin to loom out of the general vagueness, and to this he instinctively turned as trying to seize it. I mean, the fact that he was saving very few souls, whereas there were thousands and thousands being lost hourly all around him, which a little energy such as Mr. Hawke's might save. Day after day went by, and what was he doing? Standing on professional etiquette, and praying that his shares might go up and down as he wanted them, so that they might give him money enough to enable him to regenerate the universe. But in the meantime the people were dying. How many souls would not be doomed to endless ages of the most frightful torments that the mind could think of, before he could bring his spiritual pathology engine to bear upon them? Why might he not stand and preach, as he saw the dissenters doing sometimes in Lincoln's Inn Fields and other thoroughfares? He could say all that Mr. Hawke had said. Mr. Hawke was a very poor creature in Ernest's eyes now, for he was a low churchman, but we should not be above learning from anyone, and surely he could affect his hearers as powerfully as Mr. Hawke had affected him, if he only had the courage to set to work. The people whom he saw preaching in the squares sometimes drew large audiences. He could at any rate preach better than they. Ernest broached this to Pryor, who treated it as something too outrageous to be even thought of. Nothing, he said, could more tend to lower the dignity of the clergy and bring the church into contempt. His manner was brusque and even rude. Ernest ventured a little mild dissent. He admitted it was not usual, but something at any rate must be done, and that quickly. This was how Wesley and Whitefield had begun that great movement which had kindled religious life in the minds of hundreds of thousands. This was no time to be standing on dignity. It was just because Wesley and Whitefield had done what the Church would not, that they had won men to follow them whom the Church had now lost. Prior eyed Ernest searchingly, and after a pause said, "I don't know what to make of you, Pontifex. You are at once so very right and so very wrong. I agree with you heartily that something should be done, but it must not be done in a way which experience has shown leads to nothing but fanaticism and dissent. Do you approve of these Wesleyans? Do you hold your ordination vows so cheaply as to think that it does not matter whether the services of the Church are performed in her churches and with all due ceremony or not? If you do, then frankly you had no business to be ordained. If you do not, then remember that one of the first duties of a young deacon is obedience to authority. Neither the Catholic Church nor yet the Church of England allows her clergy to preach in the streets of cities where there is no lack of churches." Ernest felt the force of this, and Prior saw that he wavered. "We are living," he continued more genially, "in an age of transition, and in a country which, though it has gained much by the Reformation, does not perceive how much it has also lost. You cannot and must not hawk Christ about in the streets as though you were in a heathen country whose inhabitants had never heard of him. The people here in London have had ample warning. Every church they pass is a protest to them against their lives, and a call to them to repent. Every church bell they hear is a witness against them. Every one of those whom they meet on Sundays, going to or coming from church, is a warning voice from God. If these countless influences produce no effect upon them, neither will the few transient words which they would hear from you. You are like Dives, and think that if one rose from the dead, they would hear him. Perhaps they might, but then you cannot pretend that you have risen from the dead." Though the last few words were spoken laughingly, and there was a sub-sneer about them which made Ernest wince, but he was quite subdued, and so the conversation ended. It left Ernest, however, not for the first time, consciously dissatisfied with Prior, and inclined to set his friend's opinion on one side, not openly, but quietly, and without telling Prior anything about it. End of chapter 56. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 57 and 58 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 57. He had hardly parted from Prior before there occurred another incident which strengthened his discontent. He had fallen, as I have shown, among a gang of spiritual thieves or coiners, who passed the basest metal upon him without his finding it out. So childish and inexperienced was he in the ways of anything but those back eddies of the world, schools and universities. Among the bad threepenny pieces which had been passed off upon him, and which he kept for small hourly disbursement, was a remark that poor people were much nicer than the richer and better educated. Ernest now said that he always travelled third class, not because it was cheaper, but because the people whom he met in third-class carriages were so much pleasanter and better behaved. As for the young men who attended Ernest's evening classes, they were pronounced to be more intelligent and better ordered generally than the average run of Oxford and Cambridge men. Our foolish young friend, having heard Prior talk to this effect, caught up all he said and reproduced it more suo. One evening, however, about this time, whom should he see coming along a small street not far from his own, but of all persons in the world, Towneley, looking as full of life and good spirits as ever, and if possible even handsomer than he had been at Cambridge. Much as Ernest liked him, he found himself shrinking from speaking to him, and was endeavouring to pass him without doing so, when Towneley saw him and stopped him at once, being pleased to see an old Cambridge face. He seemed for the moment a little confused at being seen in such a neighbourhood, but recovered himself so soon that Ernest had hardly noticed it, and then plunged into a few kindly remarks about old times. Ernest felt that he quailed as he saw Towneley's eyes wander to his white necktie, and saw that he was being reckoned up, and rather disapprovingly reckoned up, as a parson. It was the merest passing shade upon Towneley's face, but Ernest had felt it. Towneley said a few words of common form to Ernest about his profession as being what he thought would be the most likely to interest him, and Ernest, still confused and shy, gave him, for lack of something better to say, his threepenny bit about poor people being so very nice. Towneley took this for what it was worth and nodded assent, whereon Ernest imprudently went further and said, "Don't you like poor people very much yourself?" Towneley gave his face a comical but good-natured screw, and said quietly but slowly and decidedly, "No, no, no," and escaped. It was all over with Ernest from that moment. As usual, he did not know it, but he had entered none the less upon another reaction. Towneley had just taken Ernest's threepenny bit into his hands, looked at it, and returned it to him as a bad one. Why did he see in a moment that it was a bad one now, though he had been unable to see it when he had taken it from Prior? Of course some poor people were very nice, and always would be so, but as though scales had fallen suddenly from his eyes, he saw that no one was nicer for being poor, and that between the upper and lower classes there was a gulf which amounted practically to an impassable barrier. That evening he reflected a good deal. If Towneley was right, and Ernest felt that the "no" had applied not to the remark about poor people only, but to the whole scheme and scope of his own recently adopted ideas, he and Prior must surely be on the wrong track. Towneley had not argued with him. He had said one word only, and that one of the shortest in the language. But Ernest was in a fit state for inoculation, and the minute particle of virus set about working immediately. Which did he now think was most likely to have taken the juster view of life and things, and whom would it be best to imitate, Towneley or Prior? His heart returned an answer to itself without a moment's hesitation. The faces of men like Towneley were open and kindly. They looked as if at ease themselves, and as though they would set all who had to do with them at ease as far as might be. The faces of Prior and his friends were not like this. Why had he felt tacitly rebuked as soon as he had met Towneley? Was he not a Christian? Certainly. He believed in the Church of England as a matter of course. Then how could he be himself wrong in trying to act up to the faith that he and Towneley held in common? He was trying to lead a quiet, unobtrusive life of self-devotion, whereas Towneley was not, so far as he could see, trying to do anything of the kind. He was only trying to get on comfortably in the world, and to look and be as nice as possible. And he was nice, and Ernest knew that such men as himself and Prior were not nice, and his old dejection came over him. Then came an even worse reflection. How if he had fallen among material thieves as well as spiritual ones? He knew very little of how his money was going on. He had put it all now into Pryor's hands, and though Pryor gave him cash to spend whenever he wanted it, he seemed impatient of being questioned as to what was being done with the principal. It was part of the understanding, he said, that that was to be left to him, and Ernest had better stick to this, or he, Pryor, would throw up the College of Spiritual Pathology altogether. And so Ernest was cowed into acquiescence, or cajoled, according to the humour in which Pryor saw him to be. Ernest thought that further questions would look as if he doubted Pryor's word, and also that he had gone too far to be able to recede in decency or honour. This, however, he felt was riding out to meet trouble unnecessarily. Pryor had been a little impatient, but he was a gentleman and an admirable man of business, so his money would doubtless come back to him all right some day. Ernest comforted himself as regards this last source of anxiety, but as regards the other, he began to feel as though, if he was to be saved, a good Samaritan must hurry up from somewhere, he knew not whence. Chapter 58. Next day he felt stronger again. He had been listening to the voice of the evil one on the night before, and would parley no more with such thoughts. He had chosen his profession, and his duty was to persevere with it. If he was unhappy, it was probably because he was not giving up all for Christ. Let him see whether he could not do more than he was doing now, and then perhaps a light would be shed upon his path. It was all very well to have made the discovery that he didn't much like poor people, but he had got to put up with them, for it was among them that his work must lie. Such men as Towneley were very kind and considerate, but he knew well enough it was only on condition that he did not preach to them. He could manage the poor better, and let Pryor sneer as he liked. He was resolved to go more among them, and try the effect of bringing Christ to them if they would not come and seek Christ of themselves. He would begin with his own house. Who then should he take first? Surely he could not do better than begin with the tailor who lived immediately over his head. This would be desirable, not only because he was the one who seemed to stand most in need of conversion, but also because, if he were once converted, he would no longer beat his wife at 2 o'clock in the morning, and the house would be much pleasanter in consequence. He would therefore go upstairs at once and have a quiet talk with this man. Before doing so, he thought it would be well if he were to draw up something like a plan of a campaign. He therefore reflected over some pretty conversations which would do very nicely if Mr. Holt would be kind enough to make the answers proposed for him in their proper places. But the man was a great hulking fellow, of a savage temper, and Ernest was forced to admit that unforeseen developments might arise to disconcert him. They say it takes 9 tailors to make a man, but Ernest felt that it would take at least 9 Ernests to make a Mr. Holt. How if, as soon as Ernest came in, the tailor were to become violent and abusive? What could he do? Mr. Holt was in his own lodgings, and had a right to be undisturbed. A legal right, yes, but had he a moral right? Ernest thought not, considering his mode of life. But put this on one side. If the man were to be violent, what should he do? Paul had fought with wild beasts at Ephesus. That must indeed have been awful, but perhaps they were not very wild beasts. A rabbit and a canary are wild beasts, but formidable or not as wild beasts go, they would nevertheless stand no chance against St. Paul, for he was inspired. The miracle would have been if the wild beasts escaped, not that St. Paul should have done so. But however all this might be, Ernest felt that he dared not begin to convert Mr. Holt by fighting him. Why, when he had heard Mrs. Holt screaming "murder," he had cowered under the bedclothes and waited, expecting to hear the blood dripping through the ceiling on to his own floor. His imagination translated every sound into a pat, 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 and once or twice he thought he had felt it dropping onto his counterpane, but he had never gone upstairs to try and rescue poor Mrs. Holt. Happily, it proved the next morning that Mrs. Holt was in her usual health. Ernest was in despair about hitting on any good way of opening up spiritual communication with his neighbor, when it occurred to him that he had better perhaps begin by going upstairs and knocking very gently at Mr. Holt's door. He would then resign himself to the guidance of the Holy Spirit, and act as the occasion, which I suppose was another name for the Holy Spirit, suggested. Triply armed with this reflection, he mounted the stairs quite jauntily, and was about to knock when he heard Holt's voice inside swearing savagely at his wife. This made him pause to think whether after all the moment was an auspicious one, and while he was thus pausing, Mr. Holt, who had heard that someone was on the stairs, opened the door and put his head out. When he saw Ernest, he made an unpleasant, not to say offensive, movement, which might or might not have been directed at Ernest, and looked altogether so ugly that my hero had an instantaneous and unequivocal revelation from the Holy Spirit to the effect that he should continue his journey upstairs at once, as though he had never intended arresting at Mr. Holt's room, and begin by converting Mr. and Mrs. Baxter, the Methodists in the top floor front. So this is what he did. These good people received him with open arms, and were quite ready to talk. He was beginning to convert them from Methodism to the Church of England, when all at once he found himself embarrassed by discovering that he did not know what he was to convert them from. He knew the Church of England, or thought he did, but he knew nothing of Methodism beyond its name. When he found that, according to Mr. Baxter, the Wesleyans had a vigorous system of church discipline, which worked admirably in practice, it appeared to him that John Wesley had anticipated the spiritual engine which he and Pryor were preparing, and when he left the room he was aware that he had caught more of a spiritual Tartar than he had expected. But he must certainly explain to Pryor that the Wesleyans had a system of church discipline. This was very important. Mr. Baxter advised Ernest on no account to meddle with Mr. Holt, and Ernest was much relieved at the advice. If an opportunity arose of touching the man's heart, he would take it. He would pat the children on the head when he saw them on the stairs, and ingratiate himself with them as far as he dared. They were sturdy youngsters, and Ernest was afraid even of them, for they were ready with their tongues, and knew much for their ages. Ernest felt that it would indeed be almost better for him that a millstone should be hanged about his neck, and he be cast into the sea, than that he should offend one of the little Holts. However, he would try not to offend them. Perhaps an occasional penny or two might square them. This was as much as he could do, for he saw that the attempt to be instant out of season as well as in season would, St. Paul's injunction notwithstanding, end in failure. Mrs. Baxter gave a very bad account of Miss Emily Snow, who lodged in the second floor back next to Mr. Holt. Her story was quite different from that of Mrs. Jupp, the landlady. She would doubtless be only too glad to receive Ernest's ministrations, or those of any other gentleman, but she was no governess. She was in the ballet at Drury Lane, and besides this, she was a very bad young woman, and if Mrs. Baxter was landlady, would not be allowed to stay in the house a single hour. Not she, indeed. Miss Maitland, in the next room to Mrs. Baxter's own, was a quiet and respectable young woman to all appearance. Mrs. Baxter had never known of any goings-on in that quarter, but, bless you, still waters run deep, and these girls were all alike, one as bad as the other. She was out at all kinds of hours, and when you knew that, you knew all. Ernest did not pay much heed to these aspersions of Mrs. Baxter's. Mrs. Jupp had got round the great number of his many blind sides, and had warned him not to believe Mrs. Baxter, whose lip, she said, was something awful. Ernest had heard that women were always jealous of one another, and certainly these young women were more attractive than Mrs. Baxter was, so jealousy was probably at the bottom of it. If they were maligned, there could be no objection to his making their acquaintance. If not maligned, then they had all the more need of his ministrations. He would reclaim them at once. He told Mrs. Jupp of his intention. Mrs. Jupp at first tried to dissuade him, but seeing him resolute, suggested that she should herself see Miss Snow first, so as to prepare her and prevent her from being alarmed by his visit. She was not home now, but in the course of the next day it should be arranged. In the meantime he had better try Mr. Shaw, the tinker in the front kitchen. Mrs. Baxter had told Ernest that Mr. Shaw was from the north country, and an avowed free thinker. He would probably, she said, rather like a visit, but she did not think Ernest would stand much chance of making a convert of him. End of chapter 58. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 59 and 60 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 59. Before going down into the kitchen to convert the tinker, Ernest ran hurriedly over his analysis of Paley's evidences, and put into his pocket a copy of Archbishop Whately's Historic Doubts. Then he descended the dark, rotten old stairs, and knocked at the tinker's door. Mr. Shaw was very civil. He said he was rather thronged just now, but if Ernest did not mind the sound of hammering, he should be very glad to talk with him. Our hero, assenting to this, ere long led the conversation to Whately's Historic Doubts, a work which, as the reader may know, pretends to show that there was never any such person as Napoleon Bonaparte, and thus satirizes the arguments of those who have attacked the Christian miracles. Mr. Shaw said he knew Historic Doubts very well. "And what do you think of it?" said Ernest, who regarded the pamphlet as a masterpiece of wit and cogency. "If you really want to know," said Mr. Shaw, with a sly twinkle, "I think that he who was so willing and able to prove that what was not, would be equally able and willing to make a case for thinking that what was not was, if it suited his purpose." Ernest was very much taken aback. How was it that all the clever people of Cambridge had never put him up to this simple rejoinder? The answer is easy. They did not develop it for the same reason that a hen had never developed webbed feet. That is to say, because they did not want to do so. But this was before the days of evolution, and Ernest could not as yet know anything of the great principle that underlies it. "You see," continued Mr. Shaw, "these writers all get their living by writing in a certain way, and the more they write in that way, the more they are likely to get on. You should not call them dishonest for this any more than a judge should call a barrister dishonest for earning his living by defending one in whose innocence he does not seriously believe. But you should hear the barrister on the other side before you decide upon the case." This was another facer. Ernest could only stammer that he had endeavored to examine these questions as carefully as he could. "You think you have," said Mr. Shaw. You Oxford and Cambridge gentlemen think you have examined everything. I have examined very little myself, except the bottoms of old kettles and saucepans. But if you will answer me a few questions, I will tell you whether or no you have examined much more than I have." Ernest expressed his readiness to be questioned. "Then," said the tinker, "give me the story of the resurrection of Jesus Christ as told in St. John's Gospel." I am sorry to say that Ernest mixed up the 4 accounts in a deplorable manner. He even made the angel come down and roll away the stone and sit upon it. He was covered with confusion when the tinker first told him without the book of some of his many inaccuracies, and then verified his criticisms by referring to the New Testament itself. "Now," said Mr. Shaw good-naturedly, "I am an old man, and you are a young one, so perhaps you will not mind my giving you a piece of advice. I like you, for I believe you mean well, but you've been real bad brought up, and I don't think you have ever had so much as a chance yet. You know nothing of our side of the question, and I have just shown you that you do not know much more of your own. But I think you will make a kind of Carlyle sort of man some day. Now, go upstairs and read the accounts of the resurrection correctly, without mixing them up, and have a clear idea of what it is that each writer tells us. Then, if you feel inclined to pay me another visit, I shall be glad to see you, for I shall know you have made a good beginning and mean business. Till then, sir, I must wish you a very good morning." Ernest retreated abashed. An hour sufficed him to perform the task enjoined upon him by Mr. Shaw, and at the end of that hour the "No, no, no," which still sounded in his ears as he heard it from Towneley, came ringing up more loudly still from the very pages of the Bible itself, and in respect of the most important of all the events which are recorded in it. Surely Ernest's first day's attempt at more promiscuous visiting, and at carrying out his principles more thoroughly, had not been unfruitful. But he must go and have a talk with Pryer. He therefore got his lunch and went to Pryor's lodgings. Pryor not being at home, he lounged to the British Museum reading room, then recently opened, sent for the Vestiges of Creation, which he had never yet seen, and spent the rest of the afternoon in reading it. Ernest did not see Pryer on the day of his conversation with Mr. Shaw, but he did so next morning and found him in a good temper, which of late he had rarely been. Sometimes, indeed, he had behaved to Ernest in a way which did not bode well for the harmony with which the College of Spiritual Pathology would work when it had once been founded. It almost seemed as though he were trying to get a complete moral ascendancy over him, so as to make him a creature of his own. He did not think it possible that he could go too far, and indeed, when I reflect upon my hero's folly and inexperience, there is much to be said in excuse for the conclusion which Pryer came to. As a matter of fact, however, it was not so. Ernest's faith in Pryer had been too great to be shaken down all in a moment, but it had been weakened lately more than once. Ernest had fought hard against allowing himself to see this. Nevertheless, any third person who knew the pair would have been able to see that the connection between the two might end at any moment, for when the time for one of Ernest's snipe-like changes of flight came, he was quick in making it. The time, however, was not yet come, and the intimacy between the two was apparently all that it had ever been. It was only that horrid money business, so said Ernest to himself, that caused any unpleasantness between them, and no doubt Pryer was right, and he, Ernest, much too nervous. However, that might stand over for the present. In like manner, though he had received a shock by reason of his conversation with Mr. Shaw, and by looking at the Vestiges, he was as yet too much stunned to realize the change which was coming over him. In each case the momentum of old habits carried him forward in the old direction. He therefore called on Pryer, and spent an hour and more with him. He did not say that he had been visiting among his neighbors. This to Pryer would have been like a red rag to a bull. He only talked in much of his usual vein about the proposed college, the lamentable want of interest in spiritual things which was characteristic of modern society, and other kindred matters. He concluded by saying that for the present he feared Pryer was indeed right, and that nothing could be done. "As regards the laity," said Pryer, "nothing. Not until we have a discipline which we can enforce with pains and penalties. How can a sheep-dog work a flock of sheep unless he can bite occasionally, as well as bark? But as regards ourselves, we can do much." Pryer's manner was strange throughout the conversation, as though he were thinking all the time of something else. His eyes wandered curiously over Ernest, as Ernest had often noticed them wander before. The words were about the church discipline, but somehow or other the discipline part of the story had a knack of dropping out after having been again and again emphatically declared to apply to the laity, and not to the clergy. Once indeed Pryer had pettishly exclaimed, "Oh, bother the College of Spiritual Pathology!" As regards the clergy, glimpses of a pretty large cloven hoof kept peeping out from under the saintly robe of Pryer's conversation, to the effect that so long as they were theoretically perfect, practical peccadilloes, or even peccadaccios, if there is such a word, were of less importance. He was restless, as though wanting to approach a subject which he did not quite venture to touch upon, and kept harping (he did this about every third day) on the wretched lack of definition concerning the limits of vice and virtue, and the way in which half the vices wanted regulating rather than prohibiting. He dwelt also on the advantages of complete unreserve, and hinted that there were mysteries into which Ernest had not yet been initiated, but which would enlighten him when he got to know them, as he would be allowed to do when his friends saw that he was strong enough. Pryer had often been like this before, but never so nearly, as it seemed to Ernest, coming to a point, though what the point was he could not fully understand. His inquietude was communicating itself to Ernest, who would probably ere long have come to know as much as Pryer could tell him, but the conversation was abruptly interrupted by the appearance of a visitor. We shall never know how it would have ended, for this was the very last time that Ernest ever saw Pryer. Perhaps Pryer was going to break to him some bad news about his speculations. Chapter 60. Ernest now went home and occupied himself till luncheon with studying Dean Alford's notes upon the various evangelical records of the resurrection, doing as Mr. Shaw had told him, and trying to find out not that they were all accurate, but whether they were all accurate or no. He did not care which result he should arrive at, but he was resolved that he would reach one or the other. When he had finished Dean Alford's notes, he found them to come to this, namely, that no one yet had succeeded in bringing the four accounts into tolerable harmony with each other, and that the Dean, seeing no chance of succeeding better than his predecessors had done, recommended that the whole story should be taken on trust, and this Ernest was not prepared to do. He got his luncheon, went out for a long walk, and returned to dinner at 6:30. While Mrs. Jupp was getting him his dinner, a steak and a pint of stout, she told him that Miss Snow would be very happy to see him in about an hour's time. This disconcerted him, for his mind was too unsettled for him to wish to convert anyone just then. He reflected a little, and found that, in spite of the sudden shock to his opinions, he was being irresistibly drawn to pay the visit, as though nothing had happened. It would not look well for him not to go, for he was known to be in the house. He ought not to be in too great a hurry to change his opinions on such a matter as the evidence for Christ's resurrection all of a sudden. Besides, he need not talk to Miss Snow about this subject today. There were other things he might talk about. What other things? Ernest felt his heart beat fast and fiercely, and an inward monitor warned him that he was thinking of anything rather than of Miss Snow's soul. What should he do? Fly, fly, fly! It was the only safety. But would Christ have fled? Even though Christ had not died and risen from the dead, there could be no question that he was the model whose example we were bound to follow. Christ would not have fled from Miss Snow. He was sure of that, for he went about more especially with prostitutes and disreputable people. Now, as then, it was the business of the true Christian to call not the righteous, but sinners to repentance. It would be inconvenient to him to change his lodgings, and he could not ask Mrs. Jupp to turn Miss Snow and Miss Maitland out of the house. Where was he to draw the line? Who would be just good enough to live in the same house with him, and who just not good enough? Besides, where were these poor girls to go? Was he to drive them from house to house till they had no place to lie in? It was absurd. His duty was clear. He would go and see Miss Snow at once, and try if he could not induce her to change her present mode of life. If he found temptation becoming too strong for him, he would fly then. So he went upstairs with his Bible under his arm and a consuming fire in his heart. He found Miss Snow looking very pretty in a neatly, not to say demurely, furnished room. I think she had bought an illuminated text or two and pinned it up over her fireplace that morning. Ernest was very much pleased with her, and mechanically placed his Bible upon the table. He had just opened a timid conversation and was deep in blushes, when a hurried step came bounding up the stairs, as though of one over whom the force of gravity had little power, and a man burst into the room, saying, "I'm come before my time." It was Towneley. His face dropped as he caught sight of Ernest. "What, you here, Pontifex? Well, upon my word!" I cannot describe the hurried explanations that passed quickly between the three, enough that in less than a minute Ernest, blushing more scarlet than ever, slunk off, Bible and all, deeply humiliated as he contrasted himself and Towneley. Before he had reached the bottom of the staircase leading to his own room, he heard Towneley's hearty laugh through Miss Snow's door, and cursed the hour that he was born. Then it flashed upon him that if he could not see Miss Snow, he could at any rate see Miss Maitland. He knew well enough what he wanted now, and as for the Bible, he pushed it from him to the other end of his table. It fell over onto the floor, and he kicked it into the corner. It was the Bible given him at his christening by his affectionate aunt, Elizabeth Allaby. True, he knew very little of Miss Maitland, but ignorant young fools in Ernest's state do not reflect or reason closely. Mrs. Baxter had said that Miss Maitland and Miss Snow were birds of a feather, and Mrs. Baxter probably knew better than that old liar, Mrs. Jupp. Shakespeare says, "O Opportunity, thy guilt is great. 'Tis thou that executest the traitor's treason. Thou set'st the wolf where he the lamb may get. Whoever plots the sin, thou point'st the season. 'Tis thou that spurns at right, at law, at reason. And in thy shady cell, where none may spy him, sits Sin to seize the souls that wander by him." If the guilt of opportunity is great, how much greater is the guilt of that which is believed to be opportunity, but in reality is no opportunity at all. If the better part of valor is discretion, how much more is not discretion the better part of vice? About 10 minutes after we last saw Ernest, a scared, insulted girl, flushed and trembling, was seen hurrying from Mrs. Jupp's house as fast as her agitated state would let her, and in another 10 minutes 2 policemen were seen also coming out of Mrs. Jupp's, between them whom there shambled, rather than walked, our unhappy friend Ernest, with staring eyes, ghastly pale, and with despair branded upon every line of his face. End of chapter 60. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. Chapters 61 and 62 of The Way of All Flesh. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman. The Way of All Flesh by Samuel Butler. Chapter 61. Pryor had done well to warn Ernest against promiscuous house-to-house visitation. He had not gone outside Mrs. Jupp's street door, and yet what had been the result? Mr. Holt had put him in bodily fear. Mr. and Mrs. Baxter had nearly made a Methodist of him. Mr. Shaw had undermined his faith in the resurrection. Miss Snow's charms had ruined, or would have done so but for an accident, his moral character. As for Miss Maitland, he had done his best to ruin hers, and had damaged himself gravely and irretrievably in consequence. The only lodger who had done him no harm was the bellows mender, whom he had not visited. Other young clergymen, much greater fools in many respects than he, would not have got into these scrapes. He seemed to have developed an aptitude for mischief almost from the day of his having been ordained. He could hardly preach without making some horrid faux pas. He preached one Sunday morning when the bishop was at his rector's church, and made his sermon turn upon the question what kind of little cake it was that the widow of Zarephath had intended making when Elijah found her gathering a few sticks. He demonstrated that it was a seed cake. The sermon was really very amusing, and more than once he saw a smile pass over the sea of faces underneath him. The bishop was very angry, and gave my hero a severe reprimand in the vestry after the service was over. The only excuse he could make was that he was preaching extempore, had not thought of this particular point till he was actually in the pulpit, and had been carried away by it. Another time he preached upon the barren fig tree, and described the hopes of the owner as he watched the delicate blossom unfold, and give promise of such beautiful fruit in autumn. Next day he received a letter from a botanical member of his congregation, who explained to him that this could hardly have been, inasmuch as the fig produces its fruit first and blossoms inside the fruit, or so nearly so that no flower is perceptible to an ordinary observer. This last, however, was an accident which might have happened to any one but a scientist or an inspired writer. The only excuse I can make for him is that he was very young, not yet 24, and that in mind as in body, like most of those who in the end come to think for themselves, he was a slow grower. By far the greater part, moreover, of his education had been an attempt not so much to keep him in blinkers as to gouge his eyes out altogether. But to return to my story. It transpired afterwards that Miss Maitland had had no intention of giving Ernest in charge when she ran out of Mrs. Jupp's house. She was running away because she was frightened, but almost the first person whom she ran against had happened to be a policeman of a serious turn of mind, who wished to gain a reputation for activity. He stopped her, questioned her, frightened her still more, and it was he rather than Miss Maitland who insisted on giving my hero in charge to himself and another constable. Towneley was still in Mrs. Jupp's house when the policeman came. He had heard a disturbance, and going down to Ernest's room while Miss Maitland was out of doors, had found him lying, as it were, stunned at the foot of the moral precipice over which he had that moment fallen. He saw the whole thing at a glance, but before he could take action, the policeman came in, and action became impossible. He asked Ernest who were his friends in London. Ernest at first wanted not to say, but Towneley soon gave him to understand that he must do as he was bid, and selected myself from the few whom he had named. "Writes for the stage, does he?" said Towneley. "Does he write comedy?" Ernest thought Towneley meant that I ought to write tragedy, and said he was afraid I wrote burlesque. "Oh, come, come," said Towneley, "that will do famously. I will go and see him at once." But on second thoughts he determined to stay with Ernest and go with him to the police court. So he sent Mrs. Jupp for me. Mrs. Jupp hurried so fast to fetch me that in spite of the weather's being still cold, she was "giving out," as she expressed it, in streams. The poor old wretch would have taken a cab, but she had no money, and did not like to ask Towneley to give her some. I saw that something very serious had happened, but was not prepared for anything so deplorable as what Mrs. Jupp actually told me. As for Mrs. Jupp, she said her heart had been jumping out of its socket and back again ever since. I got her into a cab with me, and we went off to the police station. She talked without ceasing. "And if the neighbours do say cruel things about me, I'm sure it ain't no thanks to him if they're true. Mr. Pontifex never took a bit o' notice of me, no more than if I had been his sister. Oh, it's enough to make anyone's backbone curdle. Then I thought perhaps my Rose might get on better with him, so I set her to dust him and clean him as though I were busy, and gave her such a beautiful clean new pinny, but he never took no notice of her no more than he did of me. And she didn't want no compliment neither. She wouldn't have taken not a shilling from him, though he had offered it, but he didn't seem to know anything at all. I can't make out what the young men are coming to. I wish the horn may blow for me and the worms take me this very night, if it's not enough to make a woman stand before God and strike the one half on 'em silly to see the way they goes on, and makes an honest girl has to go home night after night without so much as a fourpenny bit, and paying 3 and 6 a week rent, and not a shelf or cupboard in the place, and a dead wall in front of the window. It's not Mr. Pontifex," she continued, "that's so bad. He's good at heart. He never says nothing unkind. And then there's his dear eyes. But when I speak about that to my Rose, she calls me an old fool, and says I ought to be poleaxed. It's that Prior that I can't abide. Oh, he likes to wound a woman's feelings, he do, and to chuck anything in her face, he do. He likes to wind a woman up and to wound her down." Mrs. Jupp pronounced wound as though it rhymed to sound. It's a gentleman's place to soothe a woman, but he'd like to tear her hair out by handfuls. Why, he told me to my face that I was a-getting old. Old indeed! There's not a woman in London knows my age except Mrs. Davis down in the Old Kent Road, and beyond a haricot vein in one of my legs, I'm as young as ever I was. Old indeed! There's many a good tune played on an old fiddle. I hate his nasty insinuendos. Even if I had wanted to stop her, I could not have done so. She said a great deal more than I have given above. I have left out much because I could not remember it, but still more because it was really impossible for me to print it. When we got to the police station I found Towneley and Ernest already there. The charge was one of assault, but not aggravated by serious violence. Even so, however, it was lamentable enough, and we both saw that our young friend would have to pay dearly for his inexperience. We tried to bail him out for the night, but the inspector would not accept bail, so we were forced to leave him. Towneley then went back to Mrs. Jupp's to see if he could find Miss Maitland and arrange matters with her. She was not there, but he traced her to the house of her father, who lived at Camberwell. The father was furious and would not hear of any intercession on Towneley's part. He was a dissenter, and glad to make the most of any scandal against a clergyman. Towneley, therefore, was obliged to return unsuccessful. Next morning Towneley, who regarded Ernest as a drowning man, who must be picked out of the water somehow or other if possible, irrespective of the way in which he got into it, called on me, and we put the matter into the hands of one of the best-known attorneys of the day. I was greatly pleased with Towneley, and thought it due to him to tell him what I had told no one else. I mean that Ernest would come into his aunt's money in a few years' time, and would therefore then be rich. Towneley was doing all he could before this, but I knew that the knowledge I had imparted to him would make him feel as though Ernest was more one of his own class, and therefore had a greater claim upon his good offices. As for Ernest himself, his gratitude was greater than could be expressed in words. I have heard him say that he can call to mind many moments, each one of which might well pass for the happiest of his life, but that this night stands clearly out as the most painful that he ever passed. Yet so kind and considerate was Towneley that it was quite bearable. But with all the best wishes in the world, neither Towneley nor I could do much to help beyond giving our moral support. Our attorney told us that the magistrate before whom Ernest would appear was very severe on cases of this description, and that the fact of his being a clergyman would tell against him. "Ask for no remand," he said, "and make no defence. We will call Mr. Pontifex's rector and you two gentlemen as witnesses for previous good character. These will be enough. Let us then make a profound apology and beg the magistrate to deal with the case summarily instead of sending it for trial. If you can get this, believe me, your young friend will be better out of it than he has any right to expect." Chapter 62. This advice, besides being obviously sensible, would end in saving Ernest both time and suspense of mind, so we had no hesitation in adopting it. The case was called on about 11 o'clock, but we got it adjourned till 3, so as to give time for Ernest to set his affairs as straight as he could, and to execute a power of attorney enabling me to act for him as I should think fit while he was in prison. Then all came out about Prior and the College of Spiritual Pathology. Ernest had even greater difficulty in making a clean breast of this than he had in telling us about Miss Maitland, but he told us all, and the upshot was that he had actually handed over to Prior every halfpenny that he had then possessed, with no other security than Prior's IOUs for the amount. Ernest, though still declining to believe that Prior could be guilty of dishonorable conduct, was becoming alive to the folly of what he had been doing. He still made sure, however, of recovering at any rate the greater part of his property as soon as Prior should have had time to sell. Towneley and I were of a different opinion, but we did not say what we thought. It was dreary work waiting all the morning amid such unfamiliar and depressing surroundings. I thought how the psalmist had exclaimed with quiet irony, "One day in thy courts is better than 1,000," and I thought that I could utter a very similar sentiment in respect of the courts in which Towneley and I were compelled to loiter. At last, about 3 o'clock, the case was called on, and we went round to the part of the court which is reserved for the general public, while Ernest was taken into the prisoner's dock. As soon as he had collected himself sufficiently, he recognized the magistrate as the old gentleman who had spoken to him in the train on the day he was leaving school, and saw, or thought he saw, to his great grief, that he too was recognized. Mr. Ottery, for this was our attorney's name, took the line he had proposed. He called no other witnesses than the rector, Towneley, and myself, and threw himself on the mercy of the magistrate. When he had concluded, the magistrate spoke as follows: "Ernest Pontifex, yours is one of the most painful cases that I have ever had to deal with. You have been singularly favoured in your parentage and education. You have had before you the example of blameless parents, who doubtless instilled into you from childhood the enormity of the offence which by your own confession you have committed. You were sent to one of the best public schools in England. It is not likely that in the healthy atmosphere of such a school as Roughborough you could have come across contaminating influences. You were probably, I may say certainly, impressed at school with the heinousness of any attempt to depart from the strictest chastity until such time as you had entered into a state of matrimony. At Cambridge you were shielded from impurity by every obstacle which virtuous and vigilant authorities could advise, and even had the obstacles been fewer, your parents probably took care that your means should not admit of your throwing money away upon abandoned characters. At night proctors patrolled the street and dogged your steps if you tried to go into any haunt where the presence of vice was suspected. By day the females who were admitted within the college walls were selected mainly on the score of age and ugliness. It is hard to see what more can be done for any young man than this. For the last 4 or 5 months you have been a clergyman, and if a single impure thought had still remained within your mind, ordination should have removed it. Nevertheless, not only does it appear that your mind is as impure as though none of the influences to which I have referred to have been brought to bear upon it, but it seems as though their only result has been this: that you have not even the common sense to be able to distinguish between a respectable girl and a prostitute. If I were to take a strict view of my duty, I should commit you for trial. But in consideration of this being your first offence, I shall deal leniently with you and sentence you to imprisonment with hard labour for 6 calendar months. Towneley and I both thought there was a touch of irony in the magistrate's speech, and that he could have given a lighter sentence if he would, but that was neither here nor there. We obtained leave to see Ernest for a few minutes before he was removed to Coldbath Fields, where he was to serve his term, and found him so thankful to have been summarily dealt with that he hardly seemed to care about the miserable plight in which he was to pass the next 6 months. When he came out, he said he would take what remained of his money, go off to America or Australia, and never be heard of more. We left him full of this resolve, I to write to Theobald, and also to instruct my solicitor to get Ernest's money out of Prior's hands, and Towneley to see the reporters and keep the case out of the newspapers. He was successful as regards all the higher-class papers. There was only one journal, and that of the lowest class, which was incorruptible. End of chapter 62. Recording by Rhonda Fetterman.